What is up, guys? Hey, Wandering. What is your important question? Ask away. Hey, what's up, Alpha? Francisco, Beyblade, question? Go ahead and ask. Wandering also has a question. Anyone can ask questions as we wait to get started here. Feel free. I'm just waiting for people to get the Discord notifications. Or the YouTube notifications. I'm about to send a notification on Discord. Did you turn on karaoke translation? Probably not. Does pineapple belong on pizza? Absolutely. Absolutely it does. It's so easy. Do it? I mean, I guess, but I mean, we're not really watching the OP and ED songs. So I'll do it just for you, though. There's a game called Abs Animals. It takes 17 minutes to beat. It doesn't sound like it would be a banger for stream, though. If it was 17 minutes. You have to restart the game and it's in the launcher. We'll be fine. I guess, is that something you want for the credits? Sure. Subtitle songs, karaoke plus translation. There you go. What's up, Devin? It's on Game Pass for $10, so that means the game's value has to almost be $1 a minute? Beyblade? That's kind of wild. I don't know about that. I take it that's for the... That must be for the credits, right? Because that's the only thing we've been watching with, like, an ending, I suppose. You beat it? Was it worth the $1 a minute? What'd you say? No? well, thank you. OP and ED? Well, yeah, but we're not watching the OP. Last stream I was at the same point as you, but since I went ahead and finished the rest... Spoilers. You finished the game too, Chris? No way. I don't believe you. First of all, translating the game doesn't count as playing the game. I need to see the Steam profile with all the achievements right now. Or I don't believe it. 1 second, you guys. We'll get started here in just a moment. As per usual. There's a fair bit of waiting while the game is in skip mode. Yeah, that's fine. I'm able to talk over that. I can tangent over that, no problem. Okay, that's pretty pogger, Chris. You did it. You did complete it. I can have some tangents ready for that skip mode. Oh shit, I actually do need to bring up the guide again. I lost all of my tabs to the COZ spoiler-free guide. And my computer crashed during yesterday's stream. By the way, I also lost my one of my hard drives died and went at that blue screen of death that I got during yesterday's stream. It was pretty bogus. I lost like 1.5 terabytes of data. I don't remember what was on the hard drive, so it must not have been that important, but it's gone! Is your PC crapping out? No, this is one of my older hard drives from my old computer that I just put into my new computer. It's probably like a fucking 10-year-old hard drive, I think. It was a hard drive from the computer I used when I was in college, so it's at least 6 or 7 years. Sam, try Max Curse of the Brotherhood. Well, this is the second time you said that, so it must be good, right? Curse of the Brotherhood? What is this game? What's up with the Pixar-looking kid? Is that the main character? He looks like the meme of like, can we get Jimmy Neutron? We have Jimmy Neutron at home. His bro Felix gets kidnapped? Tragic. Hey, what's up, Zorro? Pixar, I mean, just the animation style, you know what I mean? Like that Pixar animation, small body, big head, large hair, like exaggerated facial features, you know what I mean? Like the standard, like, Pixar animation thing. Like, because every kind of Pixar animated movie looks the same. You know what I mean? Show chat? Hey, Jade. Came out 9 years ago, so I typically like to stream games that are more relevant. Think of all the Cubai feet pics that were lost. Oh, dude, those are backed up to the cloud, baby. I would never lose those. You got an old school friend in Discord? Holy shit, I actually do remember that kid. We went to high school together. Oh, he was cool. I'll have to check it out. I should stream Pajama Sam. Aren't those games canceled now? Or, who made those games? Like Hasbro or something? Anthony, how you doing, man? Long time no see. Pajama Sam was not canceled like 20 years ago. It was maybe like 5 years ago they got bought out. It has been a long time, dude. Humongous entertainment, yeah. Alright. Is it time to get started? We've waited the standard 10 minutes. Actually, it's been more than 10 minutes. But I was looking up other things. I had to post my reaction to the Nanami route end on the Steins Gate Reddit. That the clip Vibin made for us. Oh, you could always play the Masterpiece of Kingdom Hearts again. I think I would actually rather... I picked the wrong mode again. Stop. I gotta fucking exit the game again. God damn it. No! I do this every stream. Every stream I just hit new game instead of just load save. You can open the menu. Oh wait, can you? Tragic. Doesn't matter. Okay, and now I gotta pull up the guide. We're doing the... What route was next? It's Yua, right? That's why I made Yua the thumbnail. So we have to go...
Remember what the instructor said, Joe. Pizza to slow down.
Oh, yeah. I was watching some of those AI videos earlier today of, like, the presidents. Those meme videos are kind of funny. Yua's is the easiest to get? I mean, they're all kind of easy, right? And Fez, too? You think we're gonna get that far? Okay, so we gotta go to Chapter 1. The Delusion. I felt bad. You think? Alright, I mean, maybe, we'll see. Continue. How many routes are left? If we do... So, okay, so today, if we did Yua and Fez... Oh shit, I was gonna think, could we beat it in 2 more streams? Like today and tomorrow, could we get all routes? Probably not. Probably like 2 more streams. Yeah, that was the one I was watching today, Color. You have to save tangents for the skip mode parts? I can't save tangents for specific parts. They just come to me naturally. And I let it out. You know what I mean? I can't control when the tangents arrive. I don't remember what fucking save I made, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. This one, okay. I simply optimize my tangent speedrun strat. True. The Cubai stream speedrun strat. So I have to answer yes to all of these if I'm not going into the route, right? That's the play. I go yes. But this is Yua. No, this isn't Yua, is it? The first question for the Yua route is... This is Yua? Are you sure? Because I was supposed to... It says I was supposed to pick the delusion in Chapter 1 about I felt bad, and I was supposed to pick neutral. I didn't think I picked neutral, did I? Okay. No, yes. You did by accident. Classic Q-Buy strats. Also, what is up with my webcam? What the fuck is it doing? So you guys could learn a thing or two from me in optimizing your Chaos Heads playthroughs. Just that pure gamer instinct that puts me on the right route. Just subconsciously. Alright. Who are we with? Who's talking right now? This must be Misumi, right? Achievement unlocked. You recognize it, right? Oh, by the way, did I not nail the Yua sprite edit that I said I was going to make for the Yua route? The thumbnail, I totally nailed that sprite edit, didn't I? She's totally a nice girl now, not yandere at all. A very nice and sweet girl, I'm sure. Alright. Context of the scene. What's the edit of? The yandere Yua route where she, goes nuts and stabs you. Did you change anything? I hate all of you. What do you mean? I changed her eyes and her smile. Also her smile in the eyes from red to white and her smile. In the original, hers is all she's gonna kill you. And I made it. Okay, I kind of get the vibe of where we're at right now. Skip time? It's not skip. Well, this is all new dialogue because I got skip going here. What's the matter? Misumi walked up to me, grabbed my shoulder, gave me a good shake. Fucking rude, don't touch me. Are you even listening? Hello? Taku. Not noticing means you did a good job. Good save, Wandering. Very good save. It must have just been a common phrase or something. In other words, it was just stupid, pointless scribble. I tried to tell myself that, but I still couldn't calm down. So in the end, I just went up and erased it, moving quickly so no one would notice. And now we're back to the skipping. Ding, ding, dong. Ding, ding, dong. Oh, Alright, I don't need the guide anymore now, right? Oh. That wasn't that bad. Shibuya Station was a different place in the early morning than it was later in the day. Young people were scarce, and countless businessmen, following a jarring ride on crowded trains, rushed out of the station and scattered every which way into Shibuya. It was a place marked by indolence, yet engulfed by an air of restlessness. The students of Suimei Academy carried that with them as well. However, the number of them present was rather sparse. Shibuya Station was about 20 minutes away from Suimei by foot, and on top of that, part of the route was an uphill trek via Dogenzaka. Most Suime students taking the train would depart at the stop nearest to the academy, Shinsen Station. This is again, and every like JRPG slash visual novel, they give you like the scenic tour of like different regions of Japan. I don't care geographically how close the school is to Shibuya, or what train station it gets off at. I live in the States. I don't even know what public transportation means. Whatever, Yua. Meanwhile, took an unnecessary task of walking from Shibuya Station. Waking up early for this did not cause any headaches for her. The heart of Shibuya was often suffocatingly crowded, but as soon as one began the climb up Dogenzaka, the number of pedestrians dropped sharply. Taking the extra time to walk and breathe in the refreshing morning air was something Yua quite enjoyed. Disgusting. Being up early in the morning, breathing outside air. Part of the reason why she chose to walk from Shibuya Station was to see the news displayed on the jumbotrons above Scramble Crossing. You should start pronouncing everything like the anime does. Oh yeah, I should mention I started watching the English dub of the Chaos Head anime. High quality. It's actually really not that bad. I do feel like people really exaggerated on how bad it was. It's okay. Is that the first tangent of the stream? I haven't finished it yet. I'm on like episode 8. If you take out like how bad the art is, because the art's really low quality. But other than that, I mean, it's fine, I feel like. And one thing that I appreciate that the anime does, though I'm starting to wonder if the anime has enough time to be doing it, is that it gives life to some of the side characters that the visual novel does not. Like, it actually gives Nanami a couple scenes where she's just, like, hanging out at school with her friends. And so it, like, gives her a bit of, like, personality and independence of Takumi, which this game severely lacks, I feel like. Of, like, giving the characters anything outside of their attachment to Takumi. So Nanami has a bit more of a character, right? She does sports, and she has friends, and she seems popular and stuff. And you get more, like, side character interaction, which I wish was in the game. Because, like, I just don't care about most of the side characters. But the anime does. And, like, I'm starting to see, though, that it's probably a problem that they gave all these side episodes. Hey, what's up, Anthony? Do you have a stream schedule? Like, certain games on certain days? Yeah. I stream pretty much every day, but, like, Tuesday, sometimes Monday I don't stream. And I just kind of usually stream whatever I feel like. On Saturdays, though, I try to do, like, multiplayer streams where I play with people who watch the streams and stuff. They can do anything when they make half the story. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is, like, I can see that they're leaving stuff out. But honestly, I feel like the anime explains just as much as the, like, the visual novel. I don't feel any more confused watching the anime than I did playing the visual novel. In fact, I do respect that the anime cuts out a lot of the not filler, but a lot of the drawn-out, like, scenes in the visual novel that I feel like overstayed their welcome in the visual novel. The anime, like, has them for about a second. So that's nice. So, I think it... Did they explain the space worms? No. I mean, but this game doesn't, right? I assume you're talking about, like, the chains that Aoi has or whatever. Trying to learn Yu-Gi-Oh again? It's so much? Yeah, dude. Good fucking luck understanding Yu-Gi-Oh now if you've been out for a couple years, man. It's pretty tough. I did recently, like, pick it up again on the year anniversary of Master Duel. Is that what you're playing to get back into Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel? The alien crap in the second half? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm more than halfway through the anime, and I don't remember any alien crap. It's all the regular, like, stuff from the visual novel. I have like 3 episodes left. Or 4, actually, 4 episodes. No, I get the chain that Aoi diluted the chain or whatever. I just don't like that she doesn't explain delusions in that scene. She just starts spouting off like random bullshit to you that like has nothing to do with explaining the chain. I feel like that scene is so poorly done. Even in the anime, it's like really bad. They tried to like get more to the point in the anime, and it still like misses the mark. That scene is so awful. Fez makes more BS. Yeah, they both do. Like, they both convolute the story more than it needs to be, for sure. Fez and Aoi. I cannot play Yu-Gi-Oh! IRL outside the app. Yeah, the cards are super expensive IRL too. It's just better to play the game. Plus, it's easier to like matchmake with people, and I don't really want to go to IRL tournaments or anything. Okay. She wants to see the news on the Jumbotrons. The news anchor has art. Maybe she's the killer. That's true. Where's her character sprite? Also, if we're being Yua, why is the background all wibbly wobbly? Like it's a delusion. Are we playing as Yua? I guess she can technically delude things. I'm guessing Aoi already thought Takumi knew about his Giglomania. Yeah, but the thing is, like, when you're writing the story, Takumi is the player. So you can't have a character explain assuming they know something that the player for sure does not. Like, it makes the scene really, like, dissonant. And not good. That's the problem. Even if, like, theoretically in the story she would think Takumi knows, you're still, when you're in the info dump scene like that, supposed to explain things to the player. Like, there are always those scenes in games that are super awkward where characters ask each other things that, like, they obviously know, but, like, the reader or the player doesn't know yet. You know what I mean? Like, those scenes where they're like, hey, do you remember yesterday when we went to this school? Or, like, we went to the thing? And they're like, and the character realistically would respond like, yeah, of course I do, it was fucking yesterday. But instead, in a TV show or game or something, they'll be like, oh, yes, you mean the play that we went to yesterday that was about this movie and the news report of the 3rd Gen incident? Of course I remember, how could I forget? You know, like that comical thing, where it's just like, yeah, fucking course. Isn't keeping plot points hidden from the player part of the mystery? I mean, but there's already dozens of mysteries by the time you get to the Aoi train chain scene. Like, and even explaining what a Giglomaniac was that early in the game really wouldn't spoil anything for you. You would just be somewhat less confused. But there's, like, still a dozen other mysteries leading at that point. Like, for the player to be confused about. You know what I mean? Like, you would still, in general, I feel like if the Giglomaniac thing was explained earlier, I don't really know what would, like, be taken away. Because you would still, like, even if you know what Giglomaniac is, you would still have that doubt in every scene, like, is this real? Is this a delusion? You would just know why you're thinking that now. That's really the only thing that gets explained by explaining that earlier on in the game, right? Like, it doesn't shatter the illusion of, like, if it doesn't make you know what's real and what's not. Now you just know why that's, like, relevant. And you can be more attuned to it because now you know what's causing delusions and fake realities and stuff. So now you can actually start questioning and being like, oh, okay, maybe this is a delusion. But up until, like, fucking, what is it, Chapter 8? Like, towards the latter half of the, or, like, the latter quarter of the game, do you sometimes don't even pick up on things that could be delusions because you don't even know what Gigglomaniac is. You know? So, yeah, there's just too much too secret for too long. IMO. Like, just giving small explanations like that wouldn't spoil any mysteries. That's literally just defining the term for all the characters at that point in the game. My thoughts on that. I've already kind of made that clear before, but just like for reference, of course, for right now. Anyway. As she waited for the pedestrian signal to change, you appeared up at the O-Front's Jumbotron, as she always did. And upon doing so, she gasped in shock. The captions running across the screen before her had taken her breath away. The headline read, "Third New Gen Incident." A certain boy's face rocketed to the forefront of her mind. A boy whom she did not know, nor ever spoken with. Did you know humans are electronic devices? God, that line triggers me so much. What mostly triggers me about it, of course, is because, like, that's presented as her character, and then you don't really get any development of her, and then later on in the game, you're supposed to believe that that's not what she meant, when that's, like, really the only serious one-on-one conversation you had with her, was her, like, explaining to you why humans are electronic devices. God, that makes me so mad. Ugh! She's like, humans are electronic devices, and then she explains, like, the biology behind the electricity, in things, though. Is she wrong, though? No, she's not. But, like, the later scene in the game when she's, like, you know, interacting with her dad in Chapter 10, she's like, the dad, Hanato, is like, you don't really believe humans are electronic devices, do you? And that's, like, her breaking point. She's like, no, I don't. It's not real. Humans are emotions. And it's like, what? But you just gave, like, a lecture on it. Like, I don't... What? It's just, like, such a weird, extrapolation of her character. Of, like, her explaining and, like, justifying and, like, defining what she means by humans being electronic devices. And it's right. Like, there's a lot of biology and electronic signals and impulses through the human body. And, like, she gives you the whole lecture on it. And then later in the game, her dad, who she doesn't like, is like, you don't believe that, though. And she's like, no, I don't. What? What do you mean? You don't. God. Everything's an electronic device. But not humans. Anyway, that line triggers me. Humans run on electricity. We're actually battery powered. Thank you, Aoi. Okay. It was a face she had seen the previous morning at school. Though for Yua, that was evidence enough to convince her that he was the true culprit behind New Gen. Yua could recall the events of the previous morning vividly. 7 a.m. at school. Yua marched quickly through the empty halls. It seemed that no others had arrived yet. Her expression rigid. She gazed straight ahead without faltering. Without a hint of restraint in her stride, Yua advanced onward, stopping only once she arrived at a certain classroom. But where are the emotions, Kyler? You have to flip the script about halfway through your explanation of humans being batteries and electronic devices. You have to go, no, I don't believe it. Humans are our emotions, our spirit, our personalities. The sign which framed the room number read 2C. Following a quick gaze to confirm her destination, Yua slid the door open without hesitation. When does she say humans are emotions? In the conflict with her dad, Hatano. During their conflict, the father mentions, like, she doesn't truly believe that. And then she goes, "Arr!" "2C." How come my phone's always low battery? 2C was not her homeroom. As a third year, she should have had no reason to even set foot in there. Absolutely no reason at all. That was how it would be under normal circumstances, at least. But right then, she had a specific goal in mind. After methodically scanning the empty classroom, Yua approached the blackboard. She pursued a selection of chalk colors for a brief moment, or perused the selection of chalk colors for a brief moment before picking up a pristine white piece. Then, using intentionally poor handwriting, she wrote a single sentence on the blackboard. I'm pretty sure that's something she only says in her route. I mean, she implies it during the main route, the common route, which is dumb. And yeah, I mean, her emotions are not real or whatever. Yeah, I mean, it just totally doesn't make any sense. Whose eyes are those eyes? Or as the dub calls it, those eyes. Whose are they? She whispered the words to herself after writing them. Gently placed the chalk back down, she surveyed the room once more. I wonder how you're gonna react. Her whispers continued, for nobody to hear but herself. It's crazy how good her English handwriting is. Well, I imagine... I mean, maybe it's just because I've spent my whole life writing English, but English letters or Roman letters have to be easier to write than Japanese kanji, right? Like, our letters are literally all, like, pretty much 2 lines or, like, a circle with, like, you bringing the other, like, point of the circle in earlier or all the way, right? Like, all the way, or you stop it a little, like, halfway, right? Like, that's pretty much all of our letters. Like, an H is, like, 3 lines. 1, 2, 3. Right? Like, this would just be... Yeah, but you can use kanjis to make whole sentences. Well, yeah, but I'm just saying in terms of, like, what's easier to write. I feel like English letters have to be, like, some of the easiest... Or, like, Roman letters have to be... that's what they're called, right? And their technical term have, like, it's got to be some of the easiest things to draw. But maybe, of course, that's just because I was born and raised writing these characters. But they seem like they would be the easiest to me. Now, I know the English language is very complex for other people to learn if it's not your first language, because of all the, like, small nuances of the English language, but, like, our characters are super basic, I feel like. This part of the route tripped me out. Oh boy. Her wits... Maybe you won't be fazed, or maybe it'll surprise you, and then maybe you'll try to erase it in a hurry. If you do that... In the silence of the empty classroom, her intimidating voice echoed. I would not be intimidated by Yua unless she had a gun to my face. Are you kidding me? Her intimidating voice. Yua. Okay. I'll have evidence that you're the killer. I'll be hiding. Watching. Watching your each and every move. You don't know my face, but I know yours. I know it. I know your face. I've seen it, and I'll be watching. You know she's crazy because she just keeps repeating the same things in like a circle. I'll be watching. I'll be watching. You don't know my face, but I know yours. I know it. I'll be watching. I'll be watching. I'll be hiding. I'll be watching. But the repetition is the mark of insanity. Yeah, it's definitely up there. I do wonder, though. What'll be going through your head when you see the blackboard? I suppose I'll just have to see. Right, Takumi? Yua forcefully bit her lip. After she finished her task, Yua made her way up to the roof to kill time until the students of 2C finally arrived. Well, it's not... I don't mind that she's saying stuff out loud. That's like an anime thing. That's the only way, like, the viewer will understand what the person's thinking. How dumb would it be if everyone's internal thoughts in a TV show were, like, actually internalized? And, like, you just saw the character be like... like, that would be so dumb. So it's just better if they talk out loud. 10 minutes before the bell rang, Yua returned to the hallway. Peering in through the door, she kept an eye out for anyone who might react to her inscription of, "Whose eyes are those eyes?" Oh, so but like, what does she mean? Who might react to that? She knows Takumi's going to be the one to react to it. Isn't there a video of that for Death Note? I think someone's made an edit of that for, like, all the popular anime. I know there's a bunch of edits of, like JoJo, where they remove the internal dialogue during the fights and stuff. And there's also edits of that in Dragon Ball as well. I know someone edited the Frieza fight as if it were actually 5 minutes as well. That's a pretty clean edit. And just as she predicted, a certain panicked schoolboy was the one to erase the words. One look at his face and she could tell exactly who it was. Takumi. I'm sure of it now. I know it's you. It has to be you. It can only be you. I'm watching, I don't know if anyone's seen it right now. You? Like the show You? And this this seems like straight out of it. I don't know if anyone's seen it. It's on Netflix. The season 4 is going on right now. It's actually really good. Dragon Ball, you just have to accept that the characters can talk and listen faster than the speed of light. Yeah, I mean, they do move faster than the speed of light, so I think that's a reasonable take. It's based in a book? Yeah, it's based on a book. Where he's like a psycho stalker. It's really good. She muttered those words to herself, only for them to be drowned out by a speaker, mimicking the sound of pigeons cooing. What the fuck? The pedestrian signal at the scramble had changed colors. The massive wave of pedestrians collectively ceased their standstill and began moving once more. However, Yua remained where she was, paying no heed to the possibility that she may be in the way of those trying to cross. This noise is going to drive me nuts. She simply stood in place, focusing all her attention on the subtitles that appeared upon the Jumbotron. Oh. I'm back to normal. I guess they changed the ending of the first season to continue the story. Well, I mean, yeah, right?
コーラしかないじゃん。ミルクティーとか用意しといてよ。
Oh, shit. I should have picked one of the delusions. So we could keep fast-forwarding. She drank from the bottle nasty. She was supposed to be a girl. What a disgrace. This was why 3D sucked ass. As Nanami left, I was gonna chuck that bottle straight into the trash. What? She just... That was so good. I just ran straight here from school, and nothing beats a cold drink after a good workout. That, I mean, yeah, but usually like a hydrating beverage, not a carbonated beverage after a workout. Did you drink all of it? In one go? I bought that cola with my own money. Colas are so expensive. So just because you're my sister, you think you can do whatever the hell you want? I see how it is. Whoops. Nanami looked at the bottle in her hand and turned pale. Oh, good. It looked like she finally realized how rude she was being. Ah, why'd I do that? I'm gonna get fat again. What? I like the little face here. I'm gonna guess that was a Chris move. It's all your fault, big bro. I had no idea what she was talking about. You've always been such a cola junkie. Rubbed off on me. That's your own fault. We always had tons in the fridge at home, you know. Mom really spoiled you by buying so much of it. That stuff is super high in calories, you know. You should stop drinking so much of it. From now on, you should drink milk tea instead. But milk tea really isn't any healthier than cola. It's got just as many calories. And more importantly, who the hell asked? I'm happy with my diet, thanks. Is that what you came here for? To drink my cola, then lecture me to stop drinking cola? Why is cola capitalized? Well, because that's supposed to be the brand name. Coca-Cola. Why did the music stop so abruptly? You like cola? Disgusting. I actually don't know. I haven't had like Coca-Cola in so long. I couldn't tell you what it tastes like. See, that's the sprite I edited. And then it's in Takumi's storage room background. It's a very clever edit. You have to be very talented at Photoshop to do what I did for the thumbnail. McDonald's Coke is the best Coke you'll ever taste. Is there a difference? Is there like a did they have their own brand or something? Infinity IQ and skill. Thank you. Thank you. I'll be here all week. Tomorrow with another Chaos Heads stream. Saturday we'll be doing some multiplayer stream. Don't know what game it'll be yet. But we have a poll up in the announcements tab in the Discord if you would like to play something with us. Go ahead and vote in the Discord. Matt's holding a poll. Yeah, it'll be on Saturday. I think we all kind of collectively decided Saturday would be the best day to do the multiplayer streams. Because most people have the day off on Saturday, right? Not everyone, I know, but a lot of people. Is it going to be Fall Guys? I mean, if Fall Guys wins the poll, but it is currently winning, so probably, yeah. Each McDonald's location is a top-of-the-line water filtration system, and the syrup is shipped to McDonald's exclusively in metal barrels. I can't tell if you're memeing or if that's true or not, because McDonald's has enough money to do something like ridiculous like that. I think the straws are designed specifically to make the Coke taste better. That, I feel like, is a meme. But I would believe it. Like, if someone told me that, I would believe it. I feel like that's believable. McDonald's would go the extra mile like that. It's just placebo. I mean, also probably true. Oh my god, guys. Is this, like, route gonna finally explain Mia? Mia should have been left out of Common Route. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. God, I thought that was such an annoying line. Okay, anyway. Yua was born with a twin sister. However, she had died 1 month ago. It had been ruled an unaliving by self. I still like this Avril Lavigne like wallpaper or like poster that Yua has up. Yua would totally listen to Avril Lavigne. The two were like a pair of coupled necklaces. What? Incomplete without one another, their bond simply was not comparable to that of ordinary sisters. Like a pair of coupled necklaces. What? It's actually an Ergo Proxy poster. What is that? What is this? All the images of this girl, this is an anime, right? Are kind of creepy looking, yeah? I take it the show is creepy? Like, all the vibes from these screenshots are really weird. Just what it looks like. Like, just everything about it looks kind of off. I mean, that's probably the point, though. I mean, it looks cool, though. It's a cyberpunk anime? Maybe I'll check it out. I mean, she's cute. Nice. Welcome back, Vyman. So the poster says the anime is about the studio brings you samurai. Or no. Rampaging robots, goth girls, and murder. I mean, what could go wrong? That sounds like a recipe for a good story. I'm a fan of all of those things. Including goth girls. Yeah, I'm a fan of goth girls. Who's not? I went to school in the early 2000s. The shock of her twin sister's death left Yua feeling as if she were only half the person she once was. That was how much she adored her twin sister. When she heard the news, an endless waterfall of tears sprung forth from her eyes. Whose eyes? That explains it. Yeah, I mentioned earlier when we first saw Fez and like her concert outfit, that was exactly the type of girl I had a crush on in middle school. Like, teenager Sam would have loved Fez. Oh my god. I would have been so into Fez when I was a teen. Oh man. 13-year-old me would have loved her. She collapsed onto her sister's bed, desperately searching for the girl who had been living there until only yesterday. Why'd she have to die? Yua searched for any answer at all, but found none. It wasn't really self-unalive. She would never do that. Somebody must have murdered her. These thoughts only fueled the flame of her grief. By the way, I've mentioned this every stream, but I don't say that word because of the YouTube filters. They sometimes detect the naughty words. Maybe, Yua thought. Maybe she left behind a message that nobody's found yet. Tormented by feelings of guilt, she began rummaging through her sister's possessions. When she did, she found a single diary, and within it were the words, I failed. Oh, wrong diary. Whose eyes are those eyes? This was a clear cry for help from her sister. Even so, Yua had no idea what that phrase meant. With nothing to lose, she decided to search for it online. That's scary if they can sense what you say. Yeah, but I mean, YouTube's got, I mean, they analyze like every bit of like your video file, right? Like that's how they can detect all the music in your like your VODs. Like when I stream and I get copyright strikes for all the music in this game and stuff, right? YouTube goes through and like sound matches that stuff. Same thing with the new monetization rule where like streamers or YouTubers can't like have swearing in like, what is it, the first 45 seconds of the video. You can't do that anymore, so YouTube will detect that. So I just gotta avoid those words, or YouTube will shake a stick at me. I mean, it's Google, right? Among the results, she discovered a single essay. Try emailing mages about the stuff. I could only imagine if I emailed mages about the copyrights on my channel, they would just move to get my channel deleted. YouTube NFTs incoming? Yeah. Mages should be cool about it. They would absolutely not be cool about it. Wasn't it not even that long ago that they used to outright ban people for streaming their game? That's like a very common thing with Japanese developers. They do not like streamers. I heard that someone about your size had sent one and they responded. In a positive way? Also, no way Takumi fucking won an award for his stupid essay. Also, wasn't that essay, like, not real? Or did the actual Takumi write it? One that had been entered into the National Elementary School Writing Contest. It was a competition that had been held 6 years ago by the Ministry of Education. And the title of one of the winning essays was, Whose Eyes Are Those Eyes? The now ex-director of Mages took down a VTuber's stream once. He got canceled for it and spent up to 2 days tweeting about it. Hey, what's up, Fisherfish? That sounds about right. Like, that sounds like the story I know of, like, how Mages responded to people streaming their games. Was just taking down their stuff. Can we read the, oh, maybe you guys can't see it. Can we actually just read the essay? Fuck, whose eyes are those eyes? Can we read the essay that's just titled Armpits, question mark? Armpits? Question mark. That kid's going. That must be a fire essay. What are the other ones? Naughty people. Fruit and bedtime. Castorade. Winning winners winning. The author's name was written beside the essay title. While the kanji could be read in multiple ways, the correct reading was clarified. Takumi. A 5th grade elementary school at the time. See you, Bennett. Have a good night, man. I didn't even know you were here. But thanks for coming. How could the kanji be read in multiple ways? But see what I mean? Like, look at how complex some of these kanji are. Compared to the Roman lettering. I could probably still not draw these. I could draw this one because it looks like an E. But I probably could still not draw these kanji like right now in a legible fashion. Let alone small enough to be on the same scale as like Roman lettering. Skill issue. You're not wrong. It's a skill issue. God, this would be so hard to write, I feel like. But I'm sure there are people who like are born and raised speaking Japanese that could actually like write this kanji just as fast as I could write this in Roman lettering, but still. In another visual novel, they mistranslated Takumi's name. He must not be that relevant of a character. However, that was where the trail went cold. She had no idea what connection Takumi had with her sister's death. Then came an incredible coincidence. There are a lot of incredible coincidences, but they usually don't start popping up in this story until around chapter 9. Hang on one second. You should stream the Final Fantasy VII Power Washing DLC and just name the stream like you're playing Final Fantasy VII something. Yeah. Is that DLC free? I don't know if I really want to buy it and support Final Fantasy, but... Do I still have Power Wash Simulator installed, or was it on my hard drive that died yesterday? Oh yeah, it is free. Dope. Yeah, it's free on PC too. I'm down to stream this. Would people want to watch it? Power Wash Simulator is goated. I'll title the stream Revisiting Final Fantasy VII. That's what I'll title it. I'll put it in the Final Fantasy VII playlist as well on my channel. Because I have all of the games I've played are organized into playlists, so I'll just add it to that playlist. Power Washing Simulator is really good. Be there for an hour or so. I mean, yeah, it'd be just like the last time I did Power Wash Simulator on stream. You really just, like... It's just kind of a chatting stream, obviously, because you're so AFK while playing the game. So I really just, like... The entire stream is just me going on tangents and stuff. Um, so I could just do that. Maybe Sunday we'll do that then. A relaxing, chill Sunday stream of Power Wash Simulator. That sounds good. Let's do that. Still waiting for Kumai to play that Kirby game. Which one? Oh, is the newest Kirby out now? Return to Dreamland Deluxe? Oh man, do I want to drop $60 on a Kirby game though? All of them? I mean, the Kirby games are baller. You know what Kirby game I really want to replay? Is Kirby Canvas Curse on the DS. I used to play that game all the time. What a fun game. I kind of want to replay a lot of DS era games. I kind of skipped out on the whole like DS, PSP era of gaming. I had a DS, but I never really used it. Would the Switch voucher work on it? Probably, but then I'd have to get the digital version of the game. Ew, digital. I am glad I got the digital version of Metroid Prime Remastered, though. People are still trying to get their physical copy of that game. A friend of mine came back from Japan. They got me an Okabe pin and a 13 Sentinel shirt. That's cool. Man, 13 Sentinels, though. Should we try 13 Sentinels again? I never beat that. Is anyone here, like, can Chris level explain 13 Sentinels if I continue the 13 Sentinels stream? 2 years after I played it last. The DS has a lot of really good games that never got re-released. Well, now that the DS shop is getting closed down, I bet you will start seeing some DS games getting ported or remade. I think you'll start seeing that because that's already happening to that. What's it called? What's that game series called? Etrian Odyssey. The DS game. That one. There was that other DS game that's getting ported to the Switch too. Detective something? Ghost Trick? Yeah. I think now that the Nintendo DS eShop is getting shut down, you're gonna start seeing more of those ports. They're like slowly taking off all the old DS games from the eShop. I think you can't download Fire Emblem Awakening and Fates anymore on the DS. There's probably a bunch of other games you can't download on the DS anymore either, as they're like slowly closing down the shop. They need to put the DS game emulation or whatever onto Switch. They're not doing that. They're not doing that. They can't. I mean, shit. They're barely even putting out the emulation for the games that they do have, like already emulated on Switch. They don't even have the Pokemon games are not even playable on the Switch. Wild, absolutely wild. They'll do it eventually. I heard the rumor. The rumor that the new DS or the new Switch is going to be coming out soon, which means they probably won't do it. The same person who leaked the Pokemon Scarlet Violet DLC months ago also leaked a new Switch. So, maybe. Pretty sure it'll just be a collector's edition Switch. Their leak said that it would be like a full model redo. But maybe it would just be like a Switch Pro or something. But it's supposed to be new hardware. But I feel like people have been saying new Switch for years now, so who knows. But the only reason I believe this one is because they got the Pokemon Scarlet Violet DLC leak correct. That's the only reason I give like credence to this one. Because they knew the Pokemon Scarlet Violet DLC like months ago. So like they've got to have some inside source. Because they like knew the name of it and everything months ago. Xbox 720. That's what I don't know why Xbox didn't do that to this day. Why would you call it the Xbox One? Xbox 720 was right there. When I saw the Xbox One title name, I turned 360 degrees around and walked away. Back to the Chaos Head read. It was rather common for Yua to pass by Shota Park on her way to school. And in that park, about twice a week, she would spot a lonesome schoolboy eating bread. Who's Jacob R? Haven't heard that one in a while. I lived that meme for a while. That Xbox 360 meme. Used to say that to my friends all the time. I will turn 360 degrees around. Taku's favorite food are stale bread, water with no ice, and rocks. Yeah. And absolute plain vanilla paste. This is such a weird thing to see, too, because, like, I think, like, sweet bread is a common snack in Japan, right? But that's, like, not something you'd ever eat in America, so I just think that's so funny in Japanese games when they describe characters eating bread. But, yeah, we've got, like, honey buns and stuff, but, yeah, but ours are, like, you wouldn't call them bread, you know? It's got so much sugar and frosting and glaze, like, caked on it, like, you would call them, like, cupcakes almost, or like, I feel like calling something like a Little Debbie like treat is almost, like I feel like you would quicker say like he was eating a Little Debbie snack than you would like sweet bread. You know what I mean? Like almost like how the brand Kleenex is so like ubiquitous. Like people say, "Can you hand me a Kleenex instead of a tissue?" I feel like people would describe like a sweet like that in America as like a Little Debbie treat instead of like sweetened bread, which technically would probably be accurate, but that's what we would say in the U.S. because we're all so sugar hungry. Let's save this combo for the skipping. That's probably true. We still have a lot of skippage ahead. I've gone on so many tangents this stream. I like can't help myself. We've gone on more tangents this stream. I feel like for a while. As Yua observed him in his time of solitude, she somehow grew fond of seeing him. On her way to school one day, Yua happened to run into a friend of hers at the station. The two of them decided to walk together, eventually coming across the boy on the bench. Upon seeing him, her classmate spoke up. That guy over there is a second year named Takumi. He's in my brother's class. I hear he's one of their shut-in otaku freaks, so you should really stay away from him. Is that really something you would say about like the nerd in class? You should really stay away from him. I mean, he's harmless. He's just some fucking nerd. Don't talk to that boy. He likes anime. Are you still wanting to see certain delusions? Yeah, I want to see some. We've missed some negative delusions, I think. I don't think I have the achievement for all negative delusions, so I think we still gotta... Yeah, we're still missing like 1 or 2 negatives. It wasn't Takumi's delusions. People really called him Otaku Freak. Yeah, no, I feel like we knew he was an Otaku Freak. Um, 2000s moment. That's true. People did used to make fun of people who liked anime. That wasn't really a mainstream thing yet. Look, I bought my 300th backwards compatible PS3. I have a backwards compatible PS3. You thought it was self-proclaimed? Well, I thought he was the only one that really, like, fucking pounced on the label a lot. But I guess, yeah, maybe there are people just regularly calling him that. Also, why is she breaking up his name here? Is she just, like, pronouncing it to himself? Or do these prefixes mean something? Because this is the first time I've seen his name, like, broken in half like this. Nishi Joe. Oh, okay. The characters in his name would normally be read as Saijo. For it to be read as Nishijo was an anomaly. There was no way it was a mere coincidence. Okay, what? I don't know what that means. As soon as she could, Yua got her hands on the list of second-year Suimei Academy students. And there it was. That name. Nishijo Takume. What does this mean? Can someone translate this? The characters in his name would normally be read as Saijo. For it to be read as Nishijo is an anomaly. Why? What? What does that mean? Kanji can be pronounced differently. Okay. Kind of like the equivalent of how you would spell Sean 2 different ways in the English language. Is that what that means? Like there's S-E-A-N and S-H-A-W-N? Is that like what this would be the equivalent to? Not that this really matters, but I guess I'm just trying to understand. She's saying the pronunciation is weird, so it's the same as the writing contest guy. Okay. When 8 megabytes was all you need, Lamau. I pronounce Sean as seen. I mean, yeah. I do feel like it should be S-H-A-W-N. I do feel like the S-E-A-N spelling is weird. That's how Takumi's name got mistranslated. My brother pronounces salmon as salmon. Oh, probably salmon is the mispronunciation, you mean? I pronounce almonds as almonds. Okay. What a weird tangent we're on right now. This is the weirdest tangent of all the tangents. The shared name would not stand on its own as decisive evidence. It, too, could be merely coincidental. So Yua decided to put her theory to the test. Whose eyes are those eyes? She wrote those words on the blackboard and watched as he trembled in fear. That was not the end of it either. Leaked eyewitness reports from the crucifixion incident, which claimed a Suime Academy student was spotted fleeing the scene, exploded across the internet. You had all the evidence she needed. Takumi was a suspect, and he very well could have been the one who murdered her sister. This is like such a stretch. God, she's such a bad detective. Another week came, and with it, another school day. As usual, I headed to school with my head hung low, depressed as ever. Autumn was starting to come into full swing. The leaves of the trees in Shoto Park were slowly changing color, and I was starting to feel chilly in my short-sleeve uniform. I suppose it made sense that I'd be surprised by the change of season, given I rarely went outside in the first place. I still hadn't really registered that summer had ended. My weekend had consisted of non-stop ESO. Griffin kept on bugging me about Yua, but I just ignored him. I hadn't gotten an email from Yua since that first one. I hadn't replied to her first one either, so maybe she'd finally given up on me. He joked about Yua being a better detective. In reality, it's the opposite. Well, yeah, now that I know her evidence, and now that we're in this perspective and we see like how she came to that conclusion, that's like one of those things where, like when someone just stumbles into the right answer when they're doing a math equation, they do the formula totally wrong, but they end up with the right answer. That's like, I feel like what she just did. She just did like the most like fucking off-base line of reasoning and then like got it right. I mean, it's not right, but you know what I mean. Like connected the dots when there was really just a bunch of squares. She was like, I connected them. You didn't connect shit. I connected them. Oh yeah, is this the skipping? Because yeah, Yua's not present for like 7 chapters in the game, right? So I guess we do have to skip through all of that. I know what meme you're referencing. Yeah. That's like you as a character. The dots meme? Yeah, there we go. I connected the dots. I connected them. Time to skip everything till chapter 7. Well, there's probably like at least one or two negative delusions we've missed because I don't have that achievement. An hour and a half in and oh fuck. This is how I'm so good at first-person shooters, baby. You see these hit point accuracies? Do you see this? Never missing a shot on these fucking stationary points here. Might be a negative delusion from 8 and 9. Oh, that's true. It feels like something should happen when that sound effect plays. Anything you want refreshers for? No, I think I'm kind of good on everything. I don't really have any questions. Water, please. Is water really a refresher? I feel like lemonade is more of a refresher. Or like a type of juice. Water's just kind of the base. Pretty much all of my questions are about Yua's sister. And the fact that Fez's outfit there only shows up in that cutscene. Water is refreshing. I guess, what are your guys' preferences on the temperature of your water? Every year out ends with Taco kissing his sister on the mouth. I'm a big cold water guy. I'm okay with room temperature water. But yeah, I can't... If it's, like, warmed in any fashion, no thank you. Can't do it. Ice cold? Yeah, I'll keep my water, like, in the fridge. Never forget when I thought this would have been a character. I wish this girl was a character. Me boiling water to stay hydrated. I'm too lazy to make ice, because I don't have an ice maker in my fridge, and I'm just too lazy to, like, fill up the ice tray and put it in the freezer. It's just, like, not that big of a deal to me. I do like ice in water, like, if I go places and they give ice in the water, sure. But, like, I'm not making it. I have a pitcher of water that I keep in my fridge. Buy a new fridge? I live in an apartment. I'm not buying the apartment complex a fridge. Yeah, pouring ice cubes in the toilet to keep it cold for guests. I think the next visual novel I do will probably not be a mage's game for a bit, because I want to do another one of those things where we take a small break from mage's games because of all the copyright strikes mage's streams give me. So I'll probably play another visual novel in between, just like we did after Steins Gate. We took a small break. So yeah, I think we're gonna, what Alpha and Vyvin just said, I think we'll do Nirvana Initiative next. That will probably be the next one. I heart Iva. I need more Iva in my life. It's been too long. Higashiri? Maybe if I had a figure for that. Let's see. I've got my little Iva. Look at her. Look at her. Oh. Look at her. A lot of people told me AI is confusing. AI is not confusing. I nailed that shit, bro. Boy. I also fairly recently, I guess it was like 2 months ago at this point, but I recently played through the original for this third time. So I'm pretty refreshed on the story, even though I don't think you need to do... I don't think you need the first game to play the second one, but I still played it again anyway, because I wanted an excuse to do it. And then maybe after that we'll do maybe the Steins Gate LBP. What's it called again? Is Nirvana or whatever a sequel to AI? I think it's like a not a sequel. I think it's just like an alternate world to Somnium Files. Linear bounded phenogram. Is there a COZ patch for that or no? No. Are they working on a COZ patch for it? Chris! Where's my LBP patch? Darling didn't have a patch. Yeah, but that's different. Darling was... I was baited in by the potential of lewd scenes. I don't think LBP is going to have lewd scenes. Or does it? Remember, I thought LBP was going to be way more pornographic than it was. Or not LBP, Darling's Embrace. I thought it was going to be a lot more lewd. It was not. It was just wholesome. There's a patch for the main entries. CC has one? I don't remember. I thought they said they were working on that. Play LCC when the patch comes out? I will, I'd play it when they release the patch, sure. I'm fine with... It's not a game I would normally play. But, yeah, if they release a patch, that means people are searching for it, I would do it. LCC is Love Choo Choo. I thought it was Lansing Community College. But yeah, if the LCC patch comes out, I'll play it. Because there will be a lot of people searching for it. Like I did Chaos Head because the patch came out for it. Almost 1,000 views on the first part of this playthrough. I think it's at like 955 now. My Chaos Head streams actually, I think, have more views now than my Steins Gate ones, which surprised me. But I think less people have streamed through Chaos Head Noah than Steins Gate, so that's probably part of it. Like, if you wanted to watch a Steins Gate stream, I'm sure there's like a dozen cute girls that have already streamed all the way through it. But few are weeb enough, like I am, to venture into the Chaos Head territory. You're like the only person I've seen stream the game post-patch? Yeah, I think I might be. Probably because everyone knows Steins Gate? Yeah. When you do your next side venture mainline, what are you going to do? Robotic Notes or Chaos Child? I'd probably do Chaos Child. Because that's more tangentially related to this game, right? So it'd be easier to carry viewers over from this series to CC. But man, when I go back to working, it'll be much harder to do. It'll take like 20 streams to get through this game. Hell yeah, you're right, Vibin. It's so weird to read the abbreviation CC and have it not be referencing crowd control. But yeah, I'd probably do LBP next. Because I spent the money on it already. Because I bought it. The only reason I didn't do LBP next was because the COZ patch came out for Chaos Head. Obviously when it did. Like recently, which made it much more relevant than LBP. But since I've already bought LBP, I feel like that should probably be the one I do next. Closed caption, yeah. I can't speak for LBP. Now that you've played Chaos Head, you'll be able to notice more connections and references, right? Robotic Notes is technically recommended after Chaos Head. But I thought Chaos Child was the first one. in the series timeline, right? Man, you weren't lying about there being a lot of stuff to skip through. Luckily, I'm an experienced tangenter, so I can just talk my way through all of this stuff. It takes place years after Head? Oh, really? Chaos Head is set in 2009, Chaos Child's 2015. But... oh, where does Robotic Notes fit in, then? Like 2010 or something? It's 2019. 2020. But still recommended before Child.
お前だな
That seems weird. Are there characters from Robotic Notes and Child or something? Takumi assaults a woman. CG. But yeah, I mean, I'd probably just do Chaos Child before Robotic Notes. Just because it would make more sense viewership-wise. For, like, the structure of my YouTube channel. Which is not really that important, but it would just be more relatable. But we'll see. I did probably burn through too many of my tangents probably early, but they all came up at appropriate times, so I had to. Because like I said, the tangents are born from the heat of the moment. I gotta let them out as soon as they happen. Oh, have we seen more CGs yet? I mean, I guess we've just been fast forwarding through most of this, but have we seen Takumi's D-Sword again? Because Chris said the D-Sword was in more than one scene, or like more than one CG, but I still haven't seen it. I really want to see other scenes with the D-Sword in it. Obviously not this one and the one where he summons the D-Sword, but... Remind me the answers to this again. Thanks, Takumi. Yes, yes, no, no, yes. Thank you. Why is it not fast forwarding? What happened? Look, everyone, I'm a bird. Wait, what happened?
Ah, 死んじゃった。
Oh, wait, okay. Was I supposed to be reading that? Wait a minute. Is this different? Time to die. The world would be better off without me. Had the answer always been this easy? I never felt more at ease. All my worries melted away. So carrying that feeling with me, I threw myself into the open air. The nightscape of Shibuya spun round and round. I fell to the earth, the wind rushing over me. It felt nice. Hey everyone, look, I'm a bird. Well, there he goes. Ain't he a dumbass?
キモ
Da 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 da. Oh. So what was the answer? Yes, yes, no, no, yes. Winning. So that must have been a new negative delusion that I just kind of accidentally fast forwarded through then, yeah. Whoops. In the Discord? What about what's in the Discord? Oh yeah. I don't know why Wandering's putting the crayons everywhere in the Discord. Having to skip so much just to see new content? Yeah. Kind of weird. But it's not as bad, at least, as the Steins Gate True End. Imagine if you didn't have a guide. Yeah, for real. The Steins Gate True End is much more obtuse. Like, this is rough, but it's not like Steins Gate level. Oh yeah, that reminds me of, because we've been watching the English dub of the anime. Is that how you... That can't be how you actually pronounce her name, right? Kazue? Like, that's not her name, right? Or is it? It's Kozue. Pronounce it in the anime way? That's what I just did. Kazue is how they say it in the English dub. And her nickname is Cozy in the dub. I personally prefer Kozupi as her nickname. I think Kozupi is very fun to say. And it just makes sense for her, like, how eccentric her character is. To be like, Kozupi! Because she's just so, like, childish. I don't know. Also, one thing in the anime as well, there's this scene that I feel like much more accurately explains this Giglomaniac thing in the anime that I will also give credit to. When they're explaining the Giglomaniac thing, one of them imagines like a bulldozer going through the city. and they used that to explain to Takumi the Giglomaniac thing, and I actually thought that made way more sense. When they were explaining it. So that's another scene I'll give credit to in the anime. The things that I like in the anime that are improvement from the visual novel are giving these side characters extra scenes and explaining the Giglomaniac thing a little bit more clearly. Bulldozer? Yeah, it's like a construction machine thing, and they use that to explain delusions. I just thought it was like, I thought it was a very clear explanation. Because the bulldozer starts barreling down the street and Takumi sees it and he's like, oh, these people! And then it just phases through everybody because it's not real booted. It's, yeah, I think it's, yeah, an excavator is what it technically is, but it's like a construction vehicle. What did you think of Masumi in the anime? I actually don't mind him in the anime. What did you think of Taku's VA? I also thought his dub VA was fine too. I like it. But again, I'm biased. I generally like dubs. I'm not really like a very critical dub person. I think their faces and still images are terrible, but in motion they look fine. Yeah, I think it's the art is very rough, but the animation is fine. But like the art in the anime is really rough. Like you can tell someone did not have a lot of time to sketch the characters in the anime. Like all the art of every character is like pretty brutal. Like it's just very clear. Like their first draft of some of the scenes, and they just had to fucking put it to print. But like, because there's so many things, but where like the eyes are like too close and stuff. Like they just like very clearly had like a day to work on some of those scenes. Did you watch the opening? You might have noticed what they immediately spoiled. I actually ranted about that in the Discord. Like, what the fuck is up with Japan's obsession with absolutely ruining everything in the opening? I'm so glad I didn't watch the anime before I played through the game. Because, yeah, they immediately spoil who the new gen killers are in the opening. And, like, that's a big sense of mystery in the game for a while. That's so dumb. But, yeah, I ranted about it on Discord when I was watching. I was doing a little bit of a live reaction thing before Matt started doing, his like weird tangents in the anime Discord chat, or like in my Discord. Yeah, the opening, like I skip the opening for shows when I watch anime. Like 90% of the time, unless it's in the case of this, because I already knew the story, so I was like, okay, fine, I'll watch the OP. I don't like watching OPs because the OPs like almost always spoil stuff for anime and like visual novels and shit, so I just always skip them. But I decided to watch the Chaos Head anime OP because I was like, well, they can't spoil anything. I've completed Common Route. I know what's going on. And yeah, in the opening, it just straight up, like, there's no way, like, you wouldn't know that they're the bad guys, right? Because in the opening, when they're introducing all the characters, right? They show all the girls with their D swords. So, I mean, it's kind of obvious that the girls have the D swords, but like literally before the show even starts, they show all of the girls with the D swords. And then yeah, it gets to Sua and like his introduction, and then he does like the very clear like insano bad guy like thing immediately, because they show Sua and he's got a suit and he's like looks proper for a second, and then he goes and you're like, oh, okay, so he's the bad guy. Like, what the fuck? And then when they show Hazuki, she's got her glasses on, she looks all prim and proper in her uniform, she's like holding her clipboard like this, and she's like, and then she lowers her glasses and is like, and you're like, what the fuck? Okay, she's the bad guy. Like, it's so weird. But yeah, that's why I skip OPs, because like they always just spoil shit like that. Like right away. I would have been 100% more suspicious if I had watched the anime. I would have been 100% more suspicious of those characters. I at least spent a couple chapters. I mean, I doubted Hazuki at some parts, but if I watched the anime, I would have always been suspicious of Hazuki. Like, that was just such a wild spoiler. Imagine if the Steins Gate OP showed Okabe stabbing Kurt. Yeah, like, absolutely wild that you would just, like, make such a massive spoiler in the OP. And, like, there are a lot of shows that do that, and I just think it's so dumb. Like, I don't know why. I mean, like I said, I went on. I think it was during one of the Steins Gate streams. I went on a massive tangent about the difference between Japanese and Western storytelling, but I don't remember which Steins Gate one it was though. But man, that like for this game, I feel like that would be a pretty big spoiler. Like I said, there were a lot of things that need to be explained in Chaos Head earlier in the game, for sure. But the Suwa and Hazuki reveals are timed correctly. Those are both fine. And I think learning that those guys were the new gen killers much earlier would be bad. Would be a for sure negative thing to be introduced earlier in the game. Like, there are other things that needed to be answered earlier in the game, but the new gen killer, like, reveals were revealed at the appropriate time. I don't have critiques on when those characters were revealed. So for them to be spoiled in the OP is, like, really bad. Like, awful. Square Enix infamously had the Kingdom Hearts 3 and Final Fantasy VII remake trailers spoil the final locations before the game was out. Yeah, dude, I just, like, don't get it. I don't get it. There are so many OPs that do that. It's not like it's exclusive to visual novels and stuff. Like, on the regular, anime spoil, like, their ending. Like, the most recent JoJo part did that shit, too. Part 6? Luckily, I had already read the manga before I watched the anime, so I knew. But they spoiled the bad guy and what his final stand would look like. It's like, why would you do that? Like, what are you doing? Absolutely wild. Like, that's supposed to be a cool reveal. No, the final stand never appears in the OP. That is blatantly not true. Only in the last episode does it? Are you sure? I feel like it showed it more than just the final episodes. Are you talking part 6? Yeah. I was pretty sure Made in Heaven was shown earlier. Or excuse me, Made in Heaven. Very different. You just finished part 1? Yeah, I mean, I would just be wary of all of the OPs in general. White Snake shows? Oh, okay. I thought Made in Heaven also showed in the OP, but I could be wrong. Part 2's OP definitely spoils stuff, though, so definitely don't watch Part 2's OP. Absolutely. If you just finished Part 1 Alpha, definitely skip Part 2's OP. I would just skip OPs. That's like my general advice. Skip OPs. Don't watch them. Okay. We finally caught up to the Yua route, I believe. I'm like the worst anime watcher. Skip OPs, watch the English dub. I am the weeb fan that all of your otaku friends warn you about. Initiated by Momose, a meeting was slated to be held at the Friesa Credit Bureau, a meeting to which Bon was now running nearly a half hour late for. What? What OPs teach me about women's hairstyles throughout history? True. I don't want anyone to win Jackbucks but me. I was watching some of my actually, I'm not really sure that's relevant. I was rewatching some of my older streams because I was trying to find videos to make clips from, and I was reminded of how ridiculous my beard used to look. Chapter 8 Yua Route. Do any of the other ones save like that? What? I didn't think Nanami's route saved like that. No mustache is cursed. For me? Did you not see the ones where my beard's like down to here? I feel like that's much more cursed. You didn't save during Nanami's? Oh, Lamau. I'd say the no mustache might be fine, but the ones where my beard's like down to here is way more cursed. Ugh, those were rough. But yeah, I was looking for videos to clip together. So from like my streams where I'm just streaming random games, I wanted to take out those chunks where I'm playing a game for like 20 minutes, and then I go to another game for like 20 minutes, and I go to another game for 20 minutes. I wanted to cut those out into separate videos. But if anyone wants video editing practice, Vibin, Matt, I can send you the file. Bon, you're awfully late. I'm not getting any younger, you know. Momose's angry voice hurtled into him as he entered the office. In response to this, Bon gave a minor shrug, and proceeded to walk up to the desk of Friesa's president with an amiable smile on his face. He had not brought any refreshments today, something he was beginning to believe may have been a lapse in judgment. Where's Sua? He's off working on another project for the day. You sure do enjoy working youngsters to the bone. Hey, I'm working hard too, Missy. I was up all night yesterday doing all kinds of research. Thanks to that, I've learned a thing or two about the culture surrounding high school girls these days. That sounds so creepy out of context. When did you have a long beard? Last year. In the early parts of 2020 when I was really depressed and too lazy to shave my beard. Or do any, like, general face-scaping. My hair was, like, super long and my beard was super long. How about a loss for words? Something you're very talented at causing. What streams was that in? I don't remember. I don't think you were coming to a lot of the streams then. It was for a lot of different games, though. Like all of the streams from like late 2021, early 2022. I went over a year without a haircut. From like August to August, I think. That's how long I went without a haircut or something. August 2021 to August 2022 was a rough spot. This is the part where they call Yua in and they're like, Tako's not a suspect. Oh yeah, I think I remember this.
でこうして俺を呼びつけた
Did you get in touch with the kid? She's here now. Nice work. I think you're right.
ちなみに
While we're on the topic, is she a cutie? Mimose promptly smacked Bon over the head, stopping his opportunistic grin in its tracks. The sheer speed with which she had turned her wrists made the slap especially fierce.
いつまでもバカなこと言ってんじゃないわよ、エロ親父。
That's enough stupidity out of your mouth for one day, you old lech. How old is Bon? Didn't we establish he's only like 30?
冗談
I was just kidding. He looks significantly younger in the anime as well. Like, I feel like he's more, like, age appropriate, or, like, designed age appropriate in the anime. Bon's, like, not that old, right? He's 32? Yeah. He looks more 30 in the anime. Bond made a request that entailed setting up a meeting between him and a person connected to the new gen cases. Rather than anything work-related, it was merely to satiate a personal curiosity. He was not planning on talking about anything related to New Gen for the time. Due to his position, Bond could not simply meet with the person on his own, else he would risk drawing the ire of detectives he was getting ahead of. I like the visual novel version. Well, that's because the art for the visual novel is much better. But like when Bond's in motion in the anime, he looks fine. But yeah, his like standstill sprite where his eyes like aren't even like level is obviously ugly in the anime. Because they're just cranking out the frames of that show at like 100 miles an hour. But yeah. But he looks more appropriately aged. Like his hairline's not as receded. He doesn't have as much scruff. It looked, or at least it's like a bit more evenly lengthed. Evenly length isn't a real word, but you know what I mean. So it's not as like rough. He just looks a bit cleaner, which I think is fine. But yeah, obviously when his eyes are like on two different levels, he looks a little rough. Yeah, why do they make us rewatch this? This is all totally the same. They went to this corner of the office, the reception area, to find Yua, who was here now. She was really upset. The girl looked up in startlement. Yeah, we read all this before.
平気です。
Bond's expression turned fearful. Or no, her expression was fearful. Bond felt hurt by this. He made every attempt to look non-threatening. Probably to remind the player, yeah. But with a mind like a steel trap like myself, I remember this scene perfectly.
楠木優愛さんだね。
はい。
亡くなったミアさんの
The older twin sister of the late Mia. I got that right too, right? This is relevant. We can reread this part. I feel like this will be relevant for the context of her route. Yua adjusted her posture, then returned a nod. The first New Gen incident, the group dive, among the 5 high schoolers that had leapt to their deaths was a girl named Mia. There's no need to be nervous. Don't think of it as me interrogating you. Think of it like we're having a nice old chat. Before we get to the topic at hand, mind if I ask you something? What's your opinion on your sister's passing? Yeah, don't be nervous. I'm just going to ask you about your dead sister. Hopefully that doesn't make you uneasy. We can just have this as a casual conversation, you know, as you do. Talk casually about your dead sibling. Right, guys? Just me and the boys talking about dead family members. NBD. You feel me? How did they say the last names of each character? I actually don't know if they say Yua's last name in the dub. They say Takumi's correctly. I don't think they say Yua's, or at least I don't remember a pronunciation. I don't remember Kozupi's. Oye Sina. Well, I know that's what her last name is. I don't remember anyone saying her last name in the dub. I'm trying to think. I don't think anyone refers to Yua as Kusunoe. Just Yua, right? I don't know. I mean, I wasn't like 100% watching the anime. I'm not gonna lie. Oh yeah, they totally butcher Fez's name. Fuck. How do they say it again? They do totally butcher it. I'm trying to remember how they butcher it though, but I remember watching it being like, ugh. Ayase. Fuck, remind me of what her actual last name is, so I can try to remember how they butchered it. But yeah, they totally butcher her name in the English dub for sure. Last name is fuck. How do they butchered it somehow? Now I don't remember. Hey, what's up, Infinity? Kishimoto. I think they say it like. Oh, I don't remember, but I do remember hearing it and being like, "Oh, that's not right." Like when they kept saying Shibuya wrong, and I noticed that one. That's why dubs bug me. I will say I feel like the Chaos Head dub is definitely like a last minute, everyone's on their first audio take thing. I don't think like that's the average dub experience, at least nowadays. I think most dubs are fine now, but I mean a lot of the dub anime for Chaos Head, I feel like some of the names are pretty like foreign to native English speakers for sure. Fuck, I really wish I remembered how they butchered her last name. But like I said, I like the guy who voices Takumi, I'm pretty sure he knows how to pronounce Shibuya, and it was just the first time he said it that I noticed it, but like I said, I don't think they had enough time to like redo takes. Like I think they were on such a time crunch to shit that anime out. Because he pronounces Shibuya at one point like Shibuya or Shibuya. Or he says it really weird, like a very clear like mispronunciation. But he knew I can just hear the VA in the booth being like, "Sorry, I stuttered over that. Can I do that line one more time?" And like the audio director was like, "No, next one. we don't have time for you to redo lines. We don't have enough space on the hard drive for all these takes. Keep going." Like just keep going. But I could definitely feel like he mispronounced it, and like he corrects himself later. But yeah, I definitely feel like they just got like one or two takes of stuff, and they just went with the take where he like blatantly mispronounced Shibuya, because he said something like Shibuya or something. It was like pretty off. Because I was like visibly like, I would have gotten eaten alive for that, and they published this on a network. I've got like 10 viewers, and people would have given me shit for saying Shibuya like that. And this was televised. I think you were just having a negative delusion. No, I blatantly remember the Shibuya one, because Shibuya is an easy word to say, and it was like really butchered. In the anime, they show a pink bulldozer. Yeah, it's like pink and blue and stuff, implying the dub was ever on TV. It was probably like on a Toonami or something, right? Did Chaos Head ever air in the States? Yeah. It aired 2017 in the States. On what network? Doesn't say what network. Oh, maybe it's just Crunchyroll? It was on Crunchyroll in 2017, but I don't know if Crunchyroll is it just a streaming service, or is it is it owned by another company? The bulldozer just appears out of nowhere to explain Gigalomaniac. No, Aoi deludes the scene where Kuzupi is in the street, like slashing her D-sword through people, with it not being rebooted, is replaced with a bulldozer in the anime, and Aoi is deluding the bulldozer to explain, or the excavator to explain Gigalomania to Takumi. But I actually feel like it's I will say, like I said, I will give the anime credit. I think that scene is done better in the anime than the visual novel. I feel like the bulldozer explains it better, because it allows you to separate, when they're explaining it, the D-sword and the delusions. So I feel like it makes the explanation more clear. Because when in the visual novel, they're trying to explain both using just the D-sword as the reference point. Are you happy about black hair, Sena? No. I think purple hair is much cooler. Purple's my favorite color. It's weird that she has black hair in the show and purple hair in the game. Which is weird because they still leave Rimi's hair pink in the show. They don't change it to like a light blonde or something. And they still leave Takumi's hair blue. So I don't know why they change her hair from purple to black. They should have just left it purple. You'll love my favorite character, Takumi. But yeah, that's what I mean, is like, they change her bow color. Honestly, they might have. I didn't pay enough attention to the anime to notice a bow change color. Oh yeah, and Fez still has like her like pale blue hair as well. Like literally everyone has their like goofy anime hair except Aoi for some reason. I'm gonna get some boiling water to drink. Can someone up the anime OP? Oh, it's so bad though. You gotta make some route progress or you will invade your personal space. God, I hope she does. Oh, one can hope. She has black hair, but then why does she have purple hair in the game? Like, just let her have her goofy anime hair in the show. Alright. What's your opinion on your dead sister?
ちょっとバンちゃん
Bon, what on earth are you? I'm sorry, Alpha. I think you just tried to link the OP on in the YouTube chat, but I have YouTube links turned off. Or links turned off in the YouTube chat. Is being savvy. I broke the link, it still get blocked. Yeah, because I turned off that stuff because of all the bots that used to appear in the chat and would be like it doesn't show in live chat for me either, Kyler. But yeah, all the bots that used to come in the chat and be like, oh my god, hot singles in your area, come to bigsex69.com to find out more. You know, those kinds of things. So I banned links get filtered out in my chat. You see it? I don't. Even in live chat. You can see it's not in Cubeyes chat on this vid. Yeah, it shouldn't show up there either. YouTube moment, I suppose. Maybe you have a setting where YouTube filtering, or your chat's not filtered. But I filter mine. I've noticed there's this thing with visual novels describing dark purple hair as black. Yeah, I don't know. Just have the anime hair. Just have the anime hair. It's not that hard. Bon, what on earth are you?
Ah,
Whoops. Sorry about that. Comes with the territory. Does everyone love how I abruptly returned to the story? No transition at all, I just start reading the dialogue again. I sometimes forget to be considerate when I'm talking to people. But still, I am curious. I overheard people at HQ talking about it. They said that the late Mia's family was quite strange.
ばあちゃん
Bon!
いえ、いいん
No,
で
it's
す。
okay. Before Mimosa could rise to her feet over Bond's insensitive comment, Yua stopped her.
私も
I
おかし
also
いって
believe
思いますから。
something is wrong with them.
ああ
The five that jumped off the roof in the group dive had no reason to commit unalive. Their friends and family all insisted that. But Mia's family was different. Bond took out his fan from his belt and began cooling himself. Again, it's a crime that Bond doesn't have a sprite in this game of him using the fan. I've been told that they were the only ones who weren't adamantly against the idea, that they'd accepted it just like that. In fact, they said so little, it was almost bizarre. Why do you think that is?
お父さんもお母さんも
After Mia died,
ミヤちゃんが死んだ
both
から
Mom and Dad
おかしくなっちゃったんです。
snapped. Did they get their D swords? Imagine having your mental faculties snap but you don't even get a D sword in the Chaos Head universe. What a fucking ripoff, bro. Anguish seeped from Yua's voice.
最初はミヤちゃんの
On
事
the
件
day
の
we
知ら
heard
せを
about
受けた日
Mia,
は
they
それで
cried
も
and
泣いていたん
cried.
です。お父さんもお母
Mom
さ
and
んも
Dad seemed
と
absolutely
ても辛
heartbroken.
そうでした。でも次の
And
日の
yet,
朝、
The very
な
next
ぜか二
morning,
人は
for a
楽し
reason
そ
I
うに
can't
笑っていた
understand,
んです。
they were smiling,
ミヤちゃんが死ぬ
happily,
前と
as if they'd gone right back to how they were before Mia died.
たった一日で
It only took a single day.
私わけが
I
分
was
か
at a
らなくて
complete loss.
二人はミヤち
I
ゃん
thought
の
that
ことを
maybe
忘れようとしてるんじゃ
they
な
were
いかっ
trying
て
to forget
思っ
about
て
Mia.
そうしたら
But
お
then,
父さんが
with his big smile on his face, Dad said something to me.
お前に妹なんてい
He said,
ないよって
You don't have a sister.
ミヤちゃんが残した
Even when I
洋
showed
服
them
と
her
か靴とかを見
clothes,
せて
her
も
shoes,
全然取り
anything
合って
Mia
くれ
left
ないんです
behind, they completely disregarded it.
それはお前のため
They
に
just
予
said,
備で買ってあったものだって
Those are just a few extras we bought for you, just in case.
そうやってお父さんたち
They
は
ignored the news and everything the police said.
警察の話からも
I wonder
目を
if
背
this is supposed to be like an early subconscious delusion that Yua projects on them. So they like don't feel as bad. Or did they really just go insane?
記憶からミヤちゃんのこ
It
とを
was
消
like
さ
they
ろ
were
うとし
trying
て
to
るんです
completely erase Mia from their memories.
つまり双子じゃなかった
What you mean to say is they were trying to make themselves think that they'd never had twins.
それで警察にも
And that's when they told the police that they only had one kid
追い
before
返
turning
して
them
たの
away.
か
私とミヤちゃんは
Mia and I
一
were
年生で
identical twins.
見た目はウリ二つ
So while
な
our
んですけど
appearances are exactly alike,
あの子は
my sister wasn't exactly favored by our
親
parents.
から嫌われていましたあの子はいつも自分の
And
気持
yet,
ちを押し殺
she
して
always kept her feelings
私の
secret.
ことを一
She
番
always
に
put
考え
me
てくれてい
before
たんです
herself. As Yua spoke, memories from when Mia had still been alive resurfaced in her mind. First came a memory from when the two had still been in elementary school. One day, some relatives had bought the girls a teddy bear as a present. What? By the way, I think I mentioned this the first playthrough because we've seen this scene already. What dicks buy a pair of, like, a sibling couple one gift of something like a teddy bear? This is such an asshole move. In contrast to the raw joy Yua displayed, Mia insisted that she did not like the stuffed animals, and proceeded to not even so much as look the plushie's way. Both her relatives and parents were upset with Mia for not acting as a child. But despite Mia's protesting, Yua whispered to her that the two of them could share it, that it could be something they both could treasure. However, in response to her sister's kindness, Mia simply said she didn't want it, and that Yua could have it. About a month later, when Yua had grown tired of the teddy bear, she woke up in the night and happened to witness a certain scene. I feel like this scene affected me more than, like, anything else in the game. I thought this was so sad. With an incredibly joyful look on her face, Mia was hugging and talking to the bear. This was the first time Yua had ever seen her sister so happy. And from this, she realized that her sister's insistence about disliking stuffed animals had been a lie. Mia had been keeping her own feelings hidden for the sake of her older sister. The next day, Yua found a drawing of the bear beneath Mia's pillow. Until her sister grew tired of the teddy bear, Mia had been hugging and sleeping with a drawing in lieu of it. This is so sad, bro. Like, what the fuck? This is why you don't get, like, siblings just one gift. Oh my god. Things very similar to this happened again and again over the 18 years they spent together. For their birthday celebrations, Yua had always blown the candles out on the cake. When Mia was prompted to do it, she'd say, "I refuse to do something so ridiculous," and angering her parents. Yua advanced to the private school at Suimi Academy. Mia, meanwhile, had been misbehaving at school, deliberately scoring low on exams, and thereby moved on to a public high school. Due to the exorbitant fees, their parents could have only been able to afford to send one of them to private school. Again, this is like a thing where if you don't have the money to send, like, your two kids to the private school, you don't send either of them to the private school. This is a dickhead move. You as parents fucking suck. No matter how hard Yua would try to let her sister have something, Mia would always gain the upper hand and force Yua to be prioritized. To achieve this end, she intentionally took a dislikable attitude. Or if her parents just didn't suck, she wouldn't have to fucking do this. God. Hey, what's up, Matt? 1 second. Yua's parents suck. Bad parents have played a big role in the first 2 entries. Yeah, but like, this is just don't have 2 kids. If you can't afford to have 2 kids, don't. Or don't send like have extra cash and only send one. Like, don't send either kid to the private school. And then if you only send one of the kids, or if you send neither of the kids to the private school because you can't afford it, now you have enough money to buy the 2 kids a fair amount of things. Parents care for all your children challenge impossible. Yeah, like, just fucking like, don't send one kid to the private school, and then believe it or not, if you're not paying the outrageous fees for just one kid to go to the nice school, you can do basic common decency things for your kids, like buy them both a fucking teddy bear. This angers me. I don't have kids or anything, but I just think it's so stupid when parents, like, treat one sibling, like, very clearly better than another. Okay, but paper teddy bear better? No, it's sad. Mia deserved to just have a teddy bear. Mia was robbed. That's always the case.
私は結局
There will always be a preferred one. I will not do that. If I ever have more than one kid, I will never do that.
自分だけいい思いをしてきました。
I don't really see myself being a parent, but I would never treat one kid better than the other. That's so dumb. I'd let them have different interests and stuff, but I would never, like, be like, well, John gets this for Christmas, and you get nothing, because I can only afford one gift. God. We're all Sam's children. Yeah, I don't know about that. There's a difference between preferring one child a little versus very openly treating one better than the other. Yeah. Like, it just... this one is just openly infuriating. Like, yeah, we sent one of our kids to the private school, but the other kid just has to go to the shitty public school. Fuck off, what? And then, even if, like, I can understand the argument of, like, well, you can't take opportunities away from Yua if, like, Yua earns them but Mia doesn't. So you shouldn't, like, unfairly take the opportunities away from Yua. But you could still distribute them evenly, because the reason why Mia's acting like this is because the kids have been put in so many circumstances where they only get, like, the kids can only get one thing, so Mia has to act out. But if they were always presented with equal opportunities, Mia wouldn't have to act out like this. Ugh, I get so mad. I'm an only child, so, like, this never applied to me, but... still, I've seen this happen to, like, friends of mine and stuff. Or, like, they just get very clearly, like, they're the ones mistreated. Or something. It's so irritating. But again, I'm an only child, so I just don't. I didn't experience this, but like, if I were to have kids one day, assuming I ever find love, I would not treat my kids like this. I wouldn't get one teddy bear and be like, well, I like Jimmy more, so Jimmy gets the teddy bear, and just fuck my other kid over. I would also not accept gifts from people. Like, if they're like, yeah, we got a teddy bear for, just one teddy bear. I would be like, no. I have 2 kids. It's fine if you don't get my kids a gift, but don't get just one. Like, I would just not accept the teddy bear. I'd be like, no. Or I would go buy another teddy bear. So I would have 2. And be like, look, so-and-so got you both a teddy bear. It's so not fair to just get one. Ah, I'm so heated. Sam, why is that dude's eye always closed? Because he's old and grumpy. He doesn't have the energy anymore to keep both eyes open. You buy a good dad. Probably not. I probably would not be a good dad. I probably need a couple more years for that. I don't have any favorites, but Timmy, take the stack of cash. Sorry, Jimmy, we're poor. Yeah, like what? I don't know. Because I feel like that would, even if Mia, really does love Yua, right? A lifetime of this would only eventually grow resentment from Mia. Where Mia would grow to resent Yua. Eventually. There would be a breaking point of, I got robbed of so many opportunities because our parents loved you more. This would just grow to resentment. It doesn't matter now. Mia deserved better, honestly. I got heated about that. Okay, anyway. To the very end, I took advantage of Mia's kindness. Before now, I only ever thought of myself. After Mia passed away, I couldn't help but think there must have been something I could have done for her. And I felt so much regret. I wish I could have died in her place. And after everything, to think our parents forgot she even existed. It's all too much. It's too sad for me to take. Yua, having reached her limit, could no longer squeeze out more words. She took off her glasses and pressed her fingers against the corners of her eyes and broke down in tears. Moser sat down beside her and gently rubbed her back. Well, it sounds like Yua has been investigating the incident on her own. Also, she can find out what happened to Mia. None of that's easy. Must be really hard on her. And in the process, she was able to identify a certain individual. Huh? As Momose held Yua's shoulders, she turned her eyes toward the Bond. Ah, I see now. Bond waves his fan and goes, well, you're fucking wrong, Yua. Leave the detective work to the real detectives, and then tosses his fan at her. Stroking the stubble on his chin, Bond leaned forward from the sofa. At some point or another, I did hear about the non-stop pursuit starring Takumi and a high school girl. A detective from another jurisdiction let me know. Might that have been you, Yua? Yua nodded. Interesting. Very interesting. Would you mind telling me more? Actually, I was going to ask if you could tell me more. But I've got to duck out for a minute here. With a strained smile, Bond lightly bowed his head to Yua Momose. His words had been interrupted by the cell in his suit pocket. He swiftly took out the phone and checked the screen. Sua's name was displayed across. Yeah? What you need, kid? The 7th's here! What? Sua's voice sounded strained, and the sounds of investigators frantically scurrying about could be heard through the phone. Sua must have been at headquarters. The 7th new gen happened. Bond's eyes opened wide. 3 Vicks. They were buds. All 3 were sliced in half at the torso. Their upper and lower halves were swapped around using synthetic fiber. Fishing line, to be specific. The mismatched halves were sewn together. They also had wounds on their forehead in the shape of the letters DQN. Some kind of message. These were the 3 that were, that, like, beat up Takumi, right? No clue. It doesn't end there, either. The autopsy found something interesting. The severed parts of the Vic's torsos weren't split by saw, knife, or any other kind of sharp object. How'd they end up in half? Apparently they were torn apart by a strong force. Oh, that reminds me. In the Chaos Head anime, this is way different. Takumi is the one that he, like, boots his D-sword and beats these guys up with it. In fact, who could have done this? Yeah. But in the visual novel, isn't it, Kozupi? According to COZ, Taku is the one who beats them up, he just doesn't remember. Oh, okay. Hey, Kevin, what's up, man? I thought it was implied that it was Kozupi, because doesn't she say in a scene where she's like, I beat up all the bad guys to, the purple-haired girl? The game leads you to believe she does it, but it's intentionally misleading. Oh. Well, in the anime, he straight up boots his D-sword. Like, that's the moment he gets his sword. So that's definitely different. Crying Sky says he does it. But does he say he does it with his D-sword? I kind of thought it implied that he just, like, deludes that he's strong. You finished Engage? Nice, bro. Did you like it? I had a great time. Well, that reminds me, I got fucking... Someone fucking commented on my Awakenings, Fire Emblem Awakening stream the other day, and gatekeeped the fact that I, played on casual mode. What is up with JRPG fans and gatekeeping people? There's, like, no other game I play that's like that, but JRPGs, people are always like, ugh, you're not really playing. Ugh, that's so casual. Ugh. I feel like no other fans of games are like that. I don't know what they say. So I played Fire Emblem Awakening on casual, which is, it's the setting where the units don't, permanently die. Because Fire Emblem, up until recently, has always been, there's only been one option, and the option's permadeath. So the options are casual or permadeath. And obviously you lose out on a lot of the characters if they permanently die. So I play on casual, so, like, the characters can live throughout the story. And yeah, someone would start watching my, they commented something on my Awakening stream that they were watching it, and then, like, 30 minutes later I got another comment, which was like, where they were like, oh, you're playing on casual, so you're not even really playing Fire Emblem then. You're just playing cute anime girl chess. That's sad. I was like, okay. Bro, I don't fucking... I don't care. Also, if they die, then I don't get to see the characters anymore. Like, what? I'm sorry. I will admit he was right that I should have played on hard because I had played enough. Because then there's the difficulty selection: normal, hard, like maddening, and I played on normal, which I should have played on hard because I've played enough Fire Emblem games where normal's pretty easy for me now. But yeah, like I should have played on hard, but like yeah, he was like saying I wasn't even playing the real Fire Emblem game because I was playing on casual, and I was like, bro, I don't care. I just want to have fun. But yeah, I feel like it's only JRPG fans that are like that. Like, I've never played a shooter game or like an FPS and had someone be like, ugh, real players only do this. Oh, you're not even... Ugh. It's like, fuck off. God, I hate that elitism crap. Oh, did you find the comment, Kyler? Don't, like, harass the dude, please. Don't, like, comment on his comment calling him, like, an idiot or anything. Please don't do that. Like, don't engage with him. I don't need to be defended, but, like, don't harass the guy. I just thought that was funny. I just don't understand. Like, I'm just trying to have fun. Like, if you don't like that I'm having fun, then, like, I don't know, go play the game yourself. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Takumi could solo the cast of 3 houses. Insane mode with only 1 unit SMH. Yeah, I know, right? FPS fans are too occupied complaining about the dev team. That's true. But the dev team is always wrong. They don't know. They don't play the game like I do. But yeah, I mean, just... Says like he was pushing up his glasses as he tried to insult you. Yeah, like, just let people play games how they want to play. Like, I wasn't even doing Phoenix mode. Casual at least has units die for the chapter. Like, if the unit dies, they're gone for the chapter. But there's an even easier mode, and I didn't play on that. There's a mode called Phoenix, where if the unit dies, they respawn the next turn. I didn't do that. I was doing the middle ground setting. Fucking gatekeeping me. Playing on the medium mode. But yeah, it's only JRPG fans that I've experienced doing that. So, I just don't get it. Only making changes because of the esport players, yeah. Yeah, that's a pretty go-to one. That's definitely a pretty go-to one for FPS players. For sure. Wizards are real popular. They're still talking about the 7th new gen case, so no new dialogue here. Making a comparison, you schmuck. Get back to investigate. After barking that order, Stasua Bon ended the call. He's gonna be like, I gotta go, ladies. Have a good night. Fortnite has made multiple changes because pros and influencers complained about them. I mean, sure, but so what? Sam should try the Elden Ring community. They are always battling with the casuals. So I actually recently saw discourse. I think this discourse started like the other day. Like I saw it on Reddit or something. There are people in that community arguing about like casuals needing a start button or like a pause button. And there are people avidly arguing against that. Wild. Absolutely wild. Just have a pause button. It's not that big a deal. Like, absolutely fucking nuts. I could never play any of the, like, Souls-like games because I know people would be commenting on the stream with dumb shit like that. Bro, pause buttons are for casuals. Shut the fuck up and touch grass. That's all I've got to say about that. Like an actual touch grass moment. You should be able to pause the fucking game. Especially if it's a single player game. Like, it's fine if you want to make inventory real time, but that's different. Like changing your sword or weapon or something like that. Like that's a in-game mechanic, but usually the inventory menu is separate from a pause button. But yeah, I saw someone like commented, like one of the most downvoted comments was like, well, I want to be able to pause the game when I go to the door to like greet people or whatever. And then one like a really upvoted response was someone saying something like, well, if you're a real gamer, you wouldn't have to answer the door, or like you shouldn't start a game session if someone's going to be coming to the door. And I like actually started, like my vision I think started going red. Like I was starting to lose my shit. So people were like, just fucking don't start playing games then. The fuck do you mean, dude? Apex fans are always angry. I used to play Apex pretty consistently, and yeah, everyone's pretty angry about Apex. The only thing I was ever really angry about in Apex was the skins and the store content. Paying $25 for fucking recolors of skins in Apex is absolute trash. Their monetization system in that game is so garbage, and I also hate that Apex introduced the fucking key fobs or whatever that are attached to guns in like every game now. The like little keychain things that hang off guns. Oh, I fucking hate those. And they're in like every fucking game now. Overwatch added them in Overwatch 2 to actual seething is me. I hate skins that are just a recolor. I'm fine with recolor skins, but just don't make them $25. But people buy them. I hate skin removes my skin. They Overwatch just added the next One Punch Man collab skin, which is pretty cool. But I think it's like gonna be $20, and I really don't want to spend $20 on a new skin. Overwatch is adding One Punch Man skins, yeah. Well, they already added Doomfist Saitama, but today I think that, well, I don't know if it was today, but they announced today Kiriko Tatsumaki, which is, I feel like, such a weird character to do that for. Because Kiriko doesn't have, like, psychic abilities. You mean Caped Baldy, true, yeah. I do mean Caped Baldy. You're right. That guy who keeps stealing credit for everything. One Punch Man is the only manga I read. And, God, it's so good. I can't wait for some of that shit to get animated. I'm not really a big like manga reader ever, but I've kept up on, I'm up to date on the One Punch Man manga. And it's fucking wild, bro. God, I can't wait. I hope they like do more than season 3. It's so good. Legs. Yeah, Kiriko definitely has legs. Definitely has legs. Who do you think would win, Light from Death Note or One Punch Man? I definitely would be One Punch Man. He's a gag character. You can't have anyone go up against One Punch Man. He solos everyone, no problem. But that's because it's his thing. His heart would literally be too strong to have a heart attack. The scale of power in like the most recent like chapters of the manga for Saitama is absolutely insane. I don't want to spoil anything because it's not animated yet, so I won't. But like the scale of which his power is at right now is just absolutely insanity. It's really funny and it's enjoyable. Like I said, I love reading it, but it's so funny. He's just like cartoonishly powerful. But again, that's his thing, right? Oh god, I hope that gets animated. It would be so cool. There's already a bunch of like cool fan animations of him, but it'll be wild. Alright. This is the new stuff. It took us 3 hours, but we're on the new stuff for the Yua chapter. You ready for Yua to have a character? I am ready for Yua to finally have a character, or for me to finally give a shit about Mia. Other than her teddy bear thing. By the time Yua finished up with Ban and Momose and left Frisia, the sky had long since been covered by a thick veil of darkness. Sun and Moon, those are my favorite Pokemon games. I love Sun and Moon. During the time she spent there, Yua had explained all the suspicions she had gathered from her investigation of Takumi. Ban was a detective, and Momose was the head of a private investigation agency. If she could get the two of them on her side, then perhaps Takumi would finally be arrested. That was what Yua had been hoping for. Takumi needed to be arrested. Yua had sympathy for the boy's painful circumstances, so she would have preferred it if he had turned himself in to the authorities. But since he had refused to do so, she had no choice but to get the police involved. That had been her plan, at any rate. But much to her surprise, Detective Ban had told her that Takumi had been removed from the list of suspects. Yua found this news absolutely unbelievable. She did not want to accept it. You said it backwards? The name of the route? No, I think it's Sun and Moon. Yeah, it's Sun and Moon. But yeah, actually my favorite Pokemon Gen. Just gonna throw out hard facts at you all. The best Pokemon generation. I think it's 7. Yeah, because Sword and Shield's 8. Scarlet Violet's 9. Sun Moon's the best. Anyway, I will take no other responses at this time. Why had her theory been dismissed? It was blatantly obvious that Takumi was behind New Gen. Blatantly obvious! Biting down hard on her lip, Yua increased her pace as she hurried toward the station. She had to return home as quickly as possible, investigating the case from top to bottom and find some conclusive evidence. And with that evidence, she'd be able to prove her theory correct to Detective Ban. Oh, is that who I think it is? Little Miss Kusunoki? The sudden sound of her name startled Yua, stopping her dead in her tracks. The words of her homeroom teacher came to mind. Shibuya has become too dangerous lately. Women really shouldn't be out alone at night right now. Has it ever been safe for women to be out alone at night in an urban environment? Like, let's be real. It's not just a lately type deal. Remembering that warning, Yua froze completely. The voice she had heard belonged to a rather friendly-looking young man. Let's see. What was your first name again? Yua, right? The boy. Do I know you? She felt like she'd seen him somewhere before, but at the moment, she couldn't remember exactly where. What? You don't remember? It's me,
自分
Suo
守るって
Omoru.
言います。
Here,
ほら。
check it.
こういうものっすよ。
Making sure that only Yua could see it, the man took out his police badge and showed it to her, then quickly shoved it back inside his suit pocket.
集団ダイブの
After
後、
the group dive
一度
went down,
楠木
I
さんの
paid
お
your
宅に
family a
伺っ
visit.
たことはありますよ。
Real nice people,
そ
all
の
of them.
時にユア
We
ちゃん
talked
とも
about
い
all
ろいろ
kinds
お
of
話ししたん
stuff.
すけど
And
ね。
I know for a fact you joined in too.
すいません
My
思い
apologies.
出しました
I remember now.
その説は
Thank you for coming to talk with us back then. Yua bowed her head. The incident had really shaken her to her core, so much that she could genuinely not recall Sua's face. However, their talk back then had indeed helped Yua sort out her thoughts regarding the bizarre nature of her sister's death, and for that she was truly grateful to him.
さっきまでバン刑事と一緒だったん
Ah,
じ
you
ゃな
were
いです
with
か。
Detective Bond just now, weren't ya? Yeah?
バンさんとお知
Is
り合い
Bond
な
an
んですか
acquaintance of yours?
そりゃ
Well, we're in
同
the
じ
same
刑事
division
捜
of
査
the
一課ですから
TMPD.
自分の
You
先
see,
輩
he's
っすよ
my
い
senior.
つも
I
怒られ
swear,
てま
though,
す
the guy can't go a day without laying into me about something. I don't feel like we see enough of Bon actually yelling at Sua. But Sua in every route is always complaining about this. But we really only see him call him a schmuck like once. Maybe twice.
よっぽど若い
I'm
女
sure
の子と
talking to a
話せるの
nice
が
young
嬉
lady
しかっ
like
たんす
yourself
ね
made him pretty happy, though. So maybe he'll give me a break today.
ここだけの
This
話
is
で
just
すけど
between you and me.
今日ユ
But
ア
he
ちゃ
said
ん
he'd
と
be
会う
meeting
って
you
一緒に
today.
教えてく
He
れ
had
た
the
時の先輩
creepiest smile on
鼻
his
の下
face.
伸ばしちゃっ
And
て
look, I love the
どう見
guy
て
and
も
all,
スケベ親父
but
って
I'm
感じだったっす
99% sure he had something real dirty going on in that head of his. Okay, that's kind of rude of you. There's no way that wouldn't be awkward. Why would you bring that up?
できれば自分も同
Anyway,
席したか
that
ったん
dude
すけ
you
ど
were talking
捜
to,
査から
he
抜け出せ
probably
なく
wants
て
to fuck you. Okay. I wanted to tag along, but I had work to do on the investigation, you see.
そうそう
Oh, yeah.
ユアちゃんのご両
That
親には
reminds
連
me.
絡行ってるんす
I
か
need
ね
to get in touch with your
多分行ってると
folks.
思うんす
I
けど
thought about heading to your house directly.
どうかな
But if only there was a better way.
連絡
Why do you need to
と言いますか
contact them?
ああいや
Nothing crazy. It's
集団
just
ダイ
about
ブのね
group dive.
犯人
We
が
discovered
使ったと
something that the
思われる
culprit may
遺
have
品が
left
見つかっ
something
たんすよ
behind. What? Really?
本当ですか
It was the first Yua had heard of this. With all the hesitation now evaporated, she stepped closer to Sua.
ええ
Yep.
どんなものだ
The
と思う
mass
っ
media
す
recently spotted it at the scene
ま
of another
最近
incident.
別の事件でマ
So it's
スコミ
picked
が
up quite a
散
lot
々
of
取り上
steam
げてるんで
already.
有名だと
You
思
guess
うん
what
で
it
すけど
is? You're never gonna believe this,
な
but it was a
ダ
Darth
ーススパイダ
Spider
ーのヘルメ
helmet.
ットっす
それを
What?
集団ダイブの犯
The
人
group
が被って
dive
いたんです
culprit
か
wearing this as well? Was the group dive culprit wearing that as well?
そう
Yup. Remember
ネッ
that
トに
video
事
of the
件の
incident
様子
that
を
popped
撮
up
影したビデ
online?
オが流出したん
After
す
we
ね
got back the analysis,
あれを
it
解
became
析
clear
した
as
結
day.
果わかったんすやそれにし
By
て
the
も
way,
ダ
speaking
ー
of
ススパイ
Darth
ダーといえ
Spider,
ば
there was this
例の
huge
渋
uproar
谷
in
エスパー
Shibuya
騒動
about
の少
some
年が有
Esper
名っすよ
boy.
ね
He made the news and everything.
西条匠くんで
If
し
I
たっ
remember
け
right, his name was Takumi, I think.
なんで
You
彼
gotta
が
wonder.
集団ダイブの
Why
犯
would
人
that
と同じよう
Nishijo
に
guy have a
ダー
Darth
ススパイ
Spider
ダーのヘ
helmet,
ルメ
just
ッ
like the
ト
guy
を持っ
behind
て
the
たんす
group
か
dive?
ね
You know, I mean, Sua's just spitting straight facts here, honestly. The moment she heard those words, dark impulses began to flood Yua's heart. She had been completely convinced. She had only begun to feeling it a few moments ago, but that was all she needed, was one piece of decisive evidence. One piece to prove herself to Bon and Momose. And now she had it. Only one person would have Disney memorabilia.
それじゃあ
I'm
自分
sure it
いい
has
じゃ
to
ん
mean that
この
Takumi's
辺
the
で失
killer.
礼します
No one else likes this Spark Wars thing. In fact, I believe Darth Spider, probably no one has any memorabilia related to him. I bet you no one has ever dressed up as that guy for Halloween. In fact, that's probably exactly the decisive evidence you would need to really pin somebody. to the wall about it. Who, I mean, I've certainly never seen a Spark Wars film. I don't know about you guys. So it's just probably not that big of a deal. So if somebody had any Spark Wars memorabilia, they'd probably be the only ones, you know? You nailed it, Yua. Sherlock in training. Actually, what's the one, Nancy Drew. Yua's a regular Nancy Drew. Well, I've got to head in now, so if you'll excuse me, miss. Here. I like that. Sue is so full of himself, he can't even help but giggle about, like, his blatant, like, manipulation there. And Yua's just, like, so dumb. She doesn't even care. He's, like, walking off laughing about it. And she's like, oh! I've connected it. Literally, the meme from earlier has now come full circle. I connected the dots. You didn't connect shit. I've connected them. And with that, Suwa waved goodbye and left. All by herself now, Yua stared down at the pavement, utterly paralyzed.
彼だわ
A meme idea? Yeah, I think I'm the next meme I make for Chaos Head will be Yua in that meme. But who should be the character opposite? Yua being like, I've connected the dots. Who should be the character that tells Yua, you haven't connected shit? And then she's like, no, I've connected them. Should it just be Bon? Yeah, okay, Bon. Alright, I'll Photoshop that up tonight then. Bon, you haven't connected shit. I've connected them. It was him. Her murmurs were to no one but herself.
彼なの
He did it.
やっぱり彼だった
He did it after all.
彼しかいない
He had to be the one who did it. See, okay, this is the thing I hate the most about this game.
彼に間違いない
And I think it might just be a Yua thing, which is why her characters always bug me. But the game kind of does this sometimes in other scenarios. God, this bugs me. He did it. He did it after all. He had to be the one who did it. He did it, without a doubt. I got it the first time. Shut up! It's only a Yua thing. Takumi does that to himself. When he's describing things as well. It drives me nuts. It's a trope. Is it a trope? I mean, I don't like that the trope though. He did it without a doubt.
彼が
He killed my
妹を
little sister.
殺したのよ彼が
He killed Mia.
ミワを殺したのよ
I guess if it's a trope, then I just don't like that in general. You don't have to say it 5 times. I got it. I was paying attention. Oh, is this new dialogue? Yo. Hey! Nightheart. That's also what they call him in the dub, Nightheart. Instead of Nightheart. Nightheart. Nightheart! Oh, that reminds me. I do like that Seira is a character in the anime. I think that's done better. Official translation is actually Nightheart as well. That's funny. I feel like a lot of the confusion of what's going on in the anime is just because no one knows what the fuck is going on in Chaos Head. So that's how the anime ended up the way it did. It's not just Yua. Using repetition for discomfort and tension is in a lot of horror, but specifically Japanese horror. It's definitely, I think, more of a Japanese horror thing. But yeah, it just bugs me in most cases. I don't feel like any tension from it. I get irritated. But maybe it's because I'm reading it out loud, and I feel dumb when I repeat the same line multiple times. He did it. He did it for sure. It was him. He did it. He did it. I'm like, I'm saying this out loud right now. I've been waiting for you because there's been another nude gen. They just never asked the writers what was going on, and we're like, we totally understand. Yeah, definitely. Definitely like that classic high school situation where the teacher explains something, and they're like, now, were there any questions? And like the writers of the Chaos Head anime were like, no, I think we got it. The teacher's like, are you sure? Because there's a lot of like things going on in this story. So are you sure you got it? Yeah. Uh-huh. Like they cause like runaway oh yeah. The Grimm picture came after the Shogun links in the anime. They fucked up that order in the anime. They didn't know the implications of that. Yeah. They fucked up in the anime, they fuck up the order. Shogun sends the picture before Grimm does. So that's a pretty big deal. Yeah, I remember that. They fucked that up in the anime. Yep. That was a pretty big plot point. Don't you mean the general? Yeah. The general. Go to the general and save some time. Oh yeah, there is no Nanami hand scene. That whole side plot's totally skipped, but I think that's fine. What's up? I've got no idea what's happening. I've missed the last route or two. So the routes aren't connected, Jupiter, but what's up, by the way? The routes aren't connected. So you didn't miss anything relevant to this route. The routes are all disconnected. And right now we've only just started the Yua, like the real Yua route, because I have gone on several tangents so far this stream, so you haven't really missed that much. So you would be able to just keep watching this VOD with us, or the live stream with everybody, and be right at the same pace. What are you even on about? Insert ASC2 art here. I feel like I asked this question already. What the fuck is ASC2? Oh, yeah, I did ask that. It's like the text faces. Internet's working properly again? Nice. Nothing like having to call customer service. Oh, yeah, Sua was a gaslighting girl boss. That's true. That's the difference in this route. Ain't no way it's been 3 hours and you just started. I was just waiting for you to come back, Chris, so you could explain everything in the Yua route. That's all. That's what I was waiting for. How exactly did we go from new gen to nude gen? A new generation. New gen. Nude gen. Nude gen. Common sense, that shit's obvious. Use common sense, for fuck's sake. More importantly, there's a 7th case. It's happened again. New gen. Thought the routes weren't connected and we just started this one. Yeah, but there's like still some prep work you gotta do to get to the new route. Like you play the common route and I do some stuff to get to this route. How long was this damn thing gonna go on for? Was I next? Would I be the victim of the 8th case? Sua's the reason Yua thought Takumi was the murderer? No, Yua thought Takumi was the murderer all on her own. But in this route, instead of Bond just saying it's not Takumi, and Yua goes home and is like, huh, I wonder who it is then. In this route, on Yua's way home, Sua pulls Yua to the side and is like, oh my god, that Takumi guy, huh? Wow, so many coincidences around that guy. And Yua's like, oh, I figured it out. Anxiety aside, Grimm was pretty much the new gen news guy at this point. He'd been keeping me in the loop about basically everything. So she's even more convinced this route? Yeah, like in Common Route, she kind of gives up on it. Because, in Common Route, nobody's there to convince her. After Bond's like, it's not Takumi. She's like, oh, okay. And then that's kind of the end of that thread. Even now, Grimm was going out of his way to link a bunch of blog posts and news articles about it. Seemed like he really wanted me to take a look. Biting my lip, I reluctantly clicked the first link. Why isn't it letting me skip through this? This is repeated dialogue as well. Is there anything different here? No. Hey, Linda. Police are dumb. Fuck. Raffle. It's a puzzle. I wish I could trade my upper body for some alphas. And then what? Have skipped leg day? Bruh. This happens multiple times. Neat. Oh my god, the DQN victims. Each victim was, like, cut in half. There's a mysterious wound carved into their forehead. Authorities believe it's a part of a series of grotesque murders. What do the letters DQN stand for? I'm so glad you asked. Oh. It doesn't actually break it down. Used to refer to people who are stupid antisocial delinquents. But yeah, I guess I don't know what it stands for. Dokyun. Finally got ink for my printer. Damn, how much money did you drop on that? Linda out here balling out. I had seen those faces before. It's them, the people who beat me up. I had fallen unconscious, and when I woke up, Kazupi was beside me. The three of them had collapsed on the ground. But I got my wallet back. Could the person who killed those three be Kazupi? Definitely not. The last time I'd seen them, they'd been beaten to a pulp, but they hadn't been cut in half, which would mean they'd been killed after Kazupi and I left. It had to have been Shogun. Was he trying to provoke me? I would feel like that would mean he's trying to protect you. He killed the guys that beat you up? Shogun's just doing you a favor, bro. Relax, Takumi. New gen killer's on your side, man. He's got your back. Was I next? Was I the one to die? Shogun could come up in person again. The thought terrified me. Remy, please protect me! Where did you go, Remy? Just now, there had been a knock at the door. Someone was there. It was past 8 p.m. Who would be up this late at night? Remy! She said she'd stay by my side. Feeling like salvation was at hand, I practically threw myself at the door. I tried to call out Remy's name, but a hand clamped my mouth shut. I'm going to Wendy's. What should I get? You should get what I get every time. The Baconator, fries, and you get a Frosty instead of the drink, and you dip your fries in the Frosty. God, that sounds good. But a hand clamped my mouth shut. Panic overwhelmed me. I didn't even have a chance to see who it was. I tried forcing the hand off my mouth, but before I could, my attacker threw all their weight against me and I staggered backward. Why couldn't Takumi not see if it's just his mouth was being covered? Bro, look with your eyes. Still, I desperately tried to stand my ground. Bro spends $10 at Wendy's every time. I mean, yeah, but Wendy's is like the more expensive option of the fast food restaurants. It's relatively cheap still, but I mean, it's not like as cheap as McDonald's or something. I tried to stand my ground, but the girl half my height completely overpowered me because Takumi sucks. I flailed my arms wildly. It somehow helped me break their grasp, and then opened my mouth wide and bit down on their hands as hard as I could. Despite that, my attacker remained silent. They weren't even fazed. I bitten down with all my strength, so they must have been in pain, but they didn't let go. They pressed against me even harder, causing me to lose my balance. No longer able to resist, I fell to the floor with them on top of me. This is new, right? I don't remember this. The back of my head hit the ground so hard I nearly lost consciousness. My vision started to go blurry, and I couldn't tell how exactly I landed. Did he not even, like, put his arms out to stop his fall? He just let himself crack his head on the ground? God, Takumi's so uncoordinated. And top it off, the assailant was still covering my mouth. So tightly, in fact, I could barely breathe. My consciousness starting to fade, so before I blacked out, I tried desperately to get a glimpse of who attacked me. Yua? This does not look like... Okay. Oh god. I'd completely forgotten about her. Don't worry, Takumi, at this point in the story, I had also completely forgotten about her, because she went like 6 chapters without getting fucking mentioned. His #1 underling slipped my mind. Oh my god, we're back to the fucking underling dialogue. Realizing that, with the sheer terror sent shivers down my entire body. I struggled as hard as I could, desperate to escape. But under the full weight of her body, I couldn't move an inch. Under normal circumstances, I would have been focused on the fact that our bodies were pressed together. But I lacked the capacity for that right now. Now wasn't the time to be drooling over female contact. By the way, again, I make this point. If you know anyone that refers to women as females, avoid them. There was only one thing on my mind. I needed to get away somehow, or she'd kill me. Bro, she's already killing me, apparently. Blood trickled out of Yua's hand where I'd bitten her. Even so, she kept pressing down with all her might, her grip just as intense as it was when she first grabbed hold of me. She was trying relentlessly to keep my jaw shut, to the point where her nails were digging into my cheeks. A sharp stabbing pain pierced through my body. It was you. So rather than gain any evidence, she just went to confront the person who is a murderer in her eyes? No evidence at all? She was like, I should go confront the active serial killer. Yua might be the dumbest character in the game. Her mutters came from between ragged breaths, much to my horror. I had to keep resisting. So I grabbed Yua's long hair and pulled hard. Yua still didn't budge. All she did was grimace. Using her free hand, she gripped my hand tightly and dug in her nails once again. The immense pain forced me to let go. And then using that tiny opening, she pinned my hands to the floor. Oh my god, Takumi. Fucking Jesus, dude. It was you, wasn't it? It was you. Yua's glasses slipped down her nose during the fight. Tears were welling up behind them, likely from the pain of me pulling her hair. Bro's first instinct was to yank her hair instead of, like, grab her fucking throat. Just like that day at Shoto Park, she was staring right at me with those cold, sharp eyes. You killed. What the hell was she talking about? Was it the same bullshit as always, calling me the new gen killer? I haven't killed anyone. You came here to kill me, you dumb bitch. I tried to glare back at Yua, but hers was just too terrifying to confront. Nothing good could come from making eye contact with dangerous people. And as soon as I came to realize how true that was, how unhinged a look could really be, I looked away, wishing from the depths of my soul I'd wake up from this nightmare, but... Don't you dare look away. Yua brought her face even closer. I could feel her ragged breaths on my cheeks. Look at me. Don't look at me! With how close she was, it was practically impossible to look anywhere else. Her breath was incredibly hot. I wanted to headbutt her, but Yua was pressing down so hard I couldn't lift my head off the floor. But wait, we just said previously that she was pinning down your hands. How is she also pinning down your head? She pinned my hands to the floor. Wait, is Yua actually overpowering Takumi, like using one hand to grab both of his arms? That's funny. It's alright. I'll tell you. I'll tell you about the other you that even you aren't aware of. I mean, she's technically right. There is another you inside you. Did. Multiple personalities, in other words. Oh no. Oh no. Is Yua's route about to focus on that? When we were at Cafe, Yua had said the same thing. But that was just some stupid fucking delusion of hers. She didn't know shit. And she sure as hell didn't know me better than I did. Do you still not know? Are you really not aware of it? Are you thinking I'll let you go if you pretend to not know? I've warned you countless times. Why won't you listen? There's another you inside you. Shogun, as you call it. And that you is doing unspeakable, unforgivable things. And I can't let it go on any longer. I won't let even one more person be killed. You must go to the hospital and get help immediately. And if you refuse, I'll hand you over to the police. If you leave Shogun to his own devices, then all of his crimes will be on you, Takumi. You will be complicit in the murders. You need to understand that. I don't need to understand shit! You understand, don't you? I didn't fucking kill anyone! If you don't understand, we have a problem. I don't have multiple personalities! You have no choice but to understand. That's not true. I didn't understand half of what was going on in this game. That's the kind of shit you only see in anime and manga and shit. This is real life. I don't have did, goddammit. Come out. I want to speak with you. You can hear me, can't you, Shogun? I'm not Shogun. You got the wrong guy. Shogun's someone else. I've even met him, for fuck's sake. He uses a wheelchair, and he appears out of thin air like some kind of fucking ghost. He's always reading my mind like some sick fucking pervert. And despite having the voice of a kid, he's covered in wrinkles like an old man. He's my enemy. Don't lump me in with him. Just the thought makes me want to puke. Wait, wasn't Yua supposed to be Shogun's underling? I could have sworn she was working for him. But it really did seem like she genuinely had me and Shogun mixed up.
西条君
Relax.
緊張して
I just want you to go to sleep for a little while.
将軍にその
Let
体を
Shogun
渡して
take control of your body. Even if I do go to sleep, that won't fucking happen. I don't have multiple personalities, you stupid fucking bitch. I tried my hardest to say all that to her, but since her hand was still pressed against my mouth, the best I could do was make a bunch of muffled groans.
出てきなさい
Come out.
出てき
Come out, Shogun.
出てき
Come out now.
出られないの
Won't you come out?
出てこられる
I know you can come out.
でかいでしょ
You want to come out, don't you? Damn, bro. It's the early 2000s. If he wants to stay in the closet, let him. You're making this really awkward, bro. God. Come out now, murderer. Tears began to fall from my eyes. I lost all will to resist. All remaining strength left in my body. I was so tired. Why? Why'd I have to deal with this psycho? Why'd I have to listen to all this bullshit she spewed at me? What had I done to deserve this? It was just too much. All because this delusional stalker had come to the wrong conclusion, and now no one would save me. Was I gonna die by her hands? Even if I didn't, even if I made it through today, there'd be no guarantee I'd survive tomorrow. Shogun could still show up at any time. Would I have to live the rest of my life in fear? I didn't want that. I didn't want to live like that. I'd rather go insane and get locked up in some mental facility somewhere. I'd rather die right here, right now.
どうして泣くの
Why are you crying? Because Takami's a bitch. She cries at every scene. Yua slowly began to remove her hand from my mouth. And then, she started lifting herself off me. As soon as her weight was completely off, I felt instant relief. All like, what, 90 pounds that Yua weighs? How tall is Yua? Anime games always give a description of their female character measurements. Yua Chaos Head. She is 53 kilograms. How much is that in real weight? She's 116 pounds. I wasn't too far off. And she's 159 centimeters tall, which makes her 5'2". Bro. Just throw her. What? How big is Takami? Oh my god, he weighs the same as her. And he was like significantly taller than her. What the fuck? Oh, he's not really that tall either. He weighs the same as her, even though he's like a little bit taller. Jesus. I know this man doesn't lift anything heavier than a game controller. I know, but like, I don't know. Just fucking, she doesn't even weigh 120 pounds. Throw her across the room. Yeah, right. Someone that weighed 120 pounds could assault me. 5'2", 115 pounds, I would destroy them. God. You went on WebMD for 15 minutes and decided she's a psychiatrist? Yeah. She Googled Takume's symptoms. She figured it out.
将軍が出てきたの。
Has Shogun come out yet? Well, first of all, if you think Shogun's a murderer, why would he be the one crying? I shook my head lifelessly.
ざりなんだ
I can't do it anymore.
いっそ
Just
殺せ
kill me.
殺さない。
I won't kill you.
私が殺
I
させ
won't
な
let
い。
you get killed either.
あなたは罪を
You
償
will
うべき
atone
な
for
の
your crimes,
そして真実を語る
and
べ
you will
き。
reveal the truth.
死んで逃げることは
I
許
won't
さ
let you
ない。
escape. Not even through death.
許さないわ。
I won't allow it.
許すわけにはいか
I
ない。
won't allow that to happen. Shogun is
Shogunは
somebody else.
別にいるニュージェネの犯人
He's the new gen culprit.
将軍はあなた。
You are Shogun.
あなたなの。
It's you.
あなたしか考え
It
られ
can't
な
be
い。
anyone else but you. No one else likes Darth Spider or Spark Wars, you fucking nerd. It's gotta be you. My words had gone in one ear and out the other. She refused to listen. She was completely convinced she knew the truth. There was no point resisting.
将軍、
Come
出
out,
てきて、
Shogun.
出てきてよ。
Come out now.
出てきてって言ってる
Didn't
で
I
しょ。
tell you to come out?
どうして出てこな
Why
いの
aren't you coming out?
あなたがそこ
I
に
know
い
you're
る
in
のは分かってる
there.
のよ。絶対に
I will
将軍
make you
を
come out,
引き出して
Shogun.
みせるわ。私は諦め
And
な
I
い
will
から。
never let you go until I do.
それまで
I'll never give
絶
up.
対に逃
Never.
がさないから。
SMH. You are real allies. Don't force people to come out before they're comfortable. Suddenly, Yua stood up and went to close the open container door. She slowly picked the padlock off the floor and used it to lock the door shut. Then she stashed the key in the pocket of her uniform. She's like, you're not going anywhere. And Takumi's like, this is where I am 90% of the time. What do you mean? You think you're gonna make me uncomfortable by locking me in my own house? Bro? Why was she doing this? What was she thinking?
逃がさないから。
I will never let you go. Oh, is this is the new Noah sprite for Yua? Because all the girls, I think, get new sprites in their route. This is cool. She's like JoJo posing on him. I guess she does like anime, right? She's like absolutely JoJo posing on him. You'll tell me the truth of the new gen cases. A faint murmur, spoken to no one but herself, one that chilled me to the bone. She's gonna like jump at us here. Oh no, she didn't. Yeah, the new sprites all look way better. She's Yandere. Oh, did you miss the scene where we had the delusion of her stabbing us, Devin? The thumbnail for this stream is an edited Yua, or Yandere Yua sprite to make her look slightly more normal. Can already hear Roundabout playing in the distance. Yeah, she's got the pupils. Like, the Noah sprites are definitely way better. Honestly, they should have just redone all the sprites in the game with the new art style. There aren't even that many, so I feel like it wouldn't have been that hard. And I don't know what the budget is, but like every character has pretty much like 2 sprites of them standing like straight, like this. So it couldn't have been that hard. She's a psychopath. Well, I don't know if I would go as far as to say psychopath, but she's definitely not stable. Is that the weird sword chick over there? Yes. We have Aoi at home. Aoi at home. Is that character? She's got purple hair too, boys. It's her. Of the countless fast food restaurants located throughout Shibuya, every single one of them were always packed front to back with young people. It took a lot of courage for a lone, middle-aged man to come to a place like this. After all, he would be sure to stick out like a sore thumb. No one would stick out like a sore thumb at McDonald's. Those were the thoughts circulating in Bond's mind as he sipped his coffee. God, I want coffee. Surrounded on all sides by young people chattering away. The drink in his paper cup was already starting to go cold. A single clear file folder sat on the table in front of him. Burger King mascot wood. God, do you guys remember the Burger King games on the Xbox 360? The Burger King games? Oh my god. You haven't lived, vibin'. Real gamers played the Burger King trilogy on the Xbox 360. That's the difference. Yeah, there were 3 games. Sneak King was the big one. Then there was like a bumper car one, and then a racing one. When is the McDonald's cartoon coming back? They kind of like benched all the side McDonald's characters. They don't really bring them out anymore. Like Hamburglar isn't real anymore. They benched everyone, including Ronald. Yeah, they don't even really bring out Ronald anymore. That was definitely the... Do you guys remember the, like, clown thing? The, like, clown meme? Or, like, video trend in 2017? Or maybe not 2017, like 2014? That was definitely when Ronald got retired. Do you guys remember that phase? Ronald hasn't appeared outside of the Macy's parade since the big clown thing. Okay, so Alpha remembers. Do you guys remember that? It was a really big thing for a while where people would just dress up as clowns and stand in places. And it was really creepy. I don't. Of course you don't remember, Vibin. You're so young. You're probably like 2 when it happened. It was about 10 years ago? Was it 10 years ago now? Was it? I don't think it was 2018. It might have been like... I feel like it was like 2014, 2015. How would you call it? Clown... viral... viral thing? The 2016 clown sightings, yeah. Fuck, I'm not like scared of clowns, but fuck, one time when this like viral thing was going on, some dude stood outside my apartment in the clown outfit. Scared the absolute shit out of me. Because like I was just playing games, and there was this dude just like standing outside my apartment, full clown makeup, just staring at me. It was supposed to be an ad campaign for it, yeah. But no, people actually did die, for sure. I definitely knew of people, like, that got assaulted. For that. But yeah, I, like, freaked out on the dude. Because I was, like, living alone at the time, and he was just standing outside my apartment complex. Like, in my window. Like, dressed in clown stuff, just staring in my apartment. So, I mean, I threatened him. Because it freaked me out, so I got real defensive. I remember. I wonder if I was making a video at the time when it happened. Halloween, some kids in my neighborhood would go around putting, like, the red balloons on the sewer things, yeah. But yeah, I think when the ad campaign went wrong, like, they didn't, like, associate it with it anymore. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that was what it was. But I did the thing you're not supposed to do in horror movies. Like, I went outside to confront the dude just staring at my apartment. But I remember that. I don't have a problem with clowns, but my military-trained brothers are terrifying. It's funny. Yeah, I mean, normally I have zero problem with clowns, but it was just the fact that it was late at night and he was staring at my apartment. Like, at the time, I lived on, like, I think I lived in, like, a first-floor apartment, and the dude was just, like, outside my window. It was like... I was like, hey! What the fuck? You're scared of clowns? No, I'm scared of a guy staring at me in the middle of the night. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Not the fact he could have been dressed in a fucking suit and tie, and I would have been like, "Hey, what the fuck are you staring in my apartment for?" It wouldn't have mattered what he was dressed at. It could have been in a ballerina outfit. I would have gone out like, "Fuck you want, dude?" What'd you do? What did it do after you confronted? Just stood there. Dude just stood there. I didn't, like, get up in his face. I just, like, exited the door of my apartment. It could have been worse. It could have been dressed as Takumi. Yeah, like, I didn't get close enough to confront him because I was still scared. How long did he just stand there? Till some other people came out because I was shouting. And then he, like, left. But he just, like, walked away. But I remember that, dude. It scared that shit out of me. Did he slow walk? No, he just walked out like a normal dude. Like nothing could have happened. Sounds like the clown was the one that got scared. I mean, he didn't run away or anything. But yeah, other people came out and were like, "What the fuck do you want, bro? Like, what are you doing? Why are you dressed like that? Why the fuck are you here? Go home." I think other people like went and followed him or something, but I just went back inside after he left. And then I closed my blinds. Because that would have protected me if the dude broke in. Yeah, fucking weird what a weird fucking fad. Imagine how boring your life must be to do that for hours. I'm sure they must have gotten paid or something to do that. You'd have to pay me a decent amount of money for that. Especially because it's like, I feel like the logical conclusion of that is that you get assaulted. Like, to just stand around staring into people's, like, living spaces late at night, like, you get assaulted. Like, that's just the progression of how that goes. Guy who just likes clowns and wants to share his love with the world. Oh my god, yeah. Imagine. Coming home from the fair. People freak out when they see you. Yeah, good times. Okay, where were we? Oh yeah, Bond's at McDonald's and he's feeling, like, uncomfortable. Inside was a bunch of photocopied documents from the investigation files, many of which were adorned with Bond's countless sticky notes. Bond had arrived at the restaurant about an hour ago, the location where he planned to personally re-examine the file's contents. As for why he'd chosen such a busy place like this, he had been removed from the New Gen investigation team a few days prior, but he still wished to independently run background checks on all relevant persons. The copy of the report that Bond was shifting through, which was never intended to leave the police station, had a few images attached to it. One photograph depicted one of the victims of the first New Gen incident, the group dive. A girl named Mia. Bond's interest had been piqued the previous day when he had met with Mia's older sister, Yua. After hearing Yua describe Mia's personality, he decided to investigate further. At first, he was looking into rumors that from around Shibuya, such as the high school girl with a sword, but in the end, every lead turned up cold, that is, except for Mia. Which is really funny to think about, that he couldn't find the girl with the sword, considering she was doing literally nothing to hide the fact that she was, walking around with the sword. And after reading through the documents again and again, he still felt like something was off. There was not a lot of information, which seemed trivial at best, or at the very least, not directly related to the case. But after putting the pieces together, something felt out of place. And when Bond had heard Yua's story yesterday, that feeling had crept up on him all the more. After all, there was something in the file Bond could not ignore. A pair of glasses was found among the possessions of Mia, one of the group dive participants. That was the detail that rubbed Bond the wrong way. 4 Eyes, what a nerd! I can't believe she didn't jump sooner. He took a look at the list of notes taken from various interviews conducted during the investigation. Taking another sip of coffee, Bond let out a befuddled grunt. Oh my god, chat is noiding right now. Not the noids. Not the noids! I need to recut. I'm not that good at video editing, but that would be another meme if I could do it. Of, the Not the Bees scene, but instead of Nicolas Cage, someone photoshops Takami's face over it the whole time. Not the noids! Not the noids! From her birth all the way until her death, there was not a single photograph of Mia wearing glasses. Fun fact, though. I mean, she could have just not wanted anyone to see her wearing her glasses. There's actually not a single photograph of me wearing braces that you'll find. There is not a single bit of photographic evidence that I ever had braces. Fun fact. The entire time I had them, I never smiled with my teeth. It was a conscious effort to always be like, ah, anytime a picture was being taken and I had braces. I was really embarrassed by them. Even though it's a totally normal thing, I got braces pretty late, so I was embarrassed about it. It was her sister, Yua, that wore the glasses. He had even gone so far as to obtain access to Mia's medical records. Sure enough, she had boasted perfect 20/20 vision, and thus had no need for glasses. Mia had been a quiet girl with an interest in anime. Weeb. Quite the contrast to her happy-go-lucky sister. That all matched up with the description Yua had given. While the 5 victims of the group dive were friends, some reports suggested that their encounter on the rooftop was the first time they had ever met. Allegedly, they were online friends who had gotten together for an offline meet. Naturally, their online activity was heavily scrutinized as part of the investigation, but there were never any signs of dark tendencies displayed by the victims. Furthermore, several hours before the group dive, 2 high school girls, who appeared to be twins, had been spotted walking into a fast food restaurant in Shibuya. Bon took a look around. He was sitting in the very same fast food restaurant mentioned in the report. Before sitting down, Bon had also taken the time to speak with one of the restaurant's employees. The employee had told him that the 2 girls had chatted for a while, then proceeded to take a 10-minute bathroom break. Why would he remember that? What on earth could have taken him so long in there? Bon wondered. Girls don't take shits. He stared intently at the women's restroom, which caught him the scornful glare of every young girl nearby. Realizing this, Bon flashed a wry smile before returning his gaze back towards the streets outside the window. Bon just straight up staring at the women's restroom. Wow. 18 excruciating hours had passed since Yua raided my container. Oh, they both just sleeping together now? What? My hands had been tied around my back and around the leg of my bed. Fortunately, I'd been tied sitting down, so it wasn't too exhausting. Unfortunately, the rope coiled around my wrists was constantly digging into them, which was painful. I somehow managed to doze off for around 3 hours during that time, but it didn't do me any good. I was still very sleepy, likely due to the fact that no one could get any half-decent sleep like this. Damn it, I wasn't into S&M shit at all. If only I could hit decline on this RP invite. Yua was still sitting on the sofa watching me. She had been doing so all night. I just find it so hard to believe that this girl that weighs 115 pounds just fucking manhandled him tied up to the bed. Bro. Just knock her down. This reminds me of when Maho, like, overpowered Okabe. Okabe's, like, 6'3". Maho was, like, 4'9". I know he's not actually that tall, but still. She just believed in herself, yeah, I guess. He's a lightweight, I suppose. She really had been putting her all into it. She did nothing else the entire time. Did she ever sleep? What was she even trying to accomplish here to begin with? Yua was convinced that I had did, but I knew that wasn't true. She could wait like that all she wants, but Shogun would never come out. She hadn't gagged me, and actually allowed me to speak right after she tied me down. Of course, I'd taken full advantage of that to voice the above thoughts over and over again, but they just went in one ear and out the other. After a few hours of trying to change her mind, I realized how obstinate she really was, so I just gave up. And after that, you created Shogun. You are Shogun. He is simply a mechanism for you to escape reality. Shogun is none other than you, yourself.
同時にあなたでは
But
な
at
い
the
別
same
の
time,
存在。
he is his own separate existence. In the Noid realm.
もう一人のあなた
Another you that exists within you.
あなたの負の
The
側面
embodiment of your dark side.
あなたの弱い
An
心を守
existence
るための
crafted to
存在
protect your fragile mind.
あなたの恐
Your
怖
madness.
快楽殺
You
人
are a
者
murderer that takes pleasure in every kill.
手段は選ば
One
な
who
い
doesn't care about the who.
殺す相手も
One
選
who
ばな
doesn't
い
care about the how.
殺すことが存在で
One who exists to kill.
誰でもよかった
And it
です
doesn't
か
matter who you kill, does it?
本当に
Does it?
ミアはなぜ選ば
Why
れたん
did
で
you
すか
choose Mia?
答えて
Answer me.
答えてよ
Answer me now.
答えてください
Please answer me.
答えてほしい
I want you to answer.
答えないと
You
許し
need
ま
to
せん
answer, or else. Yua kept mumbling her pathological ramblings over and over and over again, never coming up for air. My room was extremely small, and my only means of covering my ears, my hands were tied up, so I had no choice but to listen. Yua is really noiding out, yeah. I thought I was going insane. On top of that, I felt as if I'd only gotten to experience the tip of the iceberg. I started trying to think of a way to escape. I tried pulling the toilet card to weigh my chances of getting out of here. It didn't work. She did untie my hands and allow me to go, but she followed me closely. She stood right behind me the entire time, never taking her eyes off me, even when I was doing my business. To make matters worse, she even continued spouting those insane ramblings of hers from behind my back. Unarmed? She just held you hostage, unarmed? How long was this shit gonna go on for? I couldn't even get some actual sleep, because who knows when this bitch was gonna snap and kill me out of nowhere. And then again, even if I was awake, I wasn't confident I'd be able to defend myself anyway.
何がきっかけ
What triggers it?
どうすれば出てくるんで
What
す
does
か
it take to make you come out?
肉体的苦痛
Physical pain?
精神的苦痛
Psychological pain?
性的衝動
Sexual urges?
トラウマ
Invoking trauma?
偶然
Is it simply by chance? Yua's murmurs suddenly came to a stop. But even then, she was still glaring at me. The room had become silent, and yet, given the circumstances, the stillness only served to make me more tense. Suddenly, the sound of a stomach growling broke the silence. I hadn't had anything to eat or drink, so I was obviously hungry, but that still hadn't just been me now. Which meant that Yua was hungry too. Moreover, I was sure I'd heard a stomach growling, but Yua's lack of reaction almost made me reconsider. Normal girls, for example, would have had a way cuter reaction. She'd most likely have said something like this. What? It ain't my fault. Yeah, I'm so hungry I could eat a horse, but I've been trying so hard to hold it in. It's only natural. You want to know why?
それは
Well, last time you said I'd put on a couple
あな
pounds.
たに太ってるって言われたから
But it's not like I went on a diet because you told me that or anything. Don't take it the wrong way, you big dum-dum. What a classic tsundere. As transparent as a glass window. Seira, you're so cute when you get mad and blush like that, Seira. Damn it. The situation I was in was really making me want to escape into my delusions. Just delude her away. Easy mode, dude. Don't you want to eat? Yua's tone was ice cold as ever. As I was still sitting, she lowered her gaze down to my feet. A plate had been placed in front of them. It was a plate full of pasta. Tarraco spaghetti, to be precise. Served with a finely cut seaweed garnish. Oh, that's very nice of her. However, it had been sitting there for 2 hours, so the pasta was probably all dry and sticky by now. Yua made it for me. She tied me up and left without saying a word. Came back about 30 minutes later with a heaping plate of pasta. It would seem she'd gone to the supermarket, bought the ingredients, then cooked them into a pasta for me outside the container house. That's very nice of her. Wow. What was she plotting by making me a home-cooked meal? I couldn't wrap my head around it. She could have just bought something that was ready-made at the convenience store. How would she put, like, some drugs in it? Maybe she'd poisoned it. The thought made me want to stay as far away from it as possible. Besides, it wasn't like I could eat if I wanted to. My hands were tied up. The plate was at my feet.
あんたが食べればいい。
You can have it. Remembering that Yua's stomach had growled, I gave that sarcastic retort.
あなたを肉体的にいたぶろうとか
I don't plan on
そん
torturing
な
you
つもりは
physically.
ないんです。私はただ
I'm simply waiting for Shogun to come
待
out.
っているだけ。だから
So
食べ
please
てくだ
eat.
さい。
It will be
食べ
problematic
て
if
く
you
れるの
don't.
で困ります。
Eat.
この状態で
Do you really think I can eat in a situation like this? Don't be
じゃ
ridiculous.
言わないでよ。
Yua stood up, walked up to me, and crouched down next to me. I looked away in fear, still holding on to the hope she'd untie the rope coiled around my hands. But of course, that wasn't what happened. Instead, Yua picked up the plate, struggled to twirl the dry as hell sticky pasta with a fork, and then when she finally managed to, she held it out to my mouth.
どうぞ。
Here. I'm not eating that shit.
食べないぞ。
Okay, open wide, say ah. And its variants were events you could only experience in Eroge. This was real life. When things were this tense, all her feeding me did was highlight her murderous intent all the more. At least untie me if you're gonna do shit like this. At least if I was untied, I could pretend to eat some and go, yup, this tastes like shit, take it away, thanks. But here I wasn't even afforded that.
レンジでチンしましょうか。
Shall I warm it up in the microwave? I just said I'm not
言ってるじゃ
gonna
ない
eat
か
it. I thought about knocking the plate out of her hand with my knee, but if I did that, she'd definitely get pissed. There was no telling what she'd do next. The thought sent chills down my spine, so in the end, I decided to hold back the urge. I like that his urge is to just knock the plate out of her hand, instead of, like, kicking her in the face, potentially knocking her unconscious.
分かってください。私が西条くんにこんなこと
Please
するのは
understand. I'm doing this not just to protect everyone else, but to save you too.
決してあなた
I
を
never
傷つけ
ever
るた
want
め
to
じゃない
hurt
ん
you.
ですよ。
The fuck are you talking about? You stupid? Wanna die? Who the hell did she think she was? She wanted to save me? Sure, it was true that the new gen Shogun and all that stuff scared the living shit out of me, and that I desperately wanted someone to save me. But that someone was clearly excluding Yua. I never asked to be subjected to this crazy bitch's delusions.
食べて
Eat,
無理にでも食べて。
even if you have to force yourself. There was cold pasta twirled around the fork. Yua shoved it toward my mouth.
食べられますよね。
You can eat, can't you? Yua moved even closer, still glaring at me to no end.
食べてください。
Eat, please.
食べて。
Eat. Suddenly, Yua stopped dead in her tracks. Why'd this bitch come closer and closer every time she got mad? I kept looking away and clamped my mouth shut. She must have been insane if she thought I'd ever eat something she made. I'd end up with fucking food poisoning. I feel like this is the most Takumi's ever swore in his route. An hour or so had passed. My stomach was still growling. I was so scared I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. God, I'm so hungry now. Fuck. all this talk of dry cold pastas really got me. Oh, I'm hungry now. Hang on one second. You know, the stomach growling, that dry sticky pasta, it really is hitting the mark. Do I enjoy dry pasta? No, I was being sarcastic. Yeah, Rice Krispie treat. I'm out of like any real snacks. I should probably go to the grocery store. His neck is the only noodle that matters. White cheddar Cheez-Its are my go-to snack. Those are pretty good. Cranch. Oh, that's right. I still gotta get Cranch. Dip the Rice Krispie in Cranch. I have potato chips for a snack, but I feel like people wouldn't enjoy me like munching on chips for the rest of the stream. So I'm just gonna have a Rice Krispie treat to hold me over. Anyway. What is this, Death Note? Yeah. An hour or so had passed. My stomach was still growling. I was so scared I wanted to scream, but I couldn't.
食べて
Eat.
食べて
Eat now.
食べてって言ってるでしょ
Didn't I tell you to eat?
食べて
Eat. Oh my god. Yua was still crouching down next to me, staring at me. She was still trying to shove the pasta down my throat. She had stayed there the entire time in the exact same position. My go-to is cookie dough protein bars, but I have to make them myself, which is unfortunate. String cheese and pepperoni and Ritz crackers. All those sound good. I like Ritz crackers, and you put the like little spray cheese on it. That's really good. It's super unhealthy though. But that little spray cheese is really good on Ritz crackers. God, I fucking want some of those now. No seasoning at all? What, on my Ritz crackers? What? I'm not putting seasoning on Ritz crackers. I put it on my meat. Eat. Maybe this pasta doesn't have seasoning, that's why he's not eating it. Please eat.
食べないと
You need to eat.
食べて
Eat. Oh my god, he was dialogue.
食べてほしい
I want you to eat.
食べて
Eat.
食べなさい
Eat it.
食べて
Eat.
食
Ah!
べていいの
It's safe to eat.
食べなよ
Eat up. Then you take a bite.
食べろ
Eat. You eat it then, bitch. She just kept on making her demands in a series of low murmurs, refusing to do anything else. I had a feeling another hour had passed already. I was so creeped out I couldn't lift a finger. I was petrified. I was a deer perpetually stuck in the headlights. I feel like I'm such an angry person. I would just be so angry in a situation like this. You couldn't, like, you couldn't reason with me. I'm just so angry. I would absolutely say something that would get me killed in this instance, for sure. This dialogue ain't it, fam. She hadn't hurt me or anything. She hadn't forced me to eat the pasta either. Yet somehow, I felt more and more afraid of Yua with each passing moment. She was simply waiting for me to eat, and nothing else. And yet I was still scared shitless. A normal person would have given up after about 5 minutes, but not Yua. No, Yua kept at it for over an hour. If this were a normal version of this kind of thing, Yua would pull my hair, force my mouth open, and scream at me, "Eat it, you scum!" But she didn't, so I didn't have the slightest clue what the hell she was thinking. She was a total freak. Broken. No sane person could do what she was doing. She wasn't human. She couldn't be. I'm scared, 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 I'm scared. I should have said it like Takumi. I'm scared! I'm peeing my pants, I'm so scared. There's this 5'2", 100-pound girl bullying me. Hey, Volcrum. Welcome. Eat your spaghetti, young man. Wandering changed his profile picture. How am I supposed to know who he is now? I was at rock bottom. I wanted to kneel down and beg for her forgiveness. My entire body was covered in a thick, disgusting sweat. I was enduring so much anguish mentally I could hardly breathe. Homie hasn't eaten for like half a day and he's like, ah! I didn't know what to do. I never had a girl stare at me from this close from before, and for this long. Who the hell has? We were a couple having some lovey-dovey conversation while we rubbed our noses together or some shit. That'd be fine, but no. No. You had just kept repeating the same shit over and over again like a broken goddamn record. This broken record never stopped fucking glaring at me. How is this even real?
食べて
Eat.
食べなさい
Eat it.
食べてよ
Eat it now.
食べてください
Eat, please.
食べろ
Eat.
Da-
I couldn't deal with her gaze on me any longer, so I dared to squeeze out a single word. My voice had gone hoarse.
食べるよ
Fine! Oh my god, Takumi, you idiot. This dude got broken by just her saying eat it over and over again. Just play fucking what's his face? Weird Al Yankovic's Eat It on repeat. Just eat it, eat it, eat it, eat it. Yua's murmurs stopped. She remained completely still in the same posture as before. Hang on, can I play that for a second, or do you think YouTube just immediately takes this video down if I do that? Ah, they do. I'm not gonna do it. You guys know what I mean, though. I forced my mouth open. I nervously ate the pasta she had been trying to feed me for over an hour. This stale-ass pasta that's been, like, just left out for 3 hours. Oh my god. My mouth was already dry to begin with, and eating this withered pasta definitely didn't help. It sucked away any remaining moisture I had left. Weird Al doesn't copyright? Yeah, but I'm sure his, like, music label does. I couldn't bear the taste, so I almost didn't chew at all as I choked the pasta down. Yua blinked a few times, surprised to see me actually eating. And like a statue come to life, she started moving again.
おいしい
Does it taste good? No, it doesn't taste good at all, I thought to myself, but there was no way I'd say it to her face. So I just gave her a weak nod instead. Well, I'm glad to hear it. Despite what she said, Yua still had the most deadpan expression on her face. I couldn't even detect the slightest bit of happiness. She moved the fork back toward the plate she was holding, and with it she picked up another clump of the dry, sticky pasta and held it out to my mouth once again. That was the sound of when Hazuki's, like, scooping the brains out, by the way. Did I have to really eat all of it? Would she not let me go otherwise? Give me a break already. Tears started flowing from my eyes. I couldn't hold them in anymore. I was just too scared. I peed my pants, I'm so scared. Yet no matter how hard I cried, Yua didn't seem to care. She'd keep on doing this until I finished the entire plate. So I ate, tears endlessly streaming down my face. She kept feeding me that dry, shitty pasta. By the time I'd finished all of it, I was both physically and mentally exhausted.
お腹いっぱい
Are
にな
you
りました
full
か
now? Well, you just force-fed me a plate of pasta, so yeah.
なりましたよね。
You're full, aren't you?
なったはず。
You should be full now. She like fucking punches him in the gut to verify there's no spare space left in his stomach.
一生懸命作った甲斐がありました。
Then the time I spent making this for you was worth it. In contrast to what she said, Yua's tone was cold as ice. Then at last, she took a small step away from me, placed the plate on my desk, and then sat back down on the sofa. After sitting down, she looked in my direction, and went right back to staring at me. And as she stared, she stopped moving. Don't look at me, damn it! Please stop looking at me! I did nothing but chant those words over and over inside my head. But I couldn't say them out loud. I was too scared. I was so scared. Was she really going to monitor me for an entire day? This was straight up psychological torture. Just the mere thought of it made me even more depressed. It's not torture, she's literally just staring at you. Oh, the sneezes. I'm dying.
なんで
Why are you doing this to me? I was crying now. Takami's been crying for like the past 6 hours straight. I couldn't help but ask. I needed to know. What
僕に
would I do to you?
何の恨みがあって。
妹が
My younger sister died. Who starts a conversation like that? Huh? Younger sister? For a split second, Yua looked like she was about to cry, only to quickly reassume her ice-cold expression.
集団ダイブの被害者
She was one of the group dive victims.
私の双子の
We were
妹
twins,
ミヤ
and
と言い
she
ま
was
す
the younger. Her name was Mia.
私は
I'll never let the murderer who killed my sister get away with it.
許さない
That's the
と思っ
promise
て
I
まし
made
た
to myself.
そして
And
あ
then
なたにたどり着
I
いた
found you.
あなたの苦しみ
I
を知りまし
learned
た
about your suffering, and I decided how could I make it worse, you little shit.
私は妹
I
が
want
な
to
ぜ
find
殺さ
out
れなくちゃ
why
いけ
my
なかった
sister
の
was
か
killed.
その真実
I
を
want
知
to
り
know
た
the
い
truth.
なぜ犯人が
I want to know why the
将
culprit,
軍が
why
妹を殺したの
Shogun
か
killed her.
知りたいそれと
And
あなたも助けた
I
い
want to save you.
分かってください
Please understand.
分かってくれますよ
You
ね
understand, right?
分かるはず
You should understand.
分かるはずです
I'm sure you understand. I thought back to the video of the group dive that had been uploaded to YouTube. Had one of the crying victims in that video been Yua's younger sister? I knew full well what Yua was going through. The same kind of thing had happened recently with Nanami, after all. But that didn't mean I could forgive what she was doing right now. This crazy bitch had broken into my house, tied me up, and now she was holding me captive. No way in hell I could ever feel sympathy for her after all that shit. Takumi has never felt sympathy for anyone other than himself, anyway. Not like it matters the context. I lost track of time. My room had no windows, after all. I had no way to tell what time it was.
その目誰の目ってどういう
What does whose eyes are those eyes mean?
どうしてこれから
Why'd
殺す
you
相
have
手に
those
な
people
せ
you
た
were
の
about to kill say that?
どうしてダイイングメッセージ
Why
と
was
して
it
残
left
し
as
た
a
の
dying message?
あなたは何を訴えたい
What were you
の
trying to convey? Usually, I just check the time on my phone or PC. Not that there were any other ways to do so. But since I was still tied to the leg of my bed, I obviously couldn't use either method. Sarah just sitting there not helping out? Yeah, for real. Where's fucking Sarah? The only time I got to check the time but the only chance I got to check the time was whenever I went to the bathroom. But even then, it was a pretty small window. The longer this torture lasted, the harder it got for me to get up and use the toilet. I simply didn't feel the urge to piss, likely because I wasn't drinking enough water. Subconscious urge to drink water after reading that. It felt as if I had been deprived of all physiological phenomena for over a day now.
どうしてダーススパイダーなの？
Why Darth Spider? That niche film that no one's heard of. The shipping container did have a bathroom nearby, what'd I tell you? I mean, I believed you that it had a bathroom. I don't believe that there was a shower nearby, though. Sure, he says it, but it's a delusion. Takumi is not a man who bathes.
それを被ることで何を訴えたかったの？
What were you trying to accomplish by wearing that character's helmet?
宗教的な意味
Does it
がある
bear some kind of religious significance? No, bitch, I just like Disney movies.
Dark Hero Gambo.
Do you aspire to be an anti-hero? Yeah, everyone's favorite anti-hero, Darth Spider.
それとも世論を
Or
バカ
do you
に
just
した
want
い
to
だ
make
け
a mockery of public opinion? Yua didn't move an inch. She simply continued sitting on the sofa, standing up every once in a while only to sit back down right after. Her muttering hadn't stopped this entire time. How is she still talking after this long? Me, who talks for 10 hours straight on stream. It wasn't like I could kill time on my PC, nor could I make calls or send any messages. I couldn't even sleep. All I could do was sit there and be assaulted endlessly with questions. Yua's mumbling was starting to sound like a mantra or something at this point. I couldn't stand being watched for this long. Sure, I had to cope with Shogun reading my mind, and the sensation of being observed by the gaze, but while those things did suck, I could at least stomach them. I wish I could say something about Yua's unending watch. Her gaze was so utterly devoid of any emotion or warmth that it genuinely felt as if I wasn't even there, like my very existence itself was being ignored, if not outright denied by her. Regardless, the point is that I knew nothing about what was going on in the outside world. And I couldn't, as long as I was tied up. Do you think Takumi is a Shadow the Hedgehog fan? Probably. Fun fact, the only Sonic game I've played all the way through is Shadow the Hedgehog. I also streamed myself playing Shadow the Hedgehog, if you want to watch that. I had lost all perception of time. I didn't know how many days had passed since I'd been tied up. I had a feeling that 2 days or so had gone by, but it sure as hell felt more like a month. Being deprived of my freedom of movement was really stressful. Every minute of however many hours had passed, I'd think to myself, I need to look at a clock. That was the sole thing on my mind.
それとも
Or perhaps... Huh? Yu's head suddenly tilted. She took off her glasses and rubbed her eyelids that occulted her bleary eyes. She was only human, I'd imagine, so she was finally starting to get tired. She hadn't caught a wink of sleep the entire time, after all. I enjoyed Frontiers. I hadn't played Frontiers. Or any, like I said, any Sonic game other than Shadow the Hedgehog. Maybe she could have thought this through before doing it. She was just wasting her time. Nothing would come of any of this. This never would have happened if she just listened to me.
いつ
When are you gonna come
な
out?
んですか？
Come out. She must have still been talking about Shogun. her whispers practically delirious.
どうしたら
How can I get you to
出
come
て
out?
きてくれるんですか？出てきてよ。
Won't you come out? Unfortunately for you, he won't come out no matter how much you plead, because he's not there to begin with.
待ってる
I will keep waiting.
待っ
I will
て。
wait. Yeah. When silence took over the room once more, Yua's body slowly tilted over. That sound. With all her strength gone, she fell to her side on the sofa. Had she fallen asleep? Had her batteries finally run out? I breathed a sigh of relief, and all the tension in my body released along with it. I hadn't had even a single moment to relax the entire time she'd been staring at me. And now that she wasn't, I could finally take it easy for a bit. Well, it's not like her staring has a physical interaction with you.
タッキー、何のんきなこと言ってん
Taki,
の
why aren't you using your noggin here? Sarah's voice rang out from beside my monitor.
逃げるなら
Isn't this your chance to skedaddle? Well, can he untie himself?
それどころか
Maybe you could turn the tables and tie her up instead. She's completely defenseless. I mean, she's been defenseless this entire time. And then you can do whatever you want with her, you big dum-dum. Oh, I see. Ahem. Taku moment. Anyway, Yua was still lying on the sofa, so I took a nervous glance at her face. To be honest, if I ignored everything, her sleeping face was actually pretty cute. It reminded me of when we first met, that gentle smile she'd had. I obviously didn't know what Yua had really been thinking back then, nor that she'd seen me as a murderer. If anything, I saw her as an enemy, as one of Shogun's underlings. But it was her fault for making me think that. She was the one who deceived me, who'd betrayed me. So if I wanted to be a bully, she had no right to complain. I peeked at Yua's sleeping face once more. Her eyelids twitched erratically, and her face contorted in a pained expression. Then, from the corner of her eye, a single tear ran down her cheek. Remember when, at the beginning of this stream, an old IRL high school friend joined the stream, was like, "Hey man, how you doing?" And then this was the game I was playing for the person I haven't seen in like 10 years. Hey, bro. Hope you're doing good. Man, I wonder what Sam's like after college. It's been so long. Worse. Could she be having a nightmare about her dead sister?
タッキー、調教しないの
Taki, aren't you gonna bully her? After seeing her shed a tear like that, I'd already lost the drive.
監禁されて禁縛されてるのにタッキーって成人君子だね。優しすぎる。
I hate every time Sarah talks.
そうだけど時と場合によるよ。
Playing this sissy kissy game, I can explain the themes. It's not really incest if you think about it. She was a 1,000-year-old dragon. Even after she had you locked up? Oh, Taki, you're so noble. So kind. Heck, too kind. That's one of the things I love about you. But maybe you should think about doing away with all that just this once, considering how perfect this opportunity is. That's not what I meant. Of course, I wasn't going to forgive Yua that easily. I just didn't have the strength to be angry with her, nor to even resist at all. It was all gone. I was completely sapped. Was it because of the huge release in tension? Or could it have been because she told me about her little sister? It didn't really feel like Yua wanted to hurt me or anything, weird as that might sound. Suddenly, I was struck with an intense drowsiness, and so I surrendered my body to the feeling, allowing myself to forget, if only for a moment, the pain my bound wrists were being tortured by. Bro doesn't even attempt to escape after she fell asleep. I'll think of a way out of this later. Oh my god. As soon as I woke up, I knew something was off, like something was missing. Still half asleep, I looked around the room. I tried to stand up, but the rope coiled around my wrists dug in deep, and the sheer pain stopped me in my tracks. The pain immediately reminded me I was tied up, and the one that had done so was Yua. Oh, Yua wasn't here. So that's why it felt off. I was the only one in the room. Where had she gone? Had she gone to make food, or to use the bathroom? I don't know how many days it had been since Yua locked me in here, but what I did know was that neither of us had been to school the entire time. We only went outside to use the bathroom or cook something. I wasn't even allowed to take a shower, which is normal for Taku. I let out a heavy sigh. Yua should come back any minute now. And when she did, she'd start watching me all over again. Had Yua always been this stubborn? Or was it the hatred and regret she felt from her sister's death that made me start acting this way? Regardless, how could I make her understand I wasn't Shogun? Maybe I could show her the messages Shogun had sent me. If they were still on my PC, anyway. Let's be honest, we were long past that. Yua was fully devoted to the delusional bullshit she'd come up with. I doubt she'd even believe me if I did show them to her. I needed something more concrete, something to convince her that Shogun and I were two completely different people. If only he would just show up here, then there'd be no denying it. That'd kind of suck for me if it happened, though. I didn't want him anywhere near me. Besides, if he came to my base, it'd probably be to kill me. Well, Yua would probably kill him, right? If you were just like, that's Shogun. I'm going to Costco. Taki, you gotta tail it out of here. Can't stand watching this judgmental, violent stalker girl bully you like this. Thank you, Sarah. But I can't run. I can't untie myself on my own. I had obviously already made my fair share of attempts to escape, but my struggle had proved futile. Yua's knots were tight, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't even get them to budge. If only I was a 3D girl, then I could just come on down and rescue you right away, Taki. Remember when you beat the living shit out of me in a subway tunnel? I'm sure you can rip up this rope. I don't know. As great as escaping sounds on paper, Sarah, I think just doing whatever she says like I've been doing is the far safer option. Is it? Is staying prisoner of someone who stalked and kidnapped you the safer option? If I tried to escape and failed, it could make Yua go berserk. Whenever Yua lost her temper, it was crazy how scary she got. So I was going to do everything I could not to provoke her. That doesn't make sense, though. If you don't escape and she goes crazy while you're tied up, your chances of survival are significantly lower. Wow. You're really taking your time to think of the best way to keep your head on your shoulders, aren't you, Taki? You're so amazing. But you know, I really don't want you two staying in the same room for much longer. As much as I hated to admit it, as long as I was tied up, I was entirely dependent on Yua to survive. Luckily, she hadn't been violent with me at all yet. She'd even cooked for me and let me use the bathroom whenever I asked. She was still treating me like a human being. Was she, though? And I was sure that once she finally understood that no matter how long she waited, Shogun wouldn't come out. She'd let me go. Hell, even better, I was sure she'd beg me for forgiveness. Of course, I'd make her get down on her hands and knees, or else what'd be the point? And while we're at it, if I could grab her tits, too. And then, it'd all be forgiven. That's all he needs. You imprisoned me for a couple days? Well, let me touch the titty. It'll be okay. As long as I can do that, that'll make up for everything. You would go back to her life, and I'd go on with mine. She'd never see me again, and I'd never see her again. So at the very least, the Yua threat would disappear completely. Or if I was very lucky, there was even a chance she would have a change of heart and end up joining my party. Change of heart has been banned in Yu-Gi-Oh! For years, bro. I wouldn't get your hopes up. People can't use that shit anymore. Shogun was still real and very much a problem. So Yua could step up and replace Remy as my protector. It'd be better than nothing. What if he draws the Noid of Greed, also banned? We even had some common ground. Above all else, Yua resented the new gen culprit, and therefore Shogun. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Yua's interests and mine coincided. I'm so smart. I'm kind of a genius, to be honest. I remember Takumi really did have this train of thought a lot earlier in the game. About halfway through, he stopped having this, but he used to be like, "I'm so smart." Yup, you're a bona fide genius, Taki. You know, keep this up, and I might just fall head over heels for you. And so, I decided to ride the storm out. Girls don't like the smart guys, Takumi. Especially guys that refer to themselves as the smart guys over and over again. Okay, where the hell was she? Yua still hadn't shown any signs of coming back. It had been a good while since she'd left, too. I knew for a fact that at least a few hours had passed. Probably. Where in the world had she gone? Sure as hell wasn't the toilet. I could also rule out that she'd been grabbing dinner, since there was no way it would have taken this long. Every time she'd gone out to buy us food, she just went to the nearest supermarket and came back shortly after. So where was she? Had she gone to school? I didn't even know what time it was right now, but if it was around noon, it was certainly a possibility. If I could have just looked at the minimum attendance chart, then I would have been able to know what day it was instantly. It would have told me a lot, really. For example, if you had kept me locked up for 3 days straight, and the first day had been Friday, then it would explain why she'd been able to stay here and not go to school. He did math. He did the math. Did he not know what day it was when he got kidnapped? What? Because it'd been the weekend. In other words, today was Monday, and you had gone to school. That had to be it. It had to. What day had it been when you had broken into my room again? My consciousness was already foggy as all hell, so I couldn't remember clearly. What if she hadn't gone to school? What if she'd gone back home, for example? 3 days. These days, every slut in high school would stay out overnight without asking their parents, but Yua wasn't like that. What? Incel moment? Even if she had gotten permission, staying over at my place for who knows how many nights would have definitely made her parents worry. So knowing that, she'd have gone back home in order to pacify them. Probably. That made a lot of sense, actually. Well, regardless of where she'd gone off to, she'd come back eventually. so it'd be in my best interest to stay put and conserve my energy. I let out a small sigh and closed my eyes. Might as well get some sleep. Bro. Takumi is like below beta on the like scale. I couldn't sleep. I'd closed my eyes and tried my hardest to doze off for hours, but I just couldn't manage to. I ended up just staring at the door, torturing myself over whether or not Yua would come back. There was a bit of a windstorm going on outside, so the door rattled faintly every once in a while. Whenever it did, I'd immediately open my eyes, thinking that Yua had come back. But no matter how many times I thought that, she still hadn't. I was left all alone in this container, tied up like an animal. She was still taking her sweet time. I decided I might as well try to break out of the restraints on my wrists. The rope that bound me to the leg of my bed was made of nylon, which was why I thought that maybe with enough force I could break free. And so I poured all the strength into my arms. It's not like his bed is, like, mounted to the floor. Couldn't he just lift the bed up and then slip his arms under the bed leg? He's tied to the chair. No, they clarified. He's tied to the leg of the bed. This is where he's tied. Is this thing right here. She's been sitting in the chair and the sofa, and he's been tied right here to the bedpost. It was no use. The rope didn't even budge, or maybe I was just too weak. After all, I was a pretty big weakling in general. An otaku freak that did nothing but play vidya. I fucking hate that term. And surf the web all day. There was no way I could have broken that cord like some kind of movie protagonist. Tearing the cord with just arm strength alone was obviously impossible, so I tried to think of some other way. I mean, you'd have to be pretty strong to tear through rope. Obviously, it would have been really easy if I had a knife or something. But unfortunately, I had no such luck. Remember in Cuba I thought the world was a simulation? I mean, I was like half right. Noah 2 was projecting delusions on everyone, simulating a world for them. So, kind of. But yeah, I mean, I guess they weren't like in an actual computer or anything. Does he really not have anything sharp in his like his little container here? The only things I could see around me were magazines, manga, CDs, empty boxed lunches, that kind of stuff. It's no use. I've tried nothing and I'm all out of ideas. I was hopeless. I couldn't even sap a single piece of nylon string on my own. Wanted Chaos had to be a simulation, so Steins Gate could be separate from it. Yeah, I'm really not trying to blemish Steins Gate all that much. But also, I mean, obviously the city isn't in total ruin. What happened to the steak from the first murder? I think Yua stole it from his room, right? Yua's coming back, right? I'm not gonna lie, this route's kind of boring. I unintentionally voiced those thoughts out loud, being I was basically talking to myself. Hey, Taki. I've been thinking, what if she abandoned you? Abandoned me? As in, Yua had left me here to rot? As in, she wasn't coming back? If that was true, I was screwed. Surely she hadn't just tied me up and expected me to survive on my own, right? If you're gonna lock someone up, then you should realize you're responsible for them until you let them go. That's just common sense. No, she couldn't have abandoned me. I was overthinking it. Yua was definitely gonna come back. She still hadn't uncovered Shogun's true identity, so surely she wouldn't give up yet. Yua would never abandon me. This is fine. This is fine.
そういうのってさ、スト
Hey,
ックホルム症候群
Did you
って言
know?
うんよ。
This kind of thing's called Stockholm Syndrome. Yes, I obviously know what Stockholm Syndrome is. But you're wrong. This isn't like that. My brain isn't dependent on her or anything. As if I would ever warm up to that mental case, let alone fall for her.
僕もつい最近
But didn't you just think a few minutes ago?
ユアの
I
気持ち
know
が
what
分から
Yua
な
must
く
be
もない
going
と
through.
思って
Something
脳
similar
内
happened
で
with
そうしてなかった
Nanami
んだ
after
よ
all. Come on, Taki. You know you can't hide any of your delusions from me. Yua route is only better than Nanami's? I think Nanami's route was way better. Way better. Was I lying to myself? Was I just forcing myself to believe I could trust Yua? Maybe I was. Stockholm Syndrome was a psychological phenomenon in which people deceived their own selves for the sake of survival. It's a psychiatric term. In cases such as imprisonment, the hostage is forced to spend an extensive amount of time with their captor in enclosed space. As a result of this extended interaction, the hostage may begin to develop positive feelings towards their captor, despite them doing horrible things to them. This phenomenon is known as Stockholm Syndrome, and can be described as a state of self-deception based on the idea that building a trusting relationship with one's captor, rather than resisting them, will increase chances of survival. The name is derived from a real hostage situation that took place in Stockholm in 1973. Flushes out Yua a bunch and makes her a better character. Well, hopefully that starts happening soon. What else could I do in this situation? I had no other choice. I had to rely on Yua. Rimi had backed out. Nanami hadn't come to check on me for a long time now. My parents let me know and they were worried about me via Nanami, but they never actually checked on me personally. The only other person that I knew lived in this container. Yua. Which meant the only person I could rely on was also Yua. Therefore, I had to lie to myself. It was the only way I could survive. I didn't want to die. What? But you said multiple times already, just kill me. I didn't want Yua to mistreat me, and I didn't have the courage to resist her using force, Lamau. So that was why I decided to just submit. I wouldn't resist. If I waited long enough, eventually she'd understand. That was the only way an otaku freak like me would survive. I would trust in Yua. I would trust in her by lying to myself. And then I'd make it out of this without anyone getting hurt. Taki, you and I both know you can't trust the four-eyed stalker girl. I know you're a real nice guy and all, but this is taking it a step too far. For the first time in my life, I completely ignored what Seira had to say. Come back soon, Yua. You're coming back, right? Boom. And then, it happened. Without warning, the door burst open. It caught me completely by surprise. I immediately froze. I could finally see outside. The sky was dyed in orange by the setting sun, and there, obstructing my view of it, was Yua. I was relieved from the bottom of my heart to see her. Realizing that I hadn't been abandoned, it nearly made me cry tears of joy. I was a little disgusted with how easily I'd been tamed, but my disgust was immediately overshadowed by the feelings of relief. Welcome back. I had no one else, so I was forced to be dependent on her. This was why something so fucking stupid had somehow come out of my mouth. But... You're a hindrance. Huh? Yuba quickly walked over to me, crouched down to meet me at eye level, and then she grabbed my hair and yanked on it hard. Bruh.
邪魔なの。
A hindrance.
あなたがいなけれ
If
ば
only you didn't exist,
将軍は出て
then
くるはずな
Shogun
の
would
に
come out.
なんでいるの？
Why do you exist?
自重してよ。
Have some self-respect.
少し引っ込んで。
Let him take the reins for a while.
あなたと話して
There's
も
no
意味ない
point talking to you.
私はあなたと
You
話
aren't
し
the
たいん
one
じゃ
I
ない
want to talk to.
出して。
Bring him out.
将軍を出しな
Bring
さい。
out Shogun now. Imagine in the next JoJo Part 9 we get someone whose stand is actually just like in a wheelchair. That would be funny. Yua was acting weird. Really? Just now she started acting weird? Ugh. Was she getting impatient because Shogun wouldn't come out? That means she was going to resort to more drastic measures? At this point, I would just pretend to be Shogun? Yeah, I mean, how hasn't he just pretended that by now? You know? Like, you bested me. Why don't you let me go? And then we'll go to the hospital together. Then, I don't know, just beat her up or some shit. What the fuck? This wasn't what I planned. I believed in her. I trusted she wouldn't go berserk on me. Was she about to betray me again? Bro, she's had you tied to a post. She was never on your side. Who am I kidding? I'm the only one who feels betrayed. I was forced to face reality. I had decided to place my trust in Yua all on my own. She never asked me to. Not once. Had I just been naive? It was because I was an otaku freak and a shut-in, wasn't it? I knew pretty much nothing about human interaction because of those things. So tricking me was like taking candy from a baby. If I was right about this, then I'd been right about everything. Nothing good could come from 3D. It was time for me to become a real shut-in, but this time I'd lock myself in the 2D world.
見て。
Look. You had thrusted something in front of my face. It was a notebook or something.
妹のノックです。
This is my sister's diary.
家に戻って取ってき
I
た
went home
ん
to
です
get it. It took you several days.
これを読んで、あなたは知る
Once you
べき
read
です
this, you'll finally understand.
あなたは
You'll understand that even since before the group
あなた
dive,
に
you, no,
将軍
Shogun
に狙われていたんで
was
す
already targeting Mia. Even since before. What?
ストーカーされていたんです
She was being stalked. The goal of the group dive wasn't to kill the 5 of them. The other 4 were simply collateral. The real target was Mia, and Mia alone.
そうでしょう
Isn't that right?
そうよね将
I'm
軍
right, aren't I, Shogun?
答えて
Answer me!
出てきて
Come out and answer me! Yua's voice was getting more and more hysterical. My fear of her had come back full force. My heart beating out of my chest. My entire body trembled. But even so, I couldn't accept what Yua was accusing me of. It was just a bunch of delusions she'd come up with. Nothing but pure falsehoods. I had never even met Yua's sister. I desperately shook my head from side to side, but she grabbed my hair so tight the pain kept me from moving.
ただ出て答えて
You still don't intend to come out? Yua's face drew even closer. Close enough to whisper in my ear. And then she brought the diary even closer to my face.
で
Look.
みやちゃんの
Look
苦
at the
しさ
pain you
を
put Mia through. But it says Yua's diary. Oh my god. She forced me to look up. Then, while still holding the diary with one hand, Yua started dexterously turning the pages. And what I saw written in there sent a chill down my spine. Whose eyes are those eyes? Whose eyes are those eyes? Whose eyes are those eyes? Whose... I'm not saying it for all these. What is this? What the hell is this?
日記の最後のページ
This is the last page of her diary. The last thing Mia ever wrote.
その
Whose eyes are those eyes? But who is diary?
日付は
The date.
9月6日
September 6th.
集団ダイブ
The
で
very day before Mia died in the group dive. It's
将軍だ
Shogun! He can read people's minds and control
さ
them!
れてたんだ
思考盗撮って何
What do you mean he can read people's minds and control them? Well, bitch, what I just say? Don't repeat it back to me. Repeating's your thing.
違うでしょ
Surely you don't actually expect me to believe that.
違う
Surely not.
化されていたんで
She was
す
being stalked
将軍
by Shogun,
あなたに
by you. I'm not Shogun, I swear!
あなたの中に
Shogun exists inside you. But I just told you that's not true! Shogun's someone else!
いるんだ
将軍は
Shogun is Takumi.
言い逃れしない
Enough excuses.
その目が
I have proof that you were the first one to write. Whose eyes are those eyes? It was in an essay you wrote when you were younger.
他にもいくつも
There is more than enough circumstantial evidence. Oh my god.
あなたしか考えら
You're
れ
the
ない
only one it can be.
考えられないの
The only one.
あなたじゃなきゃ
It
おか
wouldn't
しい
make sense otherwise.
妹は
You
あ
killed
な
my
たに
sister.
殺された
That's not true. That's not true at all. I don't sleepwalk. I don't have multiple personalities. Shogun does exist, but he isn't me. He's someone else, I swear.
どう思う
What comes to mind?
この日記を見
What
て
comes to mind when you look at this diary?
ミアを追い詰め
Satisfaction from pushing my sister to the brink,
満足
from killing her.
こんな日記を書かされたら
Satisfaction
追
from
い詰
pushing
め
my sister so close to the brink you made her write this.
どうしてミアにこんなひど
Why
い
did
こ
you
と
do
をした
such a
の
horrible thing to her?
どうしてミアを殺
Why
した
did you kill Mia? When was group dive? I don't know. Because there's no like date up here that would explain it. Give me like 2 seconds. I'll be right back. happened on September 7th, so she's not lying about when it was actually written. Well, that's good. I'm falling asleep here. We need some more caffeine. I need to know it out again. Why did you kill Mia?
どうして
Why? You're wrong,
間
you.
違ってる
Everything you say is wrong.
違ってるのはあなたよ
No, you're wrong.
あなたの人を
You
殺した
committed murder.
したじゃない
You killed her.
人殺し
Murder.
だって
But
こんにちは
this diary,
ユアの日記じ
isn't
ゃな
it
いか
yours, Yua? Huh?
なんです
What? Yua looked puzzled. It stuck out to me like a sore thumb ever since I'd first seen it. What was written on the front cover? Yua's diary. At first, I thought it was just mistaken or something. But Yua had said exactly whose diary she thought it was.
妹の日記です
This is my little sister's diary. But if it was her sister's diary, shouldn't it have said Mia's diary? I'm glad this twist was spoiled in the common route.
これは
That
ユアの日
that's
記だ
Yua's diary,
表紙に
It's
そう書
written
いてある
right on the front.
何言ってるの
What are you talking about? Yua deliberately avoided looking at the front cover.
これはミヤ
This
ちゃ
is
ん
Mia's.
死んだミヤちゃん
The
の
diary of my dead sister. Mia.
あなたに殺されたミヤ
Mia,
ちゃん
who you killed.
ミヤちゃんの名前
It's Mia's.
ミヤちゃんが書いた
Mia wrote it.
死ぬ前に
Before
書
she
いたの
died, she wrote it herself.
だったら
I'm telling you.
表紙を
Look at the front
見て
cover.
よ
Terrified, I nervously pointed at the notebook. How'd he do that with his hand tied behind his back? Without showing a hint of hesitation, Yua closed it and took a look at the cover. When she did, she turned back towards me and said,
やっぱり
just
ミヤ
like
ちゃ
I
んの
thought,
日記だわ
it's Mia's diary. Huh? She must have seen it just now. There's no way she hadn't. Yua's diary was right there, written in bright red marker. So how would she...
これはミヤちゃんが書いた日記
This is the diary Mia always wrote in. Girl can't read, boy forced to eat pasta, yeah.
私を騙そ
Were
うと
you
したら
trying to deceive me?
騙されるわけ
You
ない
could
でしょ
never, ever deceive me.
私はミヤちゃん
I
とずっ
spent
と
every
一緒に育って
waking
きた
moment
んだ
alongside Mia.
生まれてからずっと一
We've
緒だ
been
ったんだ
together forever since we were
あ
born.
なたなんかより
I know Mia better than you ever
私
will.
の方がミヤちゃんの知ってるの
I know her.
ユアには
Can you not see it,
見えないよ
Yua?
はっきり
It's written
書
right
いてある
there.
じゃないか
It
それは
says
ユア
Yua's
の日記
diary. Yua's hands suddenly shot up to her temples. Her face warped in pain.
違う
You're
この
wrong.
日記は
This
私じゃな
diary
くて
isn't mine. It's
ミヤちゃん
Mia's.
が
Mine.
私西条君に自覚
After
がある
all,
はず
you have no way of knowing,
あ
Nishijo.
なたは
You
DID
have did
多重人格なんです
multiple personalities. She was projecting.
君は
Who are you?
私は
I'm Yua.
私は
I'm... Could it be that I never been the one with did? Had it been Yua all along?
楠木ミヤなんて
Does Mia
実在するの
actually exist? Had the police ever officially announced the identities of the group dive victims? She was a minor. They could have called her Girl A or something, right? Or,
ユアに
did you really have a twin sister, Yua? Well, it was certainly possible someone named Mia had existed and had died in the group dive. It was also possible that they were completely unrelated to Yua, the person standing in front of me right now. They could have simply been someone with an extremely similar name.
Hirua!
She exists! Suddenly, Yua wrapped her hands around my neck. Her fingers were oh so slender, and yet they harbored a very terrifying amount of strength within them. I couldn't breathe.
いたわよ
She existed!
ミヤちゃんは確かに
Mia existed! I know she did!
はっきり覚えてるの
I
ね
remember her clear as day!
証
Can
明
you prove
で
it?
きるの
I mean, she had pictures of, her sister up there. Hugh's grasp weakened. But she had pictures of her sister on her desk.
自分は
Can you prove it?
DID じゃないって
That you don't have
証明でき
did?
るの素の
Can
君やじ
you
ゃないって
prove that you
証
aren't
明でき
Mia?
るの
I, for one, couldn't prove that I wasn't my alter ego. After all, the only way to prove I wasn't Shogun would have been for him to show up next to me.
できるわ
I can prove it. Yua took her hands off my neck and let the notebook fall to the floor.
ミヤちゃんには
Mia
ほくろがあった
had a mole. Yua slowly began to remove her uniform's top.
左胸の下
Just under her
そ
left
こにほくろが
breast.
あった
She had a mole
私に
there,
はない
and I
ほくろ
don't. She unbuttoned her blouse, one button at a time, her hands trembling impatiently as she did. Booba. Are you winning, son? But she didn't stop there. She went on to remove her bra, too. Her fairly voluptuous breasts were covered by her hands. She fumbled around, searching for a certain spot on her skin. I searched, too, with my eyes. Thanks for clarification. And just under her left breast was a mole.
ある
It's there.
あるよ
There's one there.
どうして
But why? She also started taking off her pants for some reason, too. Or her skirt. What?
私には
I
ほくろ
shouldn't
は
have a
ない
mole
はずなの
there.
に私
Who am I? Who am I? Yua's face grew pale as a ghost, and her lips trembled in fear. Her eyes swam in place, gazing into the abyss as she wrapped her arms around herself. She didn't even care she was still half naked. This overstays its welcome. This, like, whole scene. This, like, entire time that Takumi's been tied up. Overstays its welcome? Yeah.
私はユア
I am Yua.
私はずっと
I'm a good girl. I've always been a good girl.
ミヤちゃんはずっと
Mia's always been the difficult one.
私はずっと
I always wanted to be a good girl.
ミヤちゃんはユアちゃんが大好きで
Mia loved Yua.
ユアちゃんは
Yua was
ミヤちゃんが
worried
心
about
配
Mia. Her ramblings gradually turned even more incoherent. I was pretty freaked out. But I knew I couldn't just abandon her and make a run for it. I knew fully well exactly what mental state she was in. Because I, until only a moment ago, had been in the same one. From the moment you had told me I I'd been suffering from non-stop anxiety, instability. So I really did understand. I knew what it was like to feel your entire existence was one step away from crumbling to dust. Also the fact that you're tied up. That you can't run away. I didn't know if she was suffering from DID, if it was something else entirely. I definitely feel like this would be more interesting if the Mia thing wasn't, like, spoiled in the common route. Like, the Mia thing was spoiled in the common route, and then like it's done for a really half-assed reveal as like a fucking teaser for her route. But that's the most interesting thing of her route. So far, anyway, I guess. More people join when this scene appears? Of course. People saw the thumbnail. They were like, fuck yeah, I'm in it to win it. But what I did know was that there was something wrong with her. There always had been. I knew people could be two-faced, but she was far, far too good at it. It was still hard to believe she'd been acting when we first met. Simps? Hell yeah, we simps in this chat. The difference between her back then and her when she snapped was like night and day. So much that it didn't even feel like the same person.
Yua wa
Do you have did you?
違うちゃんと
No,
いた
she existed.
ちゃんといた
I know she existed.
みやちゃんはちゃんと
I know Mia existed. Still covering her breasts with one arm, Yua fished for something at the top she'd just taken off. She took out her phone, hit a few buttons, and showed it to me.
見て
See?
ここに
She's right there.
私たちがいるで
The
しょ
two of us are right there. Yeah, see this picture.
あ
We saw this earlier. Huh? She did exist. There were definitely two people on the screen there. The image didn't look edited together. The two looked eerily similar in the picture. Although they were twins, the only difference was that one had glasses and the other didn't. Even the hairstyle was the same. It's so funny how, like, wildly different this looks from the characters, right?
私は私
I am me.
私は
I'm right
ここにい
there.
る
Which
君は
one are
どっ
you?
ちなんだ
私は
I'm... She pointed to the one on the left. Right at that moment, the floor started shaking violently. An earthquake? It's even bigger than the last one. I was struck with a violent ring in my ears. It was such an intense, shrill, resonant sound, my head felt like it was about to burst open. Yua grabbed at her head and fell to her knees. I wanted to do the same, but my hands were tied up, so I couldn't. It felt like my ears were being pierced by thousands upon thousands of needles. And then... I was hit with an enormous impact, and a blinding light dyed my vision completely white. And then I ordered my third Arby's melt of the day. God, I want Arby's.
あの日私たちは入
The
れ
two
替
of
わっ
us switched places that day. At the Shibuya Mickey D's, a large wave of students arrived as soon as the evening hit. I could hear the high-pitched voices of high school girls joyfully chatting away with one another. I took a moment to look out the window, and then took out my phone. The two of us Nintendo switched. I remember when they used to do all the snaps. I like that this is just blatant McD. I feel like that's the most on-the-nose reference in the game. It was now 5:02 p.m. on September 7th. 2 minutes past the time she was supposed to be here. Very specific. I took a bite out of my chicken sandwich, feeling a bit annoyed.
ごめんみやちゃん
Sorry I'm late, Mia. Didn't mean to have you wait on me. Oh, this is the day of the incident, right? You appeared, tray in hand, and sat down in front of me. I let out a small sigh.
うん待った
Well, you did. This sprite's cute. Why did they switch to this one, though? Mia had a sprite in the common route, though. Why is it totally different now? Just to make it more distinct?
5分くらいおまけしてほしい
Come
な
on, cut me some slack, Mia. It was only like
みやちゃ
5
んもチ
minutes.
キンバーガー
You ordered a
私も
chicken
だよ
sandwich? So did I. She pointed to the chicken sandwich on her tray. The two of us were twins, so it was only natural we'd have the same preferences. She really didn't need to point out every little time that we had something in common, but she happily did so anyway. She was using her school uniform. In the common, it was her casual clothes. This is the only part in the game where you see one of these two people. They went out of their way to make different underwear for her. Oh, right, because this is supposed to be her school uniform of the public school, right? Because they went to different schools. No, I need to check. It's for Science Alpha. We need to know. Okay. We've done our due diligence. That's just an alt color, yeah. This is the first time we've ever met up in Shibuya, right, Mia? Player 2 color alt. I didn't go to school in Shibuya. The two of us saw each other at home all the time, so we just didn't have many reasons or opportunities to meet up in Shibuya. That was all there was to it. You should eat? I do really want to eat. I'm super hungry. So what do you want to ask me? Just ask away. Anything's on the table. I took the last bite of my chicken sandwich, sipped some of my iced tea, and then I leaned toward Yua. Okay. So the truth is, I've actually got somewhere to be after this. Ooh, a date? No, nothing like that. I'm just meeting up with some people I've never actually met in person before. Some? How many people are you planning to meet? Around 4, I think. How do you know them? I met them online. Don't worry, not anything shady. We just started talking on this message board for anime fans and stuff. Oh wow. I pretty much never use the internet, so I don't really know how it works. Is making friends online that common? Take a break to get real food if you need? Never. There are no breaks on this train. Point is, it's my first time going to an offline meet, and to tell you the truth, I'm a little... You're worried you're gonna be too shy? That's not it. I'm not shy. It's just, I don't really fit in for the most part. So I don't know if I'll mesh well with the rest of them, I guess. Kibai will starve himself if he has to for content. Preach, baby. Absolutely I will. For the content, for the views, for the stream. Drink milk on stream? Do you think I won't? I'll do that right now. I've drank milk on stream before. Hey, Door of Light. Did we get the Wendy's review? That's true, we did do a Wendy's review a while ago. Milk on stream, let's go. Why do you want to see me drink the milk so bad? If you say so. Either way, are you sure you're going to be okay? Will you be comfortable talking to people you just met? I thought I was, and I really want to try. But truth is, now that it's almost here, I'm having second thoughts. Oh, look at the twins completing each other's thoughts. It just seems really, really hard. But canceling at the last minute would be a really sucky thing to do, so... Yeah, there's the Cubai milk reviews, but I can drink some real milk right now if you want.
私が代わりに行けばいいのね。
So you want me to go in your place? Yua was really perceptive. She'd understood what I was trying to say before I even finished my sentence. Usually that was more annoying than it was helpful, but this time I was glad I didn't have to explain everything.
そういうこと。
Yeah.
お願い。
Can you do that for me?
別にいいけど、
I don't mind, but are you sure that's what you want? This is a great chance for you to make some friends.
そんな小学生みたいな扱いしないでよ。
Hey, don't treat me like some grade schooler. I don't need to make friends, and I don't want to make friends. Well, then why are you even here?
もう、ミヤ
For
ちゃん
goodness
が
sake,
本当
Mia,
に
you
一
really
番
are as stubborn as can be. So, will you go?
わかった。
Yeah, I can.
私は
I just have to turn into you for a
ミヤ
while,
に
right?
できればいいのよ。
Alright, world. Say hello to the new Mia.
そこまでしなくてもいい
You don't have to go that far.
どうせならとことん
But
や
it's
った
so
方
much
が
more
面白いじゃ
fun
ない
that way.
そう
I know,
だ。
let's swap
制服も入れ
uniforms.
替えようよ。なんでそんなにはしゃいでるの？
Why are you so invested in this?
ミヤちゃんから頼み事されるなんて。
It's not often you ask me for a favor, Mia.
だから嬉し
So
い
I'm in a
の。
really good mood.
ユアちゃん、バカみた
You're
い。
such a dork.
どうせバカなお
Of
姉
course.
さんですよーだ。
For it is I, the dorkiest of all dorks, who also happens to be your big sister.
ほら。
So come on, move your butt. Let's go change. Yua forcefully pulled me by the hand. We went into the private bathroom, and after a couple minutes, we swapped all clothing and personal effects.
ミヤちゃん、
Wow,
水面
Mia.
の制服似合うね。
You really make the uniform pop. Mom and Dad would totally have a hard time telling who's who.
あ、でも、
Oh
メガ
no,
ネ
I
かけ
just
てたら
realized.
一発
If I wear my
でバレちゃう
glasses,
な
we'll be found out
これも
immediately.
外して。
Here, I'll just take them off.
行くのはちょっと難しい
Oh, maybe that's
か
not
な。
exactly the best idea. I can't see anything.
初対面の相手なんだからここまでしな
It's not like they know what I look like. I've never met them before. So really, you don't have to go that far.
もうまだ言ってる
You're
し
still saying that?
待ち合わせの時間
Listen,
そ
the
ろそろ
meetup's
なん
starting
でしょ
real soon, so let's use the time we've got left to make this totally perfect.
私
I don't know a
アニ
thing
メの
about
ちっとも
anime
わから
though.
ないけど
What should I talk
何を
about?
話せばいいの？適当に相槌打ってればいいよ。
Just go with the
どうせ
flow.
一回こっきりしか会わない
There
人
are
た
people
ちなんだし
you'll only meet once anyway.
そんなことないよ。
Sure, but it
こ
doesn't
の
have
出
to
会
be
いを
that way.
通してお友
This is
達
a
に
huge
する
opportunity
こと
to
に
meet
なるか
people.
もしれないでしょ。
You can make some real lasting
もしか
friends.
したら
Heck, maybe you could
彼
even
氏
get a
ができちゃう
boyfriend.
かも。興味ない。
Not interested.
あるくせに。
You totally
なか
are.
ったら
You wouldn't have
会う
agreed
約
to
束
go
なんてしない
otherwise.
もの。うるさいな。
Shut up, I hate you.
頑張って。
Alright,
素の
I'm gonna do everything in my power to make a good impression on
印
everyone.
象つけてくるね。
Time to show the world how awesome Mia is.
本当にそういうのはいいって
You
ば。
really don't need to worry about that. If she did that, it'd be even harder for me to go the second time. I just wasn't as sociable as she was. Wham.
それじゃ行ってくるね。
On that note, time to get going.
よろしく。
Thanks, Yua.
そこまで頑
And
張らなく
seriously,
て
you don't
い
need
い
to
か
go
ら。
crazy out there. An okay impression is good enough. You gotta send thousands of cow to Cubai so he can drink on stream. I mean, I can just do it. It's really not that big a deal.
はいはい。
Yeah, yeah, I know.
みやちゃん。
See you later, Mia. Oh, I thought the noise... I had to turn up the volume. I thought that noise was the Noah terminal, but it was just traffic. Yua smiled and waved goodbye, wearing my uniform and holding my bag, and then she disappeared into the crowds of Shibuya as none other than Mia. That had been the last time I'd ever seen Yua. I then had gone home, waited for her to come back. only to see that case on the news. Explained straight from the cow. You know where milk comes from, right, Vibin? When I came to, my headache was so bad, it felt like I was splitting in two. The first thing I realized was I was pinned under my bed. The second was that the bed had fallen on top of me. So not only was my head about to burst from the pain, but my back was too under the weight of the bed. The only thing I could move were my eyes, which allowed me to witness the sheer devastation of my room. Yua was slumped against the wall, staring off in a daze. She'd been half naked before the earthquake hit, but it seemed like she put her clothes back on. Before, she'd been completely topless while also keeping her glasses on, which had honestly brought some life back into me. But now, her glasses had fallen to her feet. The lenses were cracked. Help me! Untie me! It took nearly everything in me, but I managed to fight through the headache and call out to Yua. And with the most empty eyes, she looked at me.
思い出したの。
I remember. Now the stream is just milk. If I drink milk, will we stop talking about it in chat? Literally, who cares? I don't give a shit about what you remember. Just untie me already. I can't move under this thing.
思い出したのよ。
I finally remember. Yua slowly got up and easily untied the knot. Almost too easily, in fact, considering how dark it was and how she wasn't wearing her glasses. I will stop about milk if you drink the milk. Fine. We'll finish the route. I don't have any crayons anyway to eat. I don't just have crayons, I'm an adult. Finally, a free man, I managed to slip out from under the bed. That was about as far as I went. My head felt as if it was being cracked open, just like it had on the previous earthquakes. Even standing up felt impossible. So I endured the pain on all fours.
ユアちゃんだったのよ。
It was Yua. Yua was once again mumbling something in a low voice.
集団ダイブで死んだのはミアじゃない。
You have crayons and you're 26, but are you an artist? Do you draw stuff? I'm not an artist. There's no reason for me to have them. The one who died during the group dive wasn't Mia. It was Yua. It wasn't Mia, it was Yua, da 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 da. The one who died. It wasn't Mia, it was Yua, da 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 da. The one who died. It wasn't Mia, it was Yua, do 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 do. Do 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 do. It wasn't Mia, it was Yua, do do do. That's about how I feel about this route. Yua? What are you?
私は
I'm not
ユ
Yua.
アじゃない。
A smile spread across Yua's lips.
私は
I'm
ミアよ。
Mia.
自分を
I had only convinced myself I was Yua. I had only convinced myself I was Yua.
あの日
The two of us switched places that day, and then Yua died.
それでユアちゃんは
It was
死んだ。
supposed to be me.
本当は私が死ぬはずだったのに。
Suddenly, the expression on Yua's face disappeared, complementing the empty eyes that had yet to leave her. And then, she extended her hand towards me. So she realizes she's Mia in this route, but I have no idea if she realizes that in common. I don't think she realizes that in common, because she's getting choked out by Mia. Or her hallucination of Yua, I guess, and she still refers to it as Mia. That's what I mean. The common route comes in, dicks all over this Yua route by spoiling the big twist, and then leaves. And now we've been doing this route for 5 hours to get to the same conclusion of common route.
西条くん、もう
I don't care about Shogun anymore.
どうでもよくなっちゃった。結局、
In the end, I was the one who killed
私が
Yua.
死なせたようなものだ。
I let her die.
ね
Would you be willing to
一緒
come
に
with me?
来てほしい。
This reminds me of I don't care about Shogun anymore. This reminds me of like season 8 Game of Thrones. And the horrible ending where like there's all the build up on what the fuck is his name? Jaime Lannister. He built the whole seasons across all the seasons. He's like building up all of his character development. In the last season, he's like, I don't care for the people anymore.
どこへ
To where?
ゆあちゃんが死んだ場所。
To the place where Yua died. I just want you to come with
来
me.
てくれるだけでいい。
I guess I shouldn't give it her an evil voice anymore. It should be more like lost.
お願い。
Please. I didn't know why exactly she was asking me this, but I had an idea. An idea that soon became a realization. Yua, no, Mia, was planning to die. I had no idea whether or not I should stop her. It was probably too late for me to say anything that might reach her. And so, I took her hand and went to pull myself up. I felt a stabbing pain in my head. I pictured my eyes being dyed a scarlet red. The throbbing pulsation of the blood vessels inside my head reverberated throughout my entire body. It hurt too much to move. I didn't have the strength.
歩ける？
Can you walk? Mia supported my body with her shoulder.
歩いてくれないと困
I
るわ。
want you to come with me. If you can't walk, we have a problem.
私を助け
I
る
think
と
you
思う。
can save me. Please.
お願い。
I can't even save me from myself. With my body supported by Mia, the two of us began walking in the direction of Shibuya. Shibuya had transformed into a city of death. Everywhere you looked, corpses were strewn across the ground. Some were covered in blood. Some had limbs severed. Some had heads crushed. Not even a shred of human dignity could be seen in the absolute hellscape spread out before us. Not a single glimmer of the city's former glory remained. The only things it held now were death, ash, and despair. Nothing more. See you tomorrow, Jade. Thanks for hanging out. Huge cracks tore through the roads. Large scars indicative of how it could all come crashing down at any moment. Huge chunks of debris had fallen from the crumbling buildings blocking our way. It was difficult to even walk in a straight line. But none of that was enough to make us lose focus of our goal. Mia and I marched on, completely disregarding the cries for help around us. Our destination was the building towering above in the distance, Cornelius Tower. This route could have been an email. Listen to this sound. Someone in the comments of the last VOD mentioned what they thought this sound effect was. Let me see if I can find their name real quick. It was funny. Like the Minecraft digging noise. Who was it? Spheromancer. It was like it's the Minecraft digging noise. It was funny. Don't you mean Shovel Forge? True, Shovel Forge digging noise, that's right. The tower was still standing. The outer walls were crumbling in certain spots, but the structure itself had more or less tanked the earthquake. It still stood straight and tall. Tanked it. Easy. Cornelius Tower diffs the earthquake all day. As far as we could tell from the outside, it seemed that the lights were off on every floor. Maybe everyone had evacuated, leaving the building vacant and abandoned. Naturally, the lobby was completely empty. There didn't seem to be any electricity either, so the elevator didn't work. Our only option to get to the rooftop would be the emergency stairs. Ooh, new CG, wow. When the details behind the group dive case appeared online, I had done a little digging into the building. Cornelius Tower stood 184 meters tall, with the 41 floors above ground. There was absolutely no way I could climb that many floors. Not when I couldn't even walk straight with this headache. This reminds me of that scene in Final Fantasy VII where you have to climb up like all the stairs. Hopefully they show a CG of these two climbing the stairs for hours. And yet, Mia kept on supporting me. Leaning on her, we climbed the stairs step by step, sweat dripping from our foreheads.
お父さんとお母さんは
I think
私が自分のこと
Mom and Dad
ユア
were
ちゃ
just
んだっ
trying
て
to
言い出し
protect
て
me by
気を
calling
使
me
ってく
Yua.
れたんだと思う私をユアとして扱って
Maybe. Maybe that's why they started treating me like Yua, and why they considered Mia dead. She was talking to herself. I listened along in silence. Well, she probably didn't need me to listen. She was just talking out loud, and I just happened to be there.
昔からそうだった
It was always like that.
生意気な娘だった
I was the brat no one wanted, and she was perfect. The eyes.
両親はいつも
My parents always
私
treated
を
me
腫れ物にでも触るかのように
like
扱
I
っ
was
た
some
わ
kind of tumor to the family.
ミアを死んだことにする
So
なん
why
て
did they decide that Mia died
親は
there?
ユアちゃんより
Well,
ミアに死んでほしかった
Probably
のかも
because
し
they
れ
would
ない
have preferred it that way.
それも全部
So
私のせいだ
that's
けど
entirely my
自
fault.
分がユアちゃんだと思い込ん
It's
だ
my fault for convincing
私のせい。
myself I was Yua,
ユアちゃんが死んだみたい
which is why I should
私
die
も死ねばいいのよ
just as Yua did.
ユアは
What kind of
どんな
person
人
was
だった
Yua?
の？
憧れ
She was
だった
someone I looked up to.
羨ましかった
I was jealous of her.
たまにイラつ
Sometimes
いた
even
りした
got
けど
mad about how much easier things were for her. But I never hated her.
むしろ
Far from it.
大好きだった
I loved her. I loved my sister so
大好
much.
きだった
She was the only one who understood me.
私のことを分かって
The
く
only
れる
person in the whole
たった
world.
一人のかけがえのユアちゃんが笑顔でい
Her
てくれれ
smile
ば
always
私は
made
ど
me
んな
so
に辛い
happy,
ことがあっても
no
嬉し
matter
か
how
った
hard things were for me.
いつも私のことを
She
心
was
配し
always
てくれ
worried
たわ
about me. I always felt so
心
guilty
配させ
about
てる
it.
のが申し訳なく
And
て
in the end, I
私
started
は
acting distant
つい
with her.
冷たく接してた
But she didn't care. She was always so nice to me, no matter how I treated her.
ユアちゃん
You, Mia kept climbing the stairs, tears gently streaming down her face. Were they tears of regret, sorrow, guilt? That I couldn't tell. The wind was stronger than I thought it would be on the helipad. A panorama of Shibuya's nightscape was spread out before our eyes. But now, its former brilliance was nowhere to be found. The city had been fully engulfed in darkness. One could just make out landmarks like Tokyo Tower and other buildings situated in Shinjuku in the distance. The Shibuya beneath our feet was veiled in complete and utter silence. There was very little light, allowing darkness complete reign over the ruined city. If it were noon, then Shibuya's new form would be nothing less than stupefying.
西条くん
If you want,
もしよかったら
Mia gently let me go, retracting the arm that had been supporting me. I immediately sunk down to the ground, not a single ounce of energy left in my legs. She's just like, what? She's just gonna leave him up here? She's like, you wanna see something cool? I'm gonna jump off. See ya.
一緒に
Will you fly with
飛んで
me?
くれない？
No, bitch, I can't fly. Mia stared deep into the dark night. Fierce gusts of wind sent her long hair fluttering in the sky, hiding her expression from view. That was when I realized Mia had come here to jump, to follow in her sister's footsteps. With that in mind, my answer was clear. Fuck no.
やだ
Okay, yeah.
ね。僕は死にたくない。
Hell no.
なんで
I don't wanna
僕を
die.
監禁した女と
What-
心中し
Why
なく
would
ちゃ
I
い
want
けないんだ。
a double jump with the girl who imprisoned me?
そう言うと思
I
った。
figured you'd say that. You have no options. One step at a time, Mia walked toward the edge of the heliport, facing the strong wind head on.
そうそう。
Oh,
石
right.
城君と予約しに行った。
About the sailor figure I ordered with you? Suddenly, she stopped and turned around.
ちゃんと買ったのよ。
I went and picked it up.
とても可愛くてセ
She's
クシ
so
ーだね。
cute and
す
sexy
っかり
too.
気に入っちゃって。
I really love
私の
it.
部屋の机の上に
So
飾
much
ってある
so
の。
that I even keep it on the desk in my room. A smile spread over Mia's lips. Of all the times for her to have said that, why now?
そんなこと
I don't care what you say. You'll still get no sympathy
君
from
に同
me.
情しない。
同情なんて
That's okay.
求めてな
I
い
don't
わ。
need any sympathy.
それじゃ、
Well then,
さよなら。
goodbye,
石
Takumi,
城君。
the boy who killed me. What?
私を殺した人。私も
I'm going to
ゆ
where
あちゃんの
Yua
と
is
ころに
now.
行くね。
What Takumi had just said was very reasonable. What just happened? It was strange, though. It made me feel lonely. There was this heart-rending pain in my chest. In the end, I had never been afforded the opportunity to confirm whether or not he was Shogun. Maybe he had been telling the truth, and I was the one who'd gotten it all wrong. But even if I wasn't wrong, there was no point in holding a grudge against him now. If only I hadn't asked Yua to switch places with me back then. If only I had just gone to the offline meet myself, then Yua would still be alive. Yua didn't deserve to die. She had so many friends. Our parents had loved her more than anything. She'd been the smartest, most beautiful girl I'd ever met. And yet she died anyway. When she had, Mia had disappeared along with her. She'd vanished into thin air, becoming a ghost. That was the choice I made back then. I could no longer tell whether I was alive or dead. All I knew was that Yua wasn't here anymore, so I'd rather be dead. I stood at the edge of the helipad, where Yua and the other four had jumped off that night. Looking down made me feel dizzy. The whole nightscape was pitch black. All the lights in the city had gone out. And even in that darkness, I could still tell just how high up I really was. I wondered how Yua had felt when she jumped off of here. She'd probably been terrified. I'm sorry, Yua. I'm sorry you had to go through something so terrifying because of me. I'll be going too, very soon. I'll take the pain you endured, the pain that I alone was supposed to feel, and engrave it into my body, Yua. I took a deep breath, my heart and mind at peace. I wasn't afraid of dying. I spread my wings. My arms lay in the empty air. I closed my eyes. And then I stepped forward into the bottomless abyss before me. And with nothing there to support me, I fell. My whole world turned upside down. There's no Yua in this CG. There was nothing left to chain me back. Even though I was in free fall, it almost felt like I was floating. Floating amid the rumbling of the wind. The ground rushing towards me. The very same asphalt that Yua had crashed into 2 months back. The hardened tar that crushed her bones, ruptured her organs. and sprayed her blood and gray matter across itself. It's first person. I know. But it would have been cool. Yua could have the superhero pose right here. I don't want to die! Just a moment ago, I hadn't been afraid to die. But the second I had lost control of my body, I had been overcome with a tremendous sense of dread. I don't want to die! Even if you had died, I still wanted to live. This was just my survival instincts taking over. I screamed. I screamed from the bottom of my soul. I desperately reached out my hand to the distant night sky above me. I knew there was no one that could grab onto it. But I reached all the same. There was no end to my screams. I pleaded. I don't want to die. But nobody heard me. Nobody grabbed my hand. I simply fell, with the earth coming closer and closer. Oh, did she delude that? No! Huh? I felt my body shatter into a million pieces, but that feeling disappeared soon after. When I came to, I found myself collapsed on the roof of Cornelius Tower. Takumi was in front of me. He still wasn't looking at me, but he was reaching his hand out even so. Why? I definitely jumped, no doubt about it. I'd definitely taken that nearly 180-meter dive and smashed right into the ground. But now I just sat there, staring at Takumi's hand, utterly dumbfounded. I even forgot to wipe away the tears streaming down my face. You done? Takumi's words were blunt and curt. I'd be in deep shit if you died on me. Why? It looked like I pushed you off. I don't want people to think I'm a criminal. I was falling. I jumped off. How am I? Wasn't that just a delusion? A delusion? You're telling me all those sensations, all that pain was a delusion? That's impossible. It felt so real. Hey, Takumi? Yua must have felt that same pain when she died. But I thought I was ready to go through the exact same pain as she did, but I just kept thinking about how much I didn't want to die. I was the one who was supposed to die. But I was falling, I didn't want to. I can't jump again. I can't. After feeling that pain firsthand, I'm too scared. I can't jump again. What do I do now? You already died once. Just now. Huh? You already got to know what Yua felt. Isn't that enough? I think it's fine to start over again and live your life as Mia from now on. You can live to the fullest for Yua's sake. Thank you. Thank you. I reached for the hand that he'd extended out to me and took it. It was so very warm. I could feel his body heat through his palm. It feels out of character for Takumi. I think this is still her delusion. Because the Takumi that let Kozupi fall down the stairs, bust her leg, and walk away wouldn't do this. Also, what's up, Chris? Welcome back 3 hours later. A warmth so comforting. I felt my hand stop shaking. Is that it? String over or going for another? At the very least, we'll fast forward to the beginning of Fez's route. We'll see how long it takes us to get there. I did not like that route. The Nanami route clears this one for me. I don't know. It didn't feel like it had the same, we were just locked in, like the room with Yua, and she just repeated half of the her dialogue the whole time. And then, like, we eventually got to the point where she was, like, confused about which sibling she was. But, like, we kind of already figured that there was something going on with her, like, her, like, sibling thing anyway, because of the common route. This route sucks. Based. Yeah, I don't know. I still just don't care enough about Yua as a character. Like, she was so underdeveloped in the common route. Like, who cares about her dilemma about her sister? I don't. Like, what? Why would I care? Like, I mean, I feel like the common route kind of, it spoils that, right? Well, I guess once she gets her sword, she's like, no, I'm Yua, right? But, I mean, there's like a whole hour of common route where she's like, no, I'm me. Mia's Mia. I'm Yua. And this should have been directly integrated into common. Yeah, for sure. Like, then maybe I would have cared about her getting her D-sword in common route, because I definitely felt like her getting her D-sword was so rushed. Yeah, the Nanami route was way better than this. Like, the Nanami route at least had, like, a sense of mystery of, like, what's going on. And her route, she didn't get her sword. That's what I'm saying. I didn't care about her getting her sword in common route. By that point, it was, like, super obvious that she was going to get her sword. And then the details being in the common route just like, oh yeah, she's going to fight with her maybe dead sister that's maybe her. And then she gets her sword. Like, wow, I didn't care in the common route. So you can what? Yeah. This route felt like it was made for people who read the original years ago. In their mind, Mia was Yua, so when the twist happens, it's surprising. I just didn't... I don't know, I just didn't... What? Like, I don't know, I just... Yeah, that route... I was, like, literally falling asleep during some of it when we're just both sitting in the fucking storage container. And she's, like... just telling him to eat over and over again for, like, fucking 30 minutes. I think I read, like, 100 lines of her just saying, eat it, over and over again. And it's like, I still don't care about either of the sibling switches. Like, if you chucked all that info out the window and just told me at some point in the story in Common Route, like, and Yua got her D-Sword, I would have been like, sounds good. Because, I mean, we had already implied from Fez's dialogue in, like, early chapter 6 or something, that there was gonna be, like, who was gonna have the D-Swords, right? She had mentioned the number of, Black Knights, or whatever. So it was obvious it was going to be all the anime girls. So I, like, didn't even really need detail as to how Yua got her sword. I knew. I knew that Yua was gonna get it. So, like, I just, I don't know. If it made a difference, I guess, to how, or if they characterized part of her a bit more, like, gave her some personality. Like, sure, it was sad what happened to her sister, but, like, that made me more sympathetic to her sister, who is not a character, than I would be for the character that I was actually experiencing things with. Like, I felt bad for the dead sister. I'm being bombarded with crayons. Yeah, I still don't get the... I don't get the crayon thing. I'm sorry for your loss, man. But her sister is her. Wait, never mind. You know what I'm saying, right? Yeah. The thing I like is how it shows how both are broken. I guess. I just misunderstood. Yeah, I mean, but I might also not be saying it that clearly, Chris, as I'm just trying to spaghetti out my thoughts here on the route. But, like, I mean, apparently this seems to be not a hot take, so I guess I won't continue on to it, like, too much. Like, so, usually I have to explain my more hot takes, but I guess if I'm just agreeing with everyone, I don't really need to explain it too much. Yeah, I mean, I just didn't care about Yua. Like, at any point in that story, it didn't make me feel more sympathetic. Yua, Mia, whatever. I just didn't care. We're sitting in the cage, we're fucking eating pasta or whatever. And then, I mean, that's it. Okay. Neat. First two routes are lackluster, definitely, but almost all the other routes are more interesting. You say so. The themes, the pasta, yeah, okay. What was the pasta even supposed to be the theme for? Unseasoned food? Cook your food properly? Hang on 1 second, I'll be right back. And then we'll get started. Nanami is interesting. Yeah, that route is infinitely more interesting, because it gives Takumi a dilemma, right? He's got to, like, choose what's, like, his sister's fate. Like, is she real, is she not? There's the two sisters, like, there's just a lot more going on in that route that's more dynamic. I just didn't feel like there was really anything going on in this route. Like, honestly. Pasta represents society. But yeah, I mean, since there's not really... Like, it doesn't seem to be a hot take, I guess I won't deliberate on it too much, because you've probably heard already a dozen other opinions why that route kind of fucking sucks. We did it, though. I kind of regret... making the thumbnail Yua, though, instead of Fez. I don't know, maybe we won't get too deep into Fez's route. I am pretty proud of the sprite edit I did, though. Change it? No. I can't change the thumbnail now. Are you crazy? A mid-stream Photoshop. That's insanity. I might start another route without Kyler. But yeah, we probably won't finish Fez today. We're already, how long have we been streaming? 6 hours? Yeah, we'll at least get to the start of the Fez route though. But yeah, I don't really care. Hang on one second. US route sucked. Give me 1 minute here. Fuck, it's alright. I return. So yeah, we probably won't beat the, Oh shit. I need to go get milk, don't I? Do you have a good sprite for Fez to be in the thumbnail? Or yeah, anything good of Fez to make as the thumbnail? Shouldn't Fez have like official album cover art? Yeah, if someone can give me quality Fez art to use in the thumbnail, that would be cool. I'll go grab the milk then. Hang on. So Matt can stop noiting out about the milk. But yeah, give me some quality Fez art. Cheers. But yeah, at the very least, we'll get started with the, we'll get to the Fez route. But yeah, I probably won't complete it this stream, right? Metroid Fusion is coming to NSO on the 9th. Yeah, but it wouldn't run as well as my GBA emulator on my computer. I mean, what? Yeah, we gotta do neutral when Fez looks at us. So we gotta get to Chapter 2. So we got a bit of a ways to go. I've also already streamed Metroid Fusion on this channel, which you can find in the playlist tab. My Metroid playthroughs playlist. Small plug.
コーラしかないじゃん。ミルクティーとか用意しといてよ。
But yeah, because I've already streamed it, there's no reason to play through it ever again. That's how that works. Not neutral, negative. On it. I can't make a thumbnail out of that Fez picture wandering. It's so small. I do appreciate finding album cover though. Zoom? Yeah, zoom and enhance. Do we have any tangents to go on? I don't really remember. Yua being hit by a truck being your best scene says something. I mean, Yandere Yua was probably the coolest part of the game. When she gets up in your face and is all like red-eyed, like ready to stab you. What's your favorite milk? 1% milk is best milk. It's a power drink. Calcium flows through our veins, indeed. What do you expect or want from the Fez route? I'm assuming the Fez route is going to be like really chuny. She's going to be talking all about the like her Knights fan fiction. 1% based, hell yeah, dude. 1% is super based. But yeah, I assume her route's going to be like super chuny and all about her story. The Knights of Gladioli will bring the ravioli to the world and save us from the evil king. Like, probably that for like 3 hours, I'm guessing. There's super good Fez clickbait art, but it's pretty deep into the route. Is it like spoilery or just like sexy? Like if I used it as a thumbnail, would I be an asshole? It's a teensy spoilery. I don't like to use the spoilery stuff. But if it was just another CG of her in her underwear or whatever, I could work with that. Do the Black Blood Delusion one. I'm pretty sure that one would get banned. You could use it if you cropped it. Because I remember when I did, there's a character from Zero Escape. It was the only time on YouTube, actually, that I ever got one of my thumbnails blocked by YouTube. Oh, no, I didn't get the third diagnosis. No, I got 3 diagnoses. I got not delusional at all, entirely delusional, and somewhat delusional. If there's a 4th one, I didn't answer a 4th route. Leave box 6 out? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is there more than 3, Chris? Leave the first 6 out. There's 5. Oh. Okay. And if I leave the first 6 out, will I get a different one than one I've gotten before? I'm gonna say it. I'm glad there's no Saber route. There could have been a Saber route instead of fucking Yua's route, and I would have been fine. What was I talking about just a second ago? Oh yeah, Fez. I could definitely crop out the spoiler part if I just put a picture of me over it. I used that one already, Mega. Oh wait, Mega. Is that you, Alpha? I did use that picture of Fez already. I do appreciate it, though. I believe there's 5, but maybe 4. I'll have to check later. But yeah. These pictures are all so small. For, yeah, the Fez album art. They're all so tiny. I don't know how I would stretch those out to be a decent looking thumbnail. Let's see, did that give us a new diagnosis? Nope. Oh, this might be new. Because this gives us 2 different ones. Put it sticking behind you. No, I probably will just do a separate stream. Like tomorrow will probably just be Fez's stream. So I'll just do a full thumbnail. Alright. We'll do our... I gotta put my milk back in the fridge before I don't want it to like fucking go bad. Yeah, I'm at the gym RN. Nothing like pumping that iron to the Q-Vibe voice. I respect that, Chris. If you want to get on that Sigma grind set, next time you're at the gym, delete your music playlist. Open up my channel, start playing the streams on random. On autoplay, baby. That's how you get that Sigma grind, like Chris. The hot takes fuel my anger and I lift more. Alright. Alpha, I think we're about to get like all of the delusions, because this is a new description. Fez collage of all the Fez images. Like of all of her different sprites from the game. I could do that one, yeah. I could just do that. Okay. Yeah, Kyler, we already established Chris was a Chad. That's how he hits the grind. Okay, so this is our fourth one then, Alpha. So with these streams, you'll probably get... I can probably get the fifth one later. Use AI upscaling. You are extremely delusional. You are likely subjected to nothing but painful things in your everyday life. I understand why you would want to avert your eyes from such a reality. However, you are not yet ready to fully surrender yourself to these delusions. For you still believe that you will someday be able to return to reality and live a fulfilling life. Do you ever find it difficult to distinguish between delusions and reality? This is not a good position to be in. It's dangerous for your delusions to affect reality. The time for you to make a decision is drawing near. Will you gather your resolve and devote yourself to your delusions, or will you strive for the faint wisp of hope that you may return to reality? From this point forward, I don't want you to have any more delusions. I know all too well that the reality is full of pain, but that's exactly what makes all the good, happy moments so irreplaceable. So please come back to reality, okay? Are these literally just quotes of them from the game? Z's. How to go fully delusional? Well, first, try not to talk to anybody at all. And then, that's it. If you do that, you'll have no choice but to have a whole bunch of bunchies of delusions. Oh yeah, don't I get a new tip for completing a route, right? You're writing their thoughts on the diagnosis. Oh, okay. That Remy one felt like exactly like her quote about I don't want you to have delusions anymore, though. Maybe it's just so similar. Our next tip is Rose. Maybe it's Rose. To be precise, it's not Yua who wields the sword, but Mia. It's characterized by the red petals that dance in the air whenever it's real-booted. This symbolizes the complex Mia held with her sister Yua, where she felt as if Yua had everything she lacked: elegance, femininity, and kindness. There is a Japanese phrase that reads, "falling as flowers do," that is used to reference those who die young, often in battle or in some other tragic manner. As per this phrase, Mia's sword also symbolizes her deep mourning for her sister's death, for her own erasure of the existence known as Mia, and the repose of both of their souls. Well, that explains why Mia got the cool awakening animation. Meanwhile, everyone else just got their sword like. Well, I guess we technically only see the birth, like, live of Mia's and Takami's, right? So, I guess that makes sense. Contium? The memory of her bangle, the symbol of her love for her brother, taken sharp as a blade. That is Nanami's D-sword. Influenced by her strong desire to not let anyone else have it. Even the hilt itself is made of blades. This makes it impossible for other Giglomaniacs to hold or wield the sword. And Nanami's? No, we don't see her get her sword until she's like already on the cross or whatever. She gets it off screen. See what Chris said? About what? That the phrases were different? About you as diagnosis quote? Oh. I get you. Cool. Back to getting Fez's route. Speedrunner arc. We're on it now, boys. Make a save here. Oh, this is it, right? Nanami gets her D sword after the delusional Nanami turns to particles. Okay. Hang on 1 second. She's so unbelievably heartbroken that her brother finally wants to actually hug her for once. She can only feel it vicariously, which breaks her. So she, like, tells the... Or she can tell the delusional Nanami? She, like, shares a mind with delusional Nanami? Are all the other routes, like, later on? After this one, then I take it? Okay. So this one is negative, right? Yeah. She's projecting herself. Before her sword, she's already deluding stuff. I thought you needed the sword to be a gigglomaniac and delude things. Fez must be asking for salvation. Okay, so the first answer is yes. I want to give in to Fez's seduction. The correct answer is no. What? This game is a scam, dude. Worst route. What do you mean? I don't want to give in to her seduction. I'm sure jumping off would feel amazing. What is up with every route wanting to fucking jump off the building? I don't care if I die, as long as it's together with Fez. Seduction meaning he doesn't want to jump off with her? Are you sure? Because, we're still saying yes to that. I'm sure jumping off would feel amazing. Don't care if I die, as long as it's with Fez. Can we not just bang? I want to be set free from everything. Yes. So the only thing in that we're denying is... Oh, wait. Well, if it's letting me skip, we must still not... This must not be new content, right?
ねえナイトハルト
I did get the achievement, though.
僕はいつでもお前を見てるんだぞ
Yeah. Achievement popped. Pounding the steak. Kind of want steak now. Not gonna lie. Dun 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 dun. When is Mages going to release ESO as a standalone game, much like how Danganronpa has Danganronpa Another Episode Ultra Despair Girls? You know what I mean? Elder Scrolls Online. Yeah. I should just do a clickbait stream of me playing Elder Scrolls Online. And then say it's ESO from Chaos Head. Actually, it would get no clickbait. It would actually probably get less views than if I just said I was playing Elder Scrolls Online. But Another Spare Girls wasn't a game inside Danganronpa. I just mean, like, as a actual action game instead of a visual novel. I streamed that, the Spike game that has the Psy Adventure AI and Danganronpa costumes. Yeah, I streamed that game. Research and Destroy. I streamed that. The costumes are so bad. What do you mean? What do you mean? How dare you? Oh, there's no, like, PNGs of the costumes. This will have to do. What the fuck? Why is this image so big? Good lord. Why is it taking me so long to resize this shit? What the fuck? Okay, what the fuck? There we go. If my Steins Gate sequel doesn't look like this, I don't want to play it. Tell you what, this is the real Okabe Kurizudaru. Alright? The Daru costume? Yeah, his Among Us crossover. Where are his shoes? Daru doesn't wear shoes. What do you mean? It should have been Mayuri with a see-through head. No, Daru, it's not a see-through head. It's like a hazmat suit. He's covering his helmet. I'm making a Mayuri joke. Oh, I get it now. No! My research and destroy lobby. I just started a session. Is your green screen affecting the image? No. Oh, maybe it is. LOL. Oh, he's wearing green slippers. Okay. Are we already in the Fez route? Should we start it? Not yet? Oh, okay. This is just like the bonus scene. Each rail has some scenes beforehand. Right. Alright, as the morning progressed... I like lost track of where I was reading. Jesus Christ. Okay. There's like one line and I fucking lost track. Kishimoto stood before the school gate, watching the sky absent-mindedly. Students passed by on either side, and she paid no attention to the strange looks she received from them. Her gaze was full of emptiness. From her perspective, school was utterly pointless. Her reasoning being, she knew the world would end very soon. I don't know if I'm going to be able to handle this chuny bullshit for her route. Even as a third year, she felt out of place wearing a school uniform. This was no time to be attending school. So she believed. This route melted Kyubai's mind, true psychological horror. No, the Yua route just fucking numbed my brain. Mia's route. Whatever, Mia, Yua, who the fuck cares? I don't care enough to distinguish the two as separate characters. The fucking blonde girl. Platinum blonde girl. Still, she occasionally went in order to continue her search. Her search for the gate and the other Black Knights. Tsume Academy was the place where the Black Knights would gather. Or rather, it was the place where they would be gathered. That was the conclusion she had reached. From a young age, Fez had been seen as a problem child. Have you read the lyrics for the bad ending of Steins Gate? No. Not much of a music guy. I don't really read lyrics. She never finished middle school, thus preventing her from enrolling in high school. In spite of this, she transferred to Tsuemi Academy during the May of her first year, a day she remembered vividly even now. Okay, wait a minute. So, only one of the Uemiya siblings could afford to go to Tsuemi Academy. because it's such a prestigious school that you have to do very well to get in. But Fez didn't even go to fucking middle school and she just transferred right into her first year? You got fucking shafted, bro. Absolutely dealt the bad end. You kidding me? Couldn't get into the school my ass because she was performing poorly on her exams. Fez didn't even take middle school. She had stood before the gate on that day just as she was now. Until then, she had been institutionalized by Arkhart Medical. During that time, she endured a hellish trial in order to become a Black Knight. I can only think of the Black Knight from Fire Emblem, but okay. 1 month of psychiatric treatment later, she was discharged. The hospital's director, a man whose name she had long since forgotten, spoke to her at the time. It's clearly Sonic and the Black Knight. There you go, that's the Sonic game I'll stream. Starting tomorrow, you'll be attending high school in Shibuya at Suime Academy. I've done all the work needed to enroll you already. She was not told why. I'm leaving the gym and never gonna give you stopped playing, started playing. I respect that. A classic. A timeless classic. I think Never Gonna Give You Up is like the longest standing meme on the internet, right? Like it's like an OG meme that people still do occasionally. Like obviously it's not as popular as it once was. But like every once in a while, like once in a blue moon, I'll click on something on Reddit and it'll be a Rickroll. Like I feel like that's the longest standing meme. Or at least one that's like stood the test of time. The OG meme, but it's like the one that still has relevance. Like people like even kids today still know what like the Rickroll meme is. He did say he was never gonna let us down, true. Which is good, because I mean I always thought Rickroll was an absolute banger song. Good. We're no strangers to love. Nice, Chris. Love to see it. You know, I've been rickrolled so many times over the course of my life, I know the whole song. It's a good song. Fez should sing it, really. Now it's stuck in my head again. But yeah, I feel like Rickroll is the longest, like, standing meme. There are other memes that people might know references to. But I think that one's up there. Alright, anyway. Fez was not told why she gets to attend this academy. But clearly it wasn't because of any exam scores, so fuck Mia, I guess. Those words still in her mind. I'm not a Chuni fan, but I love this route. Well, that's good, because I'm not a Chuni fan either. I remember I fucking hated Okabe until he dropped the Chuni Act. So it might take me a minute to get used to this route. Those words still in her mind the day she arrived before the school gate. She murmured something to herself. The heavens shall be dyed in red by the quickening of the wicked-hearted king. 7 dark, wicked hearts shall face birth in concord with this hour, for they are soon summoned to the Holy Land. Fucking Christ. And it will come to pass, O nightmares, O calamities, O darkened cadaver, torn asunder, that wicked hearts shall slay one another, and so will be shattered to the world under the wicked-hearted king's dominion. Okay. They were verses from the legend of the Gladioli Ravioli Book of Psalms and Revelations, a prophecy Fez had taken to heart. One she uttered only because she knew now for certain this was the gathering place of the Black Knights. Thus, she would continue waiting, continue searching. As time passed, she had never felt a single trace of wickedness, until now. At last, she could sense a presence. The presence of a potential Black Knight. Man, her, like, fucking wickedness radar sucks. Because, like, there are several people at this school that already have the ability to be a Black Knight. Also, I would have liked if they were actually called, Black Knights instead of Giglomaniacs. That sounds cooler. Giglomaniacs is dumb. But, yeah, her wickedness radar sucks. I mean, who's, like, already got their sword out at this point that attends the school? Remy. Aoi. I guess it's just those two, right? Assuming this is still early on in the game, because Zupi doesn't attend the school yet. So it's just those two. But still. They really thought they had something with Giglomaniacs. They thought they were... Homie thought he was cooking with Giglomaniacs, but I wasn't eating it. It was actually the original name for the game. That's funny. It certainly kept her waiting, but the change was wholly a welcome one. Time is already growing short. Gladioli Ravioli's resurrection is almost upon us. Her words a faint, quiet murmur. Another Black Knight. With this thought, Fez passed through the gate, seeking the boy she had met at the concert venue. Gladioli Ravioli, give me the D-Swordoli. Taku, they just call it ADHD now. Fez didn't even look at him. Whoa! Where are we at? Hey, that Bond guy seems nice. Hope he comes back later. Yeah. I hope he makes it to Chaos Child. That would be cool. What a neat reference that would be. A callback to an older character. I like that one word just has like a whole like CG background. Oh, I forgot to check the CGs, or like the CG archive, to see if we unlocked a new CG for completing Yua's route. Oops. Well, you see, son, I am the Chaos Child. I can just delude him back to life, right? Easy. Anything's possible with delusions. I simply deluded myself into winning the plot. Easy, yeah. I deluded out my death arc. Or I deluded out my death flag. I simply tore it back down. The writers tried me. They got me fucked up, thinking I would die in a visual novel, bro. Never. Better kill me in Fortnite. The gamer's game. Whose eyes are those eyes? Actually, excuse me, the correct term. After COZ got it wrong. Those eyes, who are they? Now that I have been awakened by watching the dub, I know now what the phrase was supposed to be. My third eye has opened. Hey, it quick saved. Must be a new chapter. That's how I feel as the text flies by. What negative delusion am I missing still? Fuck. Been watching the Steins Gate dub and can't express how much I love it. Hell yeah. Very good. It sounds better on paper, but wheat, it does sound like it sounds like it does intentionally. I think the negatives you're missing are probably some of the last in the game. Really? Even the ones that I might have gotten, like, I did the Crying Sky route. I would assume the negatives I was missing are maybe some of the earlier ones that require... Let's check the Crying Sky route again. Oh, yep, there's a Chapter 9 positive I was supposed to do. You're right. You are right. Yeah, the Steins Gate dub is very good. All dubs are based. Is this one longer than the Yua one? I guess Fez didn't start being relevant again until like way later too. You won't be seeing Chapter 9 in any of these routes? Well, maybe after we beat the game we can go back. Was the Chaos Head dub based? Of course. You might as well turn stop at Delusion Trigger off. Nah. Maybe. Knowing my luck, the thing denying me the achievement is some random fuck and negative delusion in the middle of the game. Oh, it's the groovy thinking music. Oh, it's done. Like I said, that outfit for Fez is absolutely the kind of girl middle school Sam would have fallen for. I tell you what. I would have been all over that girl when I was in like 13, 14. Simping up an absolute storm. My friend just started Nirvana Initiative. Nice. That is also based. Yeah, that'll probably be my next like visual novel game I stream. The next like games that are the the Thursday Friday streams. Because I guess what I've been doing lately are like Wednesday, I do a random game. Tuesdays, Mondays and Tuesdays if I stream. I usually don't stream on those days, but if I do, it's like a new game that just came out. Thursday, Fridays have been visual novels. Saturday we were making like the multiplayer streams where I play with viewers and stuff. And then I don't know what I'm going to do for Sunday. Well, this Sunday I think I'm going to play Power Washer. Or Power Wash Simulator. That'll be fun. because of that Final Fantasy VII Power Wash level. We're gonna do a total clickbait thing. I think that'll be funny. If I do the Power Wash simulator for the Final Fantasy VII DLC, and I just use a Final Fantasy picture for the thumbnail, and I just title it Revisiting Final Fantasy VII. That'll be funny. You guys won't fall for it, but maybe someone out there will. Power Wash Simulator is actually really fun, though. I don't know if any of you guys have played it. Dun 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 dun. So what was the point of that phone call again that Mia was getting? She was getting a phone call that was basically like, oh my god. Like, was someone exposing her, or what happened? I don't really remember what she was getting that phone call for. Bring back the fans that were offended by your opinions? That's everybody, dude. Were you curious to continue the Final Fantasy franchise? No, I was not curious to continue Final Fantasy. I just didn't like the game much. The story was so fucking convoluted in the remake, dude. Like, literally what the fuck was going on in that game. But no, I wasn't too interested. I also didn't enjoy the constant pausing of the combat. It, like, tried to mix real-time and turn-based, and it was weird. I wasn't a fan. Part of me wants to play Final Fantasy 13, though, because lightning's hot. And because I'm cultured. I think Final Fantasy 13 is still in Game Pass, right? Is it worth? Oh no, they removed it from Game Pass. Good game design is when I make people speed through my game. Oh wait, no, Final Fantasy 13 is still on Game Pass. Is Final Fantasy 13 worth playing for the hot pink-haired chick? And they're all standalone games, right? It's arguably more convoluted than Final Fantasy VII. It's not a bad game, but I don't know how much you'd like it if you didn't like 7. Yeah, I didn't fucking like 7 at all. That fucking wild-ass plot. Play Final Fantasy 15? Why? Someone give me the answer to this again. I don't really pay attention. It's 7, but more confusing. I literally don't... Yinny. Okay, thank you. I literally don't know how any game could be more confusing than Final Fantasy VII Remake. The OG story is good? Maybe. Those were simpler times back on the... What platform was Final Fantasy VII originally on? The N64? Also, I mean, didn't they, like, rewrite the story for the remake to keep the hot waifu alive? Like, I think I remember someone mentioning that the hot waifu died in the OG game. Because I specifically remember her not dying in the remake. Or maybe she does. She's hot, though, so I mean, what are you gonna do? You can't kill her, then you can't market her. You managed to enjoy the remake a lot? I don't know. Yeah, maybe if I just had someone that, like, explained the game to me as I was playing, maybe I wouldn't have been so mad. But it felt like everyone's description of Final Fantasy Remake, like in the stream, when people were explaining to me what was going on, I was just progressively getting more confused. And then there in the comments of the Final Fantasy streams, there would be people commenting like essays about what was going on. I saw your chat in the stream and it was bad. I know, right? Like, people were trying to explain and I was like, what the fuck are you on about? It was just absolutely wild. The Time Ghost thing is a bad addition. I mean, what the fuck even... what is that? I'm not perfect, but they were making things way messier. Yeah, like, they were giving me, like, dissertations about the plot, and I was like, hey guys, I need the fucking Spark Notes on what's going on with this plot so I can start wrapping my head around some of this shit. Like, I don't even know the basic info. You can't start giving me the dissertation when I don't even understand the basics of the plot. Like, can someone give me the goddamn Spark Notes? And then I can build my way up to reading the dissertation? But they, like, opened with that shit. And I was like, what? What? But yeah, I even labeled the stream, like, blind playthrough. And people were still, like, responding to me. Like, like I knew what was going on. Were they good explanations, but just very convoluted, or ramblings of every ounce of plot with no coherence? I thought that people were just rambling on. Like, I just couldn't... I, like, could never get a grasp on what was going on. And by the end, I remember getting so frustrated, I did, like, a 10.5-hour stream. Just so I could stop fucking playing the game. Like, I didn't want to, I didn't want to play anymore, so I streamed the game for 10.5 hours. Oh, we might not be on Fez's route yet, because it still just says Chapter 7. But yeah, up until recently, that was I think that was the longest stream I did for like 2 years up until recently when we did the 11-hour Chaos Head stream. According to the minimum attendance chart, I didn't have to go to school today. But despite that, I came to school anyway for one reason, and one reason only. To see Remy. We've read this before. Why is it stopping me? I had no doubt that the DQNs in class would make fun of me like they always did. It would definitely suck. But if it meant I could see Remy, I could endure it. It was also possible that Shogun could show up again. He seemed to be playing with me like it was some kind of game after all. Maybe he'd feel like sending me on another quest soon. Context for the route. Oh yeah, that's right. Just the thought alone terrified me. I tried to grasp my D-sword. Control. No. I'll lose control if I hold control. How could I escape his clutches? Was anyone there to help me? Who were the members that left because of the Final Fantasy VII Remake streams? I don't remember. To be honest. Oh, that was the last stream Virginia attended for a while. But I think it was because of other reasons that she stopped showing up to streams, not because of the game. She showed up recently, though. She was at the Jackbox streams on Saturday. But everyone else, I don't really remember who, like, unsubscribed to me because of the Final Fantasy VII Remake streams. There were some people that definitely did, though, but I don't really remember them. I took Remy's seat first. Empty. Where was she? I was anxious. Kozupi was there, though. Fucking T-posing in this sprite. What is this sprite? Might as well T-pose. That's funny. Okay. Ohayo gozaimasu! I didn't make eye contact, but I greeted her. Cunts. The otaku freak was here. I took my seat. Someone clapped me. What up, Taku? Oh my god, yeah, I didn't understand Kingdom Hearts either, bro. I did a playthrough of Kingdom Hearts. It felt like I was having a stroke.
暗いな。朝から新規臭いぜ。ま、お前はそういうやつだって分かってるけどな。あれだ。この前は悪かったな。
I played Yakuza 4 and understood the plot. I can understand FF7? No. League's different.
自分の立ち位置ってのもつかみかねててな。
Angry Yakuza man beats up other Yakuza men is very simple to understand. Whatever the fuck is going on in FF7 and Kingdom Hearts is beyond the realm of mortals like us to understand.
よろしくな。まあ、正直なところを言うと。
Anyway, Takumi's getting wet about his conversation with Misumi.
なく接するなんてとってもかっこいい人だわ。キャってな。
Oh wait, is this new dialogue or still not yet? Okay, I'm not reading that. Okay. If you didn't open your stupid mouth, no one would have ever realized you were such a narcissist. Worst of all, as if I ever needed to say it, was that he was totally in character. He was just being completely sincere. I cracked. My lips curved into a bitter smile. Oh yeah. Did you hear about Kishimoto? Apparently, she's still in the hospital. Her injuries weren't all that bad, but she's pretty messed up in the head. Listen, Taku. You wanna know the fastest way to a woman's heart? Act like you care in her moment of weakness. No, this isn't new. Or this isn't new. I remember this. On that note, I'm thinking about paying Kishimoto a visit. What a scumbag. While we're at it, you know Kishimoto, right? Come with me? This scene is Misumi making up to Taku after he was ignoring him before due to Ofrund. Right. It was the typical subject matter for Misumi, but that was beside the point. He mentioned Fez with Remy gone. Maybe she was someone I could turn to. Maybe I could depend on someone like her. Is every Noah route him seeking to cling to another girl? Like, desperately? Like, each route is just whichever girl's ankle he can grip the hardest? The 7th case! Another new gen. Yeah, it does always stop on this one, right? Oh my god, there's 7th case. Wheat! Oh my god. What was different about that scene? Him wanting to hook up with Misumi? To be honest, I accidentally skipped over half the conversation because I thought we were supposed to skip. I thought that was what was different. Remy not being there and him wanting to hook up with Misumi.
今日午前4時50分頃、東京都渋谷区の線路沿い、警察の調べによりますと、殺されたのはいずれも渋谷区に住む無職藤田浩平さん、大学生の安沢三郎さん、とび職の高木亮さんの3人です。
Well, everyone said to skip, so I skipped. Remy showed up in that scene. She's the one who pushed Misumi to make up with Tako. Oh, right. Yeah.
3人とも胴体の3人の額には
These guys, the DQN killings, very relevant, very important.
頻発しており、警察では今回の事件も同一犯による犯行の可能性が高いとみて捜査を続けています。
I'd seen those faces before.
あいつら
It's
だ。
them.
昨日僕に絡んできた。
Wait, what, Chris? Is there something different about the DQN thing this time? There was new dialogue in the Misumi scene. Yeah, I skipped over half of it. But there was, yeah. He mentions wanting to fuck Misumi. Mentions a term that has been, dated, to say the least. And then, no, I know. And then, yeah, Remy's not there. We saw it. I did skip over, like, half of it. When we went back and I, like, read a little bit of it. You missed it. How dare you? He finally came out, see you. True. Yua's route finally paid off. Come out! Come out! Eat! Eat! Come out! Come out! Eat! Eat! Come out! Come out! Eat! Eat! Fucking Yua route. Garbage tier. This is still not new as well, right? Yeah, she's staring out the window with a pained expression. Oh, nope. We're here now. We are in the Fez route. Do we stop here and just do the Fez route tomorrow? Or what do we do here? What are the thoughts? Let's get to new content, I guess, first. She's staring out to Shibuya. Following her building dive. She'd been admitted to the hospital in Yogi Bear Asylum. Her injuries were very nearly healed. How long do you want the stream to be? I mean, how much further could we beat the Fez stream in a reasonable amount of time here? Or no? Like, how long is her chapter compared to Yua's? She hadn't gotten any scratches. 3 hours for you with no tangents. I don't really want to do a 10-hour stream tonight. We'll keep going for a little bit, but yeah. Despite being admitted, all that seemed to entail was rudimentary tests. Her hospital was private with no other beds. She has her D-sword. Phantasm fans tried to get there. Yeah, I remember all this. Fellow band members make an appearance. She decides to break up the band. Until, of course, Mages needs her to sing other ending songs. Sua's gonna come in here, right? And be like, oh my god, have you heard of Darth Spider? Wild character. Absolutely a mad lad if there ever was one. And Fez is gonna be like, what the fuck are you talking about, Sua? And he's like, no, seriously. Absolutely wicked, bro. Darth Spider. So cool. So did this get explained, or will this get explained in Fez's route? This was basically the Church of the Divine Light trying to awaken her as a gigglomaniac. Like, this is the same thing that Aoi's mom had to wear. Like, this helmet is the same. And so what, they were just projecting, like, bad thoughts into her head or something? Yeah, she's getting, like, mind broke here. Like something out of a bad hentai. I mean, it's real torture. No, I didn't say it wasn't real torture. But this is the same helmet that, Aoi's mom wore. So I thought they were also, like, projecting bad things into her mind. Like, who's doing this? Like, it's the Church of Divine Light, right? I don't believe she's being shown anything. Oh, okay. She endured her divine punishment or whatever. It's not the church, it's Nozomi. Same thing. She could recognize the man. Wish you could delete them? You can. Or can you guys not delete your own messages? Small Sua? Yeah, I know, right? Cursed Small Sua. I think she's just being water tortured. Boring. Scene out of a bad hentai. I know what you are. the small man who lives in my pocket. You just get the report message. Oh, weird. YouTube being YouTube.
いやー嬉しいっす。君みたいな美人に
Wow,
覚え
I'm
てて
so
もらえ
glad such a pretty lady like you
て記憶
remembers
力いい
me.
っすね。
Anyway, yeah, Darth Spider though, totally fucking wicked.
今日はお見舞いに来たんすよ。
そうは思えないわ。目的は
What is your objective?
鋭いっすね。
Survive.
まあちょっと綾瀬ちゃんにあ、これよかったら食べてほしいっす。うまいっすよ。あ、
いらない。
まあそう言わず、せっかくか。後でお母さんが来た
You
時
can hold skip until the background changes? I can't. I do not trust myself.
綾瀬ちゃんは
Doing that one time cost me like a fucking hour in Steins Gate, so.
聞きたいことってアリバイ。
違うっすよ。もう綾瀬ちゃんの容疑
Never
目
again.
星がついたの。犯人の
Do taps.
匠。
I'm about to
秘密っす。
tap your skull. What route caused that in Steins Gate? I was holding control to skip dialogue to get the true end, and then I missed one of the text messages I was supposed to respond to. But I didn't save, so I had to reload an entire chapter.
本当に犯人
まだ容疑者なの。
いや、そういうわけじゃないっすよ。あ、今の話。情報漏洩。この前も先輩のとば、綾瀬ちゃんも一度
先輩
バンさんっていう髪がボサボサで武将髭生やしたおっさん。あの人がそのくせ自分は本来の挙句の果てに最近
I'm gonna lose my
いや
mind.
根はいい人っすし。
He's got good
その話を
intuition.
するためここに来たのは。
Then the crash happened too. Oh yeah, that was brutal.
あ、いや。
Sorry, I got sidetracked.
今の話は
Keep everything I told you a
内緒に
secret.
してほしいっす。
それで
一つ
If
目
I
は
were Steins, I would simply open a gate to the true end.
なんで
I would simply not have
もう何度も
the
話した
true
わ
end be connected to a bunch of random fucking text messages.
復活を阻止するため
死ぬつもりなんて
Is what I would simply do if I was making a
一つ
visual
上の
novel.
ステージに持っていこうと
例の若者の間で話題になった
ニュージェネのことを
Not
グラ
based.
ジオール記目視
Your
録
game
師
crashed,
インスピ
skill
レ
issue.
ーションを受けて作った
Indeed.
世界に復活を
Big
阻
skill
止する
issue.
なら悔いは剣へと形を変え目には目を
Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Only mortals burdened with wicked hearts may overthrow the king.
映画みたいっすね
Me when corporate makes me add a bunch of random endings. But that was the true one, though. Sua's head smaller than Fez's head. Sua's like body proportions are just odd.
そういう壮大な設定は好きっすね
設定
It's not some storyline. It's real.
現実よ
じゃあ最後の質問っす
This route better fucking bang if I'm gonna like Fez by the end of it.
君や西条くんの他にも
I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Fez is at risk of ending up in a very low tier on my tier list if this route does not bang.
その刑事が質問す子供じみてる
そう質問する気がない頭が
ああいや実はね
Bond said something weird. You guys must be wizards. Sua doesn't seem to be manipulating her as much, but I think it's because Fez is just kind of like too fucking out there. Like she's not as manipulatable as Yua. Because Fez just doesn't care.
違いますよね
使えるわ
We are. We are.
綾瀬ちゃんって面白い子っすね
Oh.
ニュージェネはグラジオール
Fez brain empty, so Gaslight doesn't work. Yeah, true.
ああそうっすか
Oh, geez, cell phones aren't allowed here. Shoot, I must have forgotten to power it off.
しかも
Looks like a certain girl's calling me. It's my girlfriend. We've been together for 4 years now. Can you believe it? Are you telling me Hazuki, being a nurse at this very hospital, is calling on her phone when she knows phones are not allowed in the hospital? Not my Hazuki. She would never break the rules of the hospital. He turned off his phone with a grin, forcing the caller to hang up. Hazuki, you can't do that. They're both breaking the rules. He's still got his phone. I don't know about you guys, but I'm starting to think this Hazuki character might not be that great. I think she might even be naughty. Maybe break a rule or two out in the schoolyard, you know? And I don't know. That's not for me.
綾瀬ちゃんは映画見るっすか？
You a movie buff?
スパークウォーズって知らない？
Oh my god, have you heard of Spark of Wars? Absolutely wild film. CGI years ahead of its time. Having long since decided she didn't want to entertain him, she just kind of ignored him. And then she just kept fucking talking about Spark Wars.
あ、興味ないっすか？そりゃ失礼したっす。じゃ、自分はこれで。
I like the idea that he is genuinely a Spark Wars fan. He's just out there killing people in the streets and he gets home and he's like, fuck yeah, dude. I'm just trying to see some Darth Spider action. Comments on Reddit forums about how cool Darth Spider is. Don't care, didn't ask El Ratio. He's like evil Okabe, yeah. Fez didn't even turn around. Masumi or whatever, he forced me to go with Remy out of the picture. I need someone else to protect me. This actually might be new, yeah? If Fez has recovered somewhat, she might be able to do something to that effect. On top of that, with her help, my chances of obtaining a D sword would be real. I have the perfect place for you to stop. I'll tell you when we get there. Poggers, let's go. On top of that, with her help, my chances of obtaining a real D-sword would skyrocket. I really couldn't do it on my own. Then again, it was Fez herself who said, obtaining a D-sword isn't something one can teach. But still, this was Fez we're talking about. Surely she could help somehow. How would you think that? If we're thinking about the same Fez character, how could Takumi possibly fucking think she could be of any help? What? She has been absolutely useless so far to the story. Oh, what? This is Fez we're talking about. Sure, she could be helpful. Coming in through the front, Masumi looked around in the lobby in confusion. What's wrong? I called out to him.
Yeah.
Well, I was trying to figure out where Kishimoto's room was. Had he seriously come this far without knowing that? This guy was beyond belief sometimes. This is the outpatient ward. The hospital ward is next door. Oh wait, no, we've totally seen this. Shit, right? No, Remy was here with us last time, right? Because she's here, and she, like, dips out at that point to go confront Fez, and she gets, like, bitch slapped. Right? So, yeah, this is new. Kind of. I've gone to this hospital every day. I'd come here just the other day, so I was pretty knowledgeable. Dr. Takashina's face came, and I had groaned as we walked to the hospital where Masumi turned to me. What? I mean, I guess don't say if it's a spoiler, but what exactly is Remy doing right now where she can't be with us now? Like, what has this route done to sidetrack her? Spoiler? Okay. She's out there noiding? That makes sense. Which of these rooms is hers?
そんなのわかんない。
How should I know? This is a general hospital, so there was obviously a ton of different wards and departments if I had to guess.
多分
She's probably not in the surgery ward. He deduced it.
でも
She could
もしかする
maybe
と
be in the psychiatry
精神
ward.
的かも。
There hadn't been any visible injuries on Fez after she'd fallen. Considering the attempted swan dive, her mind had likely been brought to the brink, so her being in the psychiatric ward seemed very possible. Even I'd been taken to the psych ward after the uproar at O-Front. The dots, I connected them. That is the meme of this stream. God, that's so funny.
タクってものすごい
You
な
know your stuff, Taku. Indeed, I am aware of the general format of hospitals, thank you. Thinking that wandering... Is this a Wandering Man reference? Was he just wandering around the ward? Would cause problems for the patients. We decided to ask for help at the nurse's station. And just like I predicted, they told us that she was on the floor for psychiatric patients. My God.
なあこの前話
Remember what I
した
told you. You know the
女を
fastest way
落と
to
す
a
の
woman's
一番
heart.
簡単な方法
Masumi grinned from ear to ear as the two of us walked down the hall. Was that seriously your only reason for visiting her in the hospital? At least have the common sense to not talk about it out loud. Regardless. I think he'd said the fastest way was act like you care in her moment of weakness or something like that. God, what an asshole.
俺は今日こそ
Today,
あの
I'll make sure to
難攻
show
不落
that
の仕
Ice
事を落として
Queen a
みせるぜ
real man. Misumi shone a pearly white smile and gave a thumbs up. I remember when I had a bright white smile. It was before my addiction to coffee. I should probably get one of those, like, white strips sometime and get rid of the coffee stains on my teeth. But I heard those, like, make your teeth really sensitive, don't they? No thanks. Wait. Fake teeth? No, I still have all my real teeth. I'm definitely not gonna pull my real teeth out. You actually do need to update 8. The Fez route has a bug. If I was developing the COZ patch, I would simply not have bugs in my mod. Why are we reading? I felt like bringing that meme back. But we're reading because I've got to update the COZ patch, which is going to absolutely delete all of my saves. And you guys are going to have to sit through a 5-hour tangent as we skip through the entire game. But yeah, we'll be wrapping up pretty soon here. I didn't feel like doing a 10-hour stream. Trust in COZ. I don't know, man. I don't know. I trust that it works for like 99.9% of people, but I am so unlucky, as has been factually proven on stream a number of times, I'm absolutely gonna just download that 0.1% patch that just bricks my fucking save file. Confident. Anyway. It didn't matter how confidently he said them. The words coming out of his mouth were totally disgusting. But I guess he could get away with it because of his good looks. It must have been nice being an alpha male. Just looking good doesn't make you an alpha. Not that that's like a real thing, but Masumi is too much of a pretty boy to be an alpha male. Oh yeah, you and Kishimoto are pretty close, right? No. Factually incorrect. Not really. Like, we know each other's names. Come on, you can't fool me. Well, whatever. Just follow my lead. Put in some good words for me as we go. Something like, oh yeah, Masumi's such a great guy. I'd trust him with my life. Lay it on real thick. Shouldn't you, Masumi, be trying to get Takumi together with Fez? Don't you have a girlfriend already? This is so not a bro moment. You're ruining the bromance here, dude. I can't. Come on, don't say that. I'm on my hands and knees here, Taku. No, you're not. Also factually incorrect. Have a little restraint, will you? You're at a hospital, not a mixer. With him acting like this, was it even a good idea to have him see Fez at all? It wasn't like she really cared about him much anyway. The pit in my stomach was getting deeper and deeper by the second. Oh shit, this one. Hey, what? Did Jupiter say something and I just didn't see it? Is the context? Might have gotten blocked due to word usage. Oh. From the frog noise? It's used for bad reasons? Yeah, I was using it in reference to the frog. I wasn't using it with any bad connotation. Have we not seen the... the frog clip? That's what I was referring to. Where the frog, like, freaks out when it, like, gets touched out of water. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure anything could be used, like, in an offensive connotation, but I don't mean to, someone came into your stream with no context, they might see it as, like, an ableist type thing. Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't mean to use it that way. I was definitely making a meme reference to the frog. That little, it's like an old Vine or something. Where the frog, like, panics because someone touches it out of water. Or maybe it's, like, an aggressive scream. I'm not really sure. But sorry, I guess, if that, was used out of context. I figured you didn't mean it that way. Yeah. For sure. Imagine if the Garo Froggy made that sound. Jupiter's just giving a heads up. Yeah, that's fair. I was just trying to clarify that that wasn't what I was trying to infer. Just to be safe. The froggy makes noises at some point, right? Or no? Oh yeah, that's another thing that I like from the anime. How the frog gets dubbed. I like that too. In the English dub, it's Hoppy the Frog, and I actually think that's cool. I like that name. How does the frog get dubbed? He's just called Hoppy the Frog. Which might be the, is that what, maybe that's what Japanese is for, Garo? Or is that supposed to be his, like, ribbit noise? Gets canceled live on stream. Is the anime worth watching? Absolutely. You should absolutely watch the English dub. It is an experience. In fact, some are saying, great people are saying this, in fact. All the best people say that the Chaos Head anime English dub is the definitive way to experience the franchise. All the people say it. The brilliant people are saying it. Garo is the frog. That's what I assumed. Yeah, the ribbit. Is what I assumed. Ribbit. Ribbit. I always think that's what, that's so weird how, like, animal noises get, like, pronounced differently in other languages. Like, that's so funny. Or, like, just noises get translated differently, too. That's one of the things I, like, also find just so interesting, how we do that. Like, maybe I could be incorrect on this, but, like a heartbeat in, like, Western media is always portrayed as, like, but, like, every Japanese media that I've seen of it is always like that doki, 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 doki. You know what I mean? Like, it's a very different, like, sound. Like, in Japanese media, it's always, like, a really, like, lighthearted and funny noise, but in Western media, it's always portrayed as, like, a stressful noise. Like, if you can hear your own heartbeat, you're stressing out. It's used as, like, that, like, a horror movie element when you can start to hear your heartbeat. Although they do have that in this game, not Doki Doki, but still. Nyan Cat will forever be one of the greatest memes. Japan has both, yeah. But yeah. We do meow, Japan typically does nyan. Even though they're the same noises. Meow. 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 In English, you say your heart is pounding in both love scenes and intense scenes. Yeah, but I don't feel like in English media you ever hear the heartbeat during love scenes. Right? It's usually just during intense stuff. But, like, that phrasing is definitely used. But I don't feel like you ever hear, like, a light heartbeat. Wonton? I don't mean to rush you, but I gotta head out. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. I got you, Alpha. I got you. Misumi stopped in front of a door and pointed at the nameplate. It definitely did say Kishimoto. The door was closed, though, so we couldn't actually see who was inside. Well, you gonna talk me up once we're in? No, Takumi has decided at this moment to be a lady killer. Yeah. For the time being, I nodded in agreement. Although, even if I did get the chance to say something to Fez, I doubted I'd be able to say much, regardless of whether Misumi was there or not. Sup, Kishimoto? Asumi opened the door and greeted Fez with a cheerful tone.
お見舞いに来た
We came to visit. The tone didn't last long. His face immediately froze. Wondering what made him stop, I decided to peek over his shoulder. Hey, just some gals being pals, huh? The room was around 10 square meters in size. Past the entrance, there was a bathroom to the right, and a bed in the back. And on the bed... Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, this would be a good place to stop. For sure. Chris, could you post in the Discord with like a spoiler tag thingy, if you could, the screenshot of the Fez thing that you think would be good, like a thumbnail for tomorrow's stream? Do we go for a bit? No, I feel like this is a good cliffhanger. We've been going for like 8 hours. I mean, we can still go on tangents and stuff right now, but this is where we'll stop progressing the story. When we see some potential for gals being pals over in the corner here, you know what I mean? Sleep, I desire it. I'd rather you see it naturally, but how am I supposed to clickbait people? Please read for like 5 more minutes. No. This is the juicy clickbait. This is how to get people to come back for the next stream, to click the next video in the playlist, you know what I mean? This is right where all of the good bits come up. This is how you get people for the next thing. Read, I can't. Oh, I can't. You know, I got my glasses here. And I can't. AI upscale with Fez stuff I sent? Oh my god. Just read for a bit? Yeah, but then who's gonna come to the stream tomorrow? You know what I mean? We gotta bait the hook. It'll make the clickbait better. I don't know. If I go for a couple more minutes, am I gonna get a CG? That's the clickbait. No? Then not worth. No new CG? Then no. Absolutely not. If I'm not getting a new CG that I can use as clickbait, then it's not worth. This is where we leave off. I've been waiting to see the start of this route for like 2 hours. What do you mean? You saw it. All the stores are there. All the gals being pals. Gotta get them views. Yeah. Big brain. That's what you leave off with. Fez, Remy, and Nanami were just gals being pals. They were roommates, some might say, sharing this hospital room together. Literally better clickbait ahead. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I considered the other stopping point. Better clickbait ahead. How could there be better clickbait? If there's no CG. You know you were wrong. When Fez appears, stop, you'll get it. Chat has never been true, ever, Vibin. Chat does nothing but bait me. Alright. Fine. If you guys ruin my clickbait, I swear to God, I better see every one of you posting this stream somewhere tomorrow when we go live for the Fez route. The room was around 10 square meters in size. Past the entrance, there was a bathroom to the right and a bed in the back. And on the bed... Oh. Sat Fez, stained with blood from head to toe. Her hollowed eyes pierced straight through us. Is this it? Now you can stop? But this isn't as good a clickbait. Now gals aren't being pals. You know? I'm not getting a lot of pal vibes from this. Gals being pals is pretty premium clickbait on the internet. Now this is... violence. Gamer route begins, but the new sprite? I don't know, man. I preferred my imagery of gals being pals. It's just strawberry jam. Oh, also, I'll have to go longer, I'll have to go longer before, we start the stream tomorrow. Well, actually, I normally go on I wait the 10 minutes for the YouTube notifications to go out anyway. So I should be fine. Because you can't start start streams on violent imagery, or YouTube will block your stream. But I usually, since I wait the 10 minutes for the YouTube notifications to go out at the start of every stream, I'll probably be fine. Because YouTube has, like, obscure rules for that kind of shit now. Of, like, if it just happens in the first, like, couple minutes, it's bad. But, like, if you swear up a storm and seek gore for the next, like, 8 hours of the stream, it's totally fine. But not in those first couple minutes. I don't know what the fuck's YouTube's game with that, but whatever. We did it. I still choose to believe in the gals being pals, but we'll see. You could blur it and make true errors. Yeah. I could blur the thumbnail, I blur Fez. I make my face like, oh! And then I circle the D swords in the background. What are those? Fez wields 3 D swords? Wow! Alright. Yeah, that's it for today. We'll call it there. We finished a route, believe it or not. It happened. It's true. I thought there would only be 2 more streams of Chaos Head, but I'm thinking there's probably going to be 4 more streams of Chaos Head. We'll see how long the Fez route takes. But there'll probably be Thursday, Friday next week, 2 of more Chaos Head. So stay tuned. If you don't want to miss those streams, the next visual novel game I'm going to be doing after Chaos Head Noah will be AI Nirvana Initiative. So stay tuned for that. If you're interested in all of those streams, you want to hang out with us, have a blast with the chat. It's always been a lot of fun. Lock them. I got you. Yeah, it's always a lot of fun, of course. Hanging out. Chatting with the crew in the schoolyard that is the chat. What's Nirvana Initiative? Nirvana Initiative is the semi-sequel to one of my favorite visual novels of all time, AI The Somnium Files, with this lovely anime girl right here as the star character. She is my waifu. So, we'll do that after, but probably that won't start for like 2 weeks. Because I don't think I'll beat the rest of the ends tomorrow. So, probably a next week type deal. So yeah. Stay tuned for those if you don't want to miss out on the rest of the routes in Chaos Head and other future Steins Gate, Chaos Child, all kinds of streams. Feel free to subscribe and hit the bell button so that you can stay tuned for all of those. If you subscribe, it's going to show up in your subscription list. If you hit the bell button, you'll get a notification when my stream starts. I always start at the same time, but just in case, you'll get a notification. If you forget, drop a like on the stream too if you can. That's just for me. I appreciate that. Thank you. If you're watching the VOD, of course, be sure to comment. I know some of you are watching the VODs. I do get to them eventually. Whenever I get free time, I eventually go around to responding to them. But, so keep leaving the VODs. I see them. I have notifications on my phone turned on for comments, so I see them right away as soon as you drop a comment. I just take a while to respond to them, because sometimes I procrastinate. I'm pretty bad about that, but I get to them. What else? Join the Discord channel. Yeah, that's the big thing lately. We've been having a pretty active Discord server lately. It's been a lot of fun, so please join. Chat with us. Check the announcements tab. We're going to be doing multiplayer streams on Saturday, so vote for what multiplayer game you'd like to play. I'm trying to go for free games for the first couple game night streams, so that way more people can participate. So do that. Thanks. I also haven't seen. I think I saw the bundle before you mentioned it, Jupiter. But yeah, it was a pretty good deal. So yeah, just come hang out and chat with us. You know, the usual stuff for the outro. Subscribe, bell button, like, join the Discord, and you can become a member on YouTube, which is like a Twitch sub, and you get to use all the cool emojis. Or you can wait till Matt and AK make generous donations to the channel of memberships. They do that a lot. AK wasn't here today, though. Tragic. AK, I hope you're watching the VOD. Missed you, buddy. Alright. That's it. Yeah, I covered all my bases. We did all the outro stuff, right? God, I'm so fucking hungry, but it's 2 a.m. Oh, if I make food at 2 a.m. It's too late. I should just go to bed. Struggle. Alright, that's it. Have a good night. And I will see you all for tomorrow's stream. I gotta make a Fez thumbnail. Bye. See you tomorrow.